बात हो गई विश्वपति जी से, अभी 10-15 मिनट में हो रहा है, वो उनका कहीं कुछ हो गया था, ऐसे अभी भेज रहा हूँ।
और शशिकांत जी को मैं कॉल कर रहा था, उठाए नहीं, मॉर्निंग में उनको मैसेज भेजा हूँ, मैसेज भेजते हो?
नहीं, वो तो थे ज्वाइन किए,
तो नहीं, अभी ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाए ना सर, मैं देख रहा हूँ। या उनको फिर से रिमाइंड कर दीजिए कि ज्वाइन कर लें अभी।
जी मैं करता हूँ।
सुकृत के मैसेज में डाल दो जनरल।
जो विश्वपति जी को चला गया, भेज
भेज
उनको
जो गेस्ट रूप में ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं वो अपने को रीनेम कर दें।
Yes.
तो थोड़ा उसमें प्रोसीजर बता दो।
That's correct. मैं एक बार इसमें लिख देता हूँ। All right. All right, welcome. It's time for the lamp lighting. Let's go with the lamp lighting.
श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम्। चित्रं देवानामुदगादनी कञ्चक्षुर्मित्रस्य वरुणस्याग्नेः आप्राद्या वा पृथिवी अन्तरिक्षं सूर्य आत्मा जगतस्तस्तुषश्च सूर्यो नो दिवस्पात् धातो अन्तरिक्षात् अग्निर्नः पार्थिवेभ्यः दोषादुदर्यस्य देहरः सतुम्बां अघ्नति पाहिनो दिव्युतः परातेः। ओम।
All right. So want to continue with the Mangalacharan. Maybe. Shabji.
मंगलाचरण संजय जी को बुला दो।
संजय जी।
श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम। गणानां त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सेदसादनं प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्र्यवतो वेदायो वीणां पदमन्तरिक्षेण पततां वेदनावः समुद्रियाः। ओम। सोमानं स्वर्णं गृणुहि ब्रह्मणस्पते कक्षीवन्तय ओषिजः यो रेवान्यो अमी वहावसुवित्पुष्टिवर्धनः सनः शिशक्तुयस्तुरः मानः शंसो अररुषो धूर्तिप्रणं मर्त्यस्य रक्षाणो ब्रह्मणस्पते सखा वीरो नरिष्यति यमिन्द्रो ब्रह्मणस्पतिः सोमो हिनोति मर्त्यम् त्वन्दं ब्रह्मणस्पते सोम इन्द्रः समर्त्यम् दक्षिणापात्वं हसः सतसस्पतिमद्धुतं प्रियमिन्द्रस्य काम्यम् सनिं मेधामयाशिषम् यस्मादृतेन सिद्ध्यति यज्ञो विपश्चितः सना सधीना योगमृण्वते आदृध्नोति हविष्कृतिं प्राञ्चं गृणोत्यध्वरम् होत्रा देवेषु गच्छति नराशंसं सुदृष्टममपश्यं सप्रथस्तमम् दिवो न सद्ममकसं गत्रुद्राय प्रचेतसे मीलृष्टमायतव्यसे वोचे मशन्तमं हृते यथा नो अदितिः करत्वश्वे नृभ्यो यथा गवे यथा तोकाय रुद्रियम् यथा नो मित्रो वरुणो यथा रुद्रशिगे एतते यथा विश्वे सजोषसः गाथपतिं मेधपतिं रुद्रञ्जलाशभेषजम् तच्छंयो सुम्नमीमहे यः शुक्र इव सूर्यो हिरण्यमिव रोचते श्रेष्ठो देवानां वसुः सन्नः करत्यर्वते सुगं मेषाय मेष्ये नृभ्यो नारिभ्यो गवे अस्मे सोमश्रियमधिनिधे सतस्य नृणां महिश्रवस्तु विनृम्णाम् मानः सोम परिबाधो मारादयो युहुरन्ता आन इन्दो वाजे भजा यास्ते प्रजा अमृतस्य परस्मिन् धामन्नृतस्य मूर्धानाभा सोमवेन आभूषन् ते सोमवेदः ॐ पावकानो नः पावका पावका नः सरस्वती सरस्वती नः पावका पावका नः सरस्वती नः सरस्वती सरस्वती नो नः सरस्वती वाजे भिर्वाजे विसरस्वती नो नः सरस्वती वाजे भिः सरस्वती वाजे भिर्वाजे भिस्सरस्वती सरस्वती वाजे भिर्वाजिनीवती वाजिनी वती वाजे भिस्सरस्वती सरस्वती वाजे भिर्वाजिनीवती वाजे भिर्वाजिनीवती वाजिनीवती वाजे भिर्वाजे भिर्वाजिनीवती वाजिनीवतीति वाजिनीवती धीनाम वित्र्य वित्री धीनान् धीनाम वित्र्यवत्व वित्री धीनां धीनाम वित्र्यवतो अवित्ववत्व वित्र्य वित्रवतो अवत्वित्यवतो इन्द्रश्रेष्ठानि श्रेष्ठानीन्द्र द्रश्रेष्ठानि द्रविणानि द्रविणानि श्रेष्ठानीन्द्रेन्द्र श्रेष्ठानि द्रविणानि श्रेष्ठानि द्रविणानि द्रविणानि श्रेष्ठानि श्रेष्ठानि निद्रविणानि धेहि धेहि द्रविणानि श्रेष्ठा निश्रेष्ठानि द्रविणानि धेहि द्रविणानि धेहि धेहि द्रविणानि द्रविणानि धेहि चित्तं चित्तं देहि द्रविणानि द्रविणानि धेहि चित्तं देहि चित्तं चित्तं देहि देहि चित्तं दक्षस्य दक्षस्य चित्तं देहि देहि चित्तं दक्षस्य चित्तं दक्षस्य दक्षस्य चित्तं चित्तं दक्षस्य सुभगत्वं सुभगत्वं दक्षस्य चित्तं चित्तं दक्षस्य सुभगत्वं दक्षस्य सुभगत्वं सुभगत्वं दक्षस्य दक्षस्य सुभगत्वमस्मे अस्मे सुभगत्वं दक्षस्य दक्षस्य सुभगत्वमस्मे सुभगत्वमस्मे अस्मे सुभगत्वं सुभगत्वमस्मे सुभगत्वमिति सुभगत्वम् अस्मे इत्यस्मे पोषं रयीणां रयीणां पोषं पोषं रयीणामरिष्टिमरिष्टिं रयीणां पोषं पोषं रयीणामरिष्टिं रयीणामरिष्टिमरिष्टिं रयीणां रयीणामरिष्टिं तनूनां तनूनामरिष्टिं रयीणां रयीणामरिष्टिं तनूनां अरिष्टिं तनूनां तनूनामरिष्टिमरिष्टिं तनूनां स्वात्मानं स्वात्मानं तनूनामरिष्टिमरिष्टिं तनूनां स्वात्मानं तनूनां स्वात्मानं स्वात्मानं तनूनां तनूनां स्वात्मानं वाचो वाच स्वात्मानं स्वात्मानं तनूनां तनूनां स्वात्मानं वाचः स्वात्मानं वाचो वाच स्वात्मानं स्वात्मानं वाच सुदिनत्वं सुदिनत्वं वाच स्वात्मानं स्वात्मानं वाच सुदिनत्वं वाच सुदिनत्वं सुदिनत्वं वाचो वाच सुदिनत्वमन्हामन्हां सुदिनत्वं सुदिनत्वमन्हां सुदिनत्वमिति सुदिनत्वम् अह्नामित्यह्नाम् ॐ
एकैश्वर्ये स्थितोऽपि प्रणतबहुफलो यस्वयं कृत्तिवासाः कान्ता सम्मिश्रदेहोऽप्यविषयमनसां यः पुरस्ताद्यतीनाम् अष्टाभिर्यस्य कृत्स्नं जगदपि तनुभिर्बिभ्रतो नाभिमानः सन्मार्गालोकनाय व्यपनयतु सवस्तामसीं वृत्तिमीशः वेदान्तेषु यमाहुरेकपुरुषं व्याप्य स्थितं रोदसी यस्मिन्नीश्वर इत्यनन्यविषयः शब्दो यथार्थाक्षरः अन्तर्यश्च मुमुक्षुभिर्नियमितं प्राणादिभिर्मृग्यते सस्थाणुस्थिरभक्तियोगसुलभो निःश्रेयसायास्तु वः या सृष्टिस्रष्टुराद्या वहति विधिहुतं या हविर्या च होत्री ये द्वे कालं विदत्तः श्रुतिविषयगुणाया स्थिता व्याप्य विश्वम् या माहुः सर्वबीजप्रकृतिर्या प्राणिनः प्राणवन्तः प्रत्यक्षाभिप्रपन्नांस्तनुभिरवतु वस्ताभिरष्टाभिरीशः ध्येयः सदा समृतिमण्डलमध्यवर्ती नारायणः सरसिजासनसन्निकृष्टः केयूरवान् मकरकुण्डलवान् किरीटी हारी हिरण्मय वपुर्दितशङ्खचक्रः यं शैवाः समुपासते शिवेति ब्रह्मेति वेदान्तिनो बौद्धाः बुद्ध इति प्रमाणपटवः कर्तेति नैयायिकाः अर्हन्नित्यथ जैनशासनरताः कर्मेति मीमांसकाः सोऽयन्नो विददातु वाञ्छितफलम् त्रैलोक्यनाथो हरिः ध्यायेन्नित्यं महेशं रजतगिरिनिभं चारुचन्द्रावतंसं रत्नाकल्पोज्ज्वलाङ्गं परशुमृगवराभीतिहस्तं प्रसन्नं पद्मासीनं समन्तात् स्तुतममरगणैर्व्याघ्रकृत्तिं वसानं विश्वाद्यं विश्ववन्द्यं निखिलभयहरं पंचवक्त्रं त्रिनेत्रं विश्वाद्यं विश्ववन्द्यं निखिलभयहरं पंचवक्त्रं त्रिनेत्रं
बहुत अच्छा, वंडरफुल सदाशिव जी,
बहुत सुंदर
पांडे जी, बहुत अच्छा।
बहुत बहुत
बहुत बहुत ही सुंदर, बहुत ही सुंदर, बहुत ही सुंदर।
इसमें दोनों आ गया सर, वैदिक भी और पौराणिक भी।
बहुत सुंदर, बहुत अच्छा, तो धन्यवाद।
बहुत ही अच्छा।
हम लोग बहुत ही आभारी है सदाशिव जी आपका। आपने लास्ट ईयर भी किया था, इस साल भी किया है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और पांडे जी का भी। अब हम लोग नेक्स्ट है प्रोग्राम में वेलकम एड्रेस। ज्ञानेश जी
टेक ओवर।
हाँ आइए।
नमस्कार, सादर प्रणाम and namaste. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome all the delegates and the guests at the joint 26th annual convention of BSNA and 11 GBC convention. As we all know, BSNA and GBC has the vision to protect, preserve, promote Brahminic values, our Vedic culture, and its heritage in the North America and globally. This convention is great opportunity for all of us to network, exchange ideas on the various topics, provide values and the support to each other, and also showcase of the talent within our community. I hope you all will be benefited by panel discussions and presentation of spiritual, medical, health, youth conversations, and also you will be entertained by many talented performers. I would like to wish you all a very happy 75th Independent Day of Bharatvarsh and the celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Namaste. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay Pandey, our chapter president, our president of the BSNA. He has continuously worked hard with the positive energy to make this BSNA and GBC convention a success. Welcome to Dr. Sanjay Pandey.
Thank you, Ganeshji. Thank you so much. Dear respected families and friends, participants from India, US, Canada, and other places in the globe, Pujya Swami Mukundanand ji and singer extraordinaire Ms. Uma Lahiri ji, and we have two keynote speakers, Mr. Sushil Pandit ji and Judge Ravi Tripathi ji. As a president of BSNA and this year's virtual convention coordinator, it gives me a distinct honor and the pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome to the 26th annual convention of BSNA and 11th annual convention of GBC. BSNA is your organization and we should all be proud to host the convention. The fact that you all have given your time and served the organization remind us all just how important our work is. Our mission always has been and always will be to protect, preserve, and promote the Brahminic values, and hence our theme for this year's convention, contribution of Brahminic values in the propagation, sustenance, and protection of Sanatana Dharma. The agenda for this convention covers a wide range of topics relating to Dharma, religions, business, health, entrepreneurship, cultural program, and youth presentations. We will be entertained, challenged, and inspired throughout this convention. This is the second time we are hosting the convention virtually in the light of COVID-19. We hope to have our annual convention in person next year. This year's convention would not be possible without the invaluable support from our many volunteers who donated their time to bring this all together. I would specifically like to express my deep gratitude to my convention committee, including Dr. Keshav Shukla, Dr. Shrikant Mishra, Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey, Dr. Ajay Pandey, Mr. Shiv Pathak, Mr. Gyanesh Dadhich, Mr. Ratna Dubey Shatlani, Mr. Lanan Mishra, and Mr. Alka Sharma, and Dr. Salil Tiwari, and Dr. Sarvak Dwivedi ji. We owe a special recognition to our IT volunteers, to Dr. Sukrit Mukherjee, Ratna and John Shatlani, Natasha and Pratyush Shukla, who work non-stop behind the scene with Zoom streaming. Our San Diego crew include Ratna and John, Daisy and Lalan Mishra ji, Vivek and Divya Pandey, Urvashi ji, Los Angeles, Dr. Sukrit Mukherjee, Shrikant ji, and also Ishita Sharma ji, Houston, Keshav Shukla ji, Gyanesh ji, Shiv ji, Michigan, Ajay Pandey ji, New Jersey, Alka Sharma, Sacramento, Praveen Sharma ji. I'm also thankful to Mr. Subhash Tiwari and his wife, Primda Tiwari ji, for their continued help and support. I would be quite amiss if I didn't mention the youth involvement. They are the torch bearers who will further solidify this organization, whether it's writing articles for Brahma Bani, Brahma Jyoti, participating in our cultural program, making presentations, and providing the technological help. Last but not least, my heartfelt thanks to my Dharmapatni Archana Pandey and my two sons, Vineet and Rahul, as well as daughter-in-law Shalini Pandey, for their unconditional love and support. Now it's my pleasure to invite Board Chairman Dr. Sen Pathak ji, followed by GBC President Dr. Keshav Shukla ji, then GBC Board Chairman Dr. Shrikant Mishra ji, BSI President Dr. Vishwapati Trivedi ji, and Dr. Prashun Tripathi ji, Then finally, Sri Shashikant Tiwari ji to say a few words. Shukla ji, thank you for helping all along the way. You listened, you understood, and you found the solutions where there was a problem. Pathak ji and Mishra ji, you are inspiration to our community, and BSNA extends its deepest gratitude to you and for your community service and bringing together our sponsors. Vishpati ji, your help and support are truly appreciated. Also, Subhash Tiwari ji, namaskar and thank you. Pranam. Pathak ji.
Am I audible to everybody? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Deo Maheshwarah, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. My dear BSNA and GBC family members, I am indeed honored to welcome you all to the 26th Annual Convention of BSNA, Brahmin Samaj of North America, and the 11th Annual Convention of GBC, Global Brahmin Convention, being held virtually from August 12th to 14th, 2022. Under the able leadership of Dr. Sanjay Pandey, current President of BSNA and Vice President of GBC, and Dr. Keshav P. Shukla, President of GBC and past President of BSNA, Dr. Shrikant Mishra ji, Chairman of GBC, BOT, Dr. Vishwapati Trivedi ji, President of BSI and Vice President of GBC, and Dr. Prashun Tripathi ji, Brahmin professions, to join convention meeting are running, our joint convention meetings are running smoothly since last several years. I wish to thank all BOT and the executive committee members of BSNA, and last but not the least, the most important youth group for which I dedicate my time, who are our future. Our youths are our future, the presidents of the volunteers of various US state chapters for their active, untiring, and enthusiastic participation in these annual conventions. And I repeat, I will be failing in my duty if I did not recognize and thank Dr. Sukrit Mukherjee and his entire IT expert teams, helping the convention with the dedicated team members, Dr. Sanjay Pandey, Dr. Keshav Shukla ji, and Sri Gyanesh Dadhi ji, who is the convention director, and their close friends have dedicated their precious time to bring out a great convention. And finally, I wish to welcome all national and international Brahmin and speakers. In speakers, I would definitely personally like to mention on behalf of BOT members also, Sri Ravi Tripathi ji and Sri Pandit Sushil Kumar ji, जिनको मैं बहुत सुनता हूँ टीवी के ऊपर हिस्टोन में बैठे बैठे, and पूज्य स्वामी मुकुंदानंद जी, Dr. Bipin Chaturvedi ji, and of course Mrs. and Mr. Subhash Tiwari ji, who have joined this convention, and also make an humble request to join hands and work collectively to protect, preserve, and promote Brahminic values and encourage each other to recognize and achieve your uniqueness and unparalleled status in the society. Time has come for all Brahmins to cooperate with each other and provide help when needed. And again, thank you very much for this opportunity. You are all welcome to this convention. And I think we have started a very nice program last evening. Thank you very much. Panditji, I am done.
Thank you, Pathak ji. Thank you, Pathak ji. Now, Keshav ji.
Ram.
शुक्ला जी आप अनम्यूट कीजिए।
जरा हमारा रिक्वेस्ट है शशिकांत जी से कि जरा जज रवि त्रिपाठी जी को कांटेक्ट करें कि वो अभी ज्वाइन कर लें।
कर रहा हूँ।
ओके, गुड, थैंक यू। Now, dear BSNA families and friends, and also GBC families and friends, first of all, I want to congratulate to all on the occasion of Bharat Ki Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, celebrating 75 years of independence of India. Let me start with an invocation for harmony and blessings for all creation. स्वस्ति प्रजाभ्यः परिपालयन्तां न्यायेन मार्गेण महिषा गोब्राह्मणेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यं लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु. May there be well-being to all people. May the world be protected in a lawful manner. May the cows and Brahmins be blessed eternally. May the entire world enjoy happiness and peace. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this virtual World Brahman Convention organized by BSNA and GBC. Both BSNA and GBC are not-for-profit, charitable, educational, cultural, and spiritual organizations, and work together to protect, preserve, promote, and advance Sanatana Dharma, following Brahmanic values, Vedic culture, and Hindu heritage. While BSNA has individual membership with its chapters in various regions, GBC has global organizational membership. I am very proud of the EC and board members of BSNA and GBC for their tremendous supports to the convention committee led by Mr. Gyanesh Dadhij and Dr. Sanjay Pandey and the entire IT team. I cannot wait to recognize some of our team members like Dr. Sukrit Mukherjee, Mrs. Archana Pandey, Mrs. Ratna Dubey Chatlani, Mrs. Natasha Shukla, Dr. Ajay Pandey, Dr. Srikant Mishra, Dr. Sen Pathak, and global supports by Dr. Vishpati Trivedi, Sri Subhash Tiwari and Premada Tiwari, Sri Shashikant Tiwari, and Dr. Prasoon Tripathi ji, among many more from USA, Canada, and India. Many youth volunteers have provided their unconditional supports to make it a successful convention. Their untiring effort to put together several engaging programs, working even in odd hours and distant locations is greatly appreciated. Congratulations to all of you. The speakers and performers in the convention are exceptional. To discuss and highlight the key theme, contribution of Brahmanic values in the propagation, sustenance, and protection of Sanatana Dharma. I sincerely hope you will enjoy the various sessions during the convention, joined by experts in their professional disciplines of social, cultural, spiritual, business, and educational, including science and medicines. Together, we should protect, nourish each other, work together with great energy, grow our wisdom and intellect effectively, and always help each other without animosity in supporting the important causes of the world Brahmins. Om Sahnavatu Sahno Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahe Tejasvi Navadhitumastu Ma Vidvisavahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Please enjoy the convention activities and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Kishore ji. Now, Dr. Srikant Mishra ji. Shrikant ji? Shrikant ji?
Yes, I unmuted it.
Okay, ठीक है.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, let me just start with, thanking Sanjay Pandeyji and his team. A lot of names have been mentioned there, and they all have done a great program. Let me go back to history. 1994, Chauveji decided to start BSNA, but before that, 85, we had 6 people collected at Fayetteville, Arkansas, when I had gone to perform a wedding. Okay, I used to do that before. Anyway, so we decided to have a program where the Brahmin can be together. And so it's all given in the history. If you can go to the BSNA, there's the historical perspective, how the BSNA started. So I have been involved with BSNA since 1995, had served at various positions. And then 2011, when the GBC was started or thought about, and like Subhas Tiwari is here, Uttam Tiwari ji not here, but many people, that was basically in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, where we had started this GBC organization, which has been growing very well. And of course, you have heard from current President Shukla ji. Things have been moving well. Okay, you have heard about the concept, how the 3 P's, promotion, preservation, and protection of Brahminic values. That was the things which we have had many times have been said by individuals. I have been greatly involved in various aspects. And if you look at, going back to the 2012 convention, we have given a strategic adaptation of Brahman Samaj. At that point, the GBC was not there. Was there, but main thing was that, we had given all the information, and it got like 15 slides telling about what we should do, how we can be able to promote, and all other aspects. So you could be able to look at on BSNA. If you go to the website, there is a PowerPoint there you can look at. On the whole, what I see that globally, our goal is, we've done I have done my job. I have had other people who are involved right now, Sanjay ji, of course, Keshav ji, and many other individuals, those who are in the list. Saint Pathak, Bhai Bhai, he's always there to help and guide us in any way as possible. And on the whole, large number of people, you have heard about Ratnaji, we have about Archanaji, you have heard about the Sukrit, and Nishat, Nitasha, and many people have helped. Ajay Pandeyji from Michigan, various chapters from different parts of the USA, and of course, much more important thing which we have a member for GBC from Trinidad, we have members from in Australia, New Zealand, and I think our goal is to get back to them again. They are doing it, but we need to really, having them involved. The most important thing which has been mentioned many times is youth. And there are a lot of stuff which we have done for youth, trying to do it, but they still need a lot of work. As Pathak ji has said, it's been helping. My goal, I'm an academician, I'm in medicine. I have a lot of students, those who come to me and they want to go to medical school, and I guide them what to do, how to get into the medicine or other, health sciences program, MPH, PhD, and other areas. So that's what I would suggest that people, those who are involved in your field, we have help individuals how they can do it. And we've done that one, like in our 2015 convention, Professor Tripathi ji and others, they were in them and given all the advices to the young kids. And the other thing which is coming up today is about entrepreneurship. and and people need to. Our goal is that what can we do? How can we be able to create an atmosphere where at the local level, where the children and grown-up youth can be able to participate. And with this, I think I said enough. Thank everybody, those who are here. Sasikant Tiwari ji, I've known him before, and of course, like Trivedi ji, and like Swan, that he's not here, but he and I have worked very closely together. And with this, I like to आप सब लोगों को नमस्कार, बड़े लोगों को प्रणाम, और फिर इसके बाद आप लोग चलते रहें, बहुत चीजें अच्छी आएंगी बीच में. आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, Srikanji. Thank you so much for all your help and support continued. Now I invite Dr. Vishpati Trivedi ji. Please unmute. Namaste, Vishpati ji.
Namaskar and good morning, good evening to all those on the net in India. Manniya Shrikant ji, Saint Patrick Sahab, Sanjay Pate ji, केशव शुक्ला जी, ज्ञानेश दधीर जी, तिवारी जी, हमारे अति प्रिय सुभाष तिवारी जी, प्रेमवदा जी, और सभी, all the members who are watching this program, this great program which keeps us bound together over the years, and welcome everybody to this convention. We in India are very, very closely related to both the BSNA and GBC, primarily because we share the common ambition and the goal of keeping the next generation fully abreast on the modern ways to adapt and continue the Sanatana Dharma principles. We cannot change the exogenous situations. We cannot change the influences that we come upon us through various means, media, digital, evolving politics, evolving geopolitics, and ups and downs of the economy. But I think there is the word Sanatan is actually a Sanatan word. I mean, it is a continuous, past continuous, present continuous, and future continuous. When we talk of Sanatan, last year, the entire program was devoted to Sanatan, and I'm very happy when I heard Sanjay Pandey talk about Sanatan and the values that we are repeatedly trying to bring into our next generation. We were, most of us, trained by our parents. We adopted their values. We lived with them. We lived in a country which was very, in a situation, in an environment, in a context that was very, very strong in values and cultural values. But over the years, in my last 70 years of existence, I've seen a lot of changes. I mean, it's not just the physical technology or changes in science and behaviors, economies, but I've seen the changes in cultural values. Now, how do we maintain all this? How do we continue to maintain our Sanatan principles? Seminars such as this do provide a lot of value towards what we are trying to preserve. And I think I mean, it's a very difficult thing and probably easy for me to say, but they should be more often. And maybe as we keep discussing in our overseas conference calls, that there could be some dedicated sessions during the year and at some intervals of months or 2 months. But wherever I've gone, recently, I'll tell you, we had a large function in Rajasthan, where we joined with a whole lot of people in Jaipur, and we had a function. We actually got somebody on board as the chief of the Rajasthan Brahmin Samaj of India. And the repeated call there was no different than what we call in BSNA or preservation of Sanatan values, promotion of youth. We are there. We have done so much. Pandeji, Shuklaji, Saint Patrick Saab, Shrikant Mishra ji is the doyen of all these that has been done over the years. But we need now to bring very actively, because it's the young people are busy. I remember when I joined the BSNA, Chaubiji was there, and it was on the East Coast, and I was working with the International Monetary Fund those days in 90s, and I joined and I enjoyed the functions that were held there. I mean, I could physically go there, but as a younger person those days, I went there, met everybody, enjoyed everything, but did not join in the leadership of BSNA or in the GBC, which was created later. I think we should actively bring these young people on board, because they need a bit of coaxing. I think they are convinced, but they need a bit of coaxing, bit of guidance, and how we do it will depend on different contexts. In India, we have to do it slightly differently. We keep joining, as we call the professionals. We say, okay, let the professionals join. So we have verticals of lawyers, verticals of accountants, verticals of, we're going to have a vertical of doctors, and that includes all young. And so probably as a profession, if you bring these young people into the system, they will feel more utilized. They feel they can, a young doctor can contribute to towards the aims and ideals and ambitions and vision of this Samaj in his own way, in his through his medical science. I mean, he joins, he helps people. There is a lot of help that's required in the Brahmin Samaj of India, especially in India. There's a lot of poverty, illness, malnutrition amongst the Brahmin Samaj. It's not that Brahmin Samaj is not a reserved category, hence we are all rich. Traditionally, I mean, we are not businessmen, we are not, but we are intellectuals. We've earned, lots of us have earned a lot of wealth through our intellect. And so it's not that we cannot reach the higher echelons of economic meritocracy. But the younger people need to be brought in through another mode, maybe through professionalism, through, I mean, certain other modes. And that would be my prayer to all my brothers and elders who are on board on today's convention. And that is my endeavor. Even in India, I keep trying getting younger people. If there is a young person who is a designer in the electronic space, the digital space, then I would give some Brahmin Samaj of India work to them and hence get them involved. And they feel very involved. They feel that they've contributed. In fact, young people now come and speak out openly in our and that's a very nice thing to see, that younger people are coming up, because those are the people who have to carry their flag in the future. There will be attacks on Sanatan Dharma. You cannot assume that away. There will be attacks. We got to not just protect, we got to progress on these things. And once again, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to address my thoughts to the wider audience over the entire world now. And congratulations and to the organizers, Pandeyji, Keshav Shuklaji, Shrikantji, Gyanesh Dhatishji, Saint Patrick. I know how much work goes into this. It's not as simple as just a screen. So congratulations on a very successful event. and I wish you all the best. I do watch these late into night, but I must admit that I sometimes miss out because of time differences. But I do have recordings later, which I can go back and refer. And some of the best lectures, last time, some of the best lectures were, and I wish those lectures were available for, which are available. I mean, if I can make it available to the younger generation in India. How people from India went to US and how they succeeded. Sheer hard work and intellect and their prowess for getting more and more, and how diligent. And the gentleman who invented the asthma spray, he was just brilliant. And it was so encouraging. Even at this age, I was so encouraged. I said, okay, let me also get a startup doing to that extent. And thank you so much once again. And we do, please continue this great work. And I'm with you, whatever is possible, I keep doing. And whatever, sometimes it doesn't strike me what more to do. So please give me some direction anytime, every time. And you're most welcome to ask us for any help that is required in the entire country. And thank you so much once again. Namaskar.
Thank you, Vishwadev. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vishwadev. Thank you so much for all these encouraging thoughts and words. By the way, last year all the recordings were available on our website, on YouTube, as well as we are going to put this year's as well on the BSNA website on a YouTube. So share in India and anywhere the link we have. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. So next I invite Pashun Tripathi ji to say a few words. Pashun ji, आप हैं?
जी नमस्कार पांडे साहब।
नमस्ते
जी, सभी को सबसे पहले प्रणाम निवेदित करता हूं। And first and foremost, I extend my gratitude and thanks to the organizing committee for called me for the welcome address. सबसे पहले सबके कल्याण की कामना करते हैं। सर्वे भवन्ति सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। इसके बाद ब्राह्मणों की वंदना करते हैं। गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी ने कहा, वंदे प्रथम महीसु चरना, मोह जनित संशय सब हरना। आप सभी लोग अपने अपने क्षेत्र के पुरोधा हैं और 7 समुद्र पार जाके आप लोगों ने परफॉर्म किया है अपने अपने फील्ड में। एक्सेलेंट, पार एक्सेलेंस। आदरणीय श्रीकांत मिश्रा जी, डॉक्टर सेन पाठक जी, डॉक्टर केशव शुक्ला जी, डॉक्टर संजय पांडे जी, ज्ञानेश दधीची जी, सबसे पहले आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पे सबको बधाइयाँ एवं शुभकामना प्रेषित करता हूँ। डे आफ्टर टुमारो 15 अगस्त का सेलिब्रेशन है यहाँ पे। एंड आई warmly welcome all the participants and performers of this 3 days convention. Today there was a very good Kavi Sammelan, wherein 2 participants from Brahman Professional Group also participated, Dr. Akhilesh Mishra and Mrs. Sarla Sharma. I am associated with the Brahman Professional Group based at Delhi. Although I belong to Mirzapur district, from where Dr. Keshav Shukla also belongs. And in-laws of Dr. Sanjay Pandey are from the neighboring village of my Cheksari. So I am associated since last year with this organization. We Brahmin professional are continuously working for the community empowerment and community development through various means with the help and support of our members. And I would like to request you people also, because you all are resource persons, and if your knowledge and experiences can come down the line to your roots, even in your village, from where you have been originated, then it would have been much more better. कहने का मतलब आप लोगों का विकास वट वृक्ष की तरफ से बहुत बड़ा हो गया, आपका नॉलेज और एक्सपीरियंसेस उस ग्रास रूट लेवल तक पहुंचना चाहिए, तभी हम लोग अपने को बहुत सौभाग्यशाली समझेंगे. And continuously the conditions of Brahmins are deteriorating in India due to various reasons, and for that everyone has to work positively. And I once again congratulate everyone who have either directly or indirectly associated with this convention for these 3 long days, which is covering various social, cultural, and religious activities which will enlighten our community at large. And I am also indirectly associated with USA because my son is there in NCS University studying. So once again I convey my gratitude and thanks to each and everyone and all the delegates and performers in this convention. Thank you very much. Pranam to everyone.
Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you so much, Prasunji. Now, in the last, I invite Shashikant Tiwari ji to say a few words. Shashikant ji hai?
आदरणीय डॉक्टर संजय पांडे जी, प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर केशव शुक्ला जी, प्रेसिडेंट जी ग्लोबल ब्राह्मण ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, हमारे और जो की नोट स्पीकर हैं, जिसमें अभी विश्वपति त्रिपाठी जी ने बात कही, हमारे जस्टिस आर त्रिपाठी जी, आदरणीय और मान्य गणमान्य जो भी कीनोट स्पीकर और वेलकम जिन्होंने किया है, उनका सबका मैं आभारी हूँ। यहाँ पर आप लोगों ने मुझे इनवाइट किया। मैं अहमदाबाद से हूँ, वर्ल्ड ब्राह्मण ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का प्रेसिडेंट इस समय हूँ मैं। आप लोगों का ये जो convention I have seen, once I have attended also. I was in Detroit 2016 there. मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा लगा था जब मैं वहां पर था, और आप लोगों का जो भी कार्यक्रम रहता है, कई बार मैंने अटेंड भी किया है, जिसमें ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज आप लोग फैलाते हैं, लोगों को इसको प्रसारित करते हैं, प्रचार कर रहे हैं, जिसका तो बहुत ही सराहनीय है। मैं चाहता हूं कि ऐसे ही अपने ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज हम अपने यूथ में और ज्यादा से ज्यादा फैलाएं। आप तो प्रयत्न कर ही रहे हैं, आप लोग सब कर रहे हैं, और हर ब्राह्मण समाज जो भी पूरे भारत में और भारत के बाहर कार्यरत हैं, जो सब मिल करके आपके जैसे कार्य करें, तो हम अपने इस ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज को और ज्यादा बढ़ा सकते हैं। ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज जो हमें लोगों में फैलानी है या लोगों में प्रसारित करनी है, पहुंचाना है, उसको केवल ऐसा ना होना चाहिए कि हम ब्राह्मण्स के अंदर ही उसको फैलाएं। हम पूरे हिंदू समाज सनातन के अंदर, सनातन धर्म के हर व्यक्ति के अंदर उसे कार्यरत कर, उसे पहुंचाने की क्रिया करें, क्योंकि हम जानते हैं हमारे सनातन के अंदर जो भी भगवान या गॉड जिसे कहेंगे, उसमें सारे वर्ण व्यवस्था की हर जगह बताई गई है, चाहे मस्तिष्क हो, चाहे भुजाएं हो, या छाती वाला पार्ट हो, पेट वाला पार्ट हो, और जो पैर है वो भी लिम्स। तो इन सब में कहीं ना कहीं हमारी वर्ण व्यवस्था आई हुई है। अगर मस्तिष्क है तो ब्राह्मण, भुजाएं और छाती वाला पार्ट कहें तो क्षत्रिय, पेट वाला भाग कहें तो हम उसे वैश्य, और पैरों वाला पार्ट हम शूद्र कहते हैं। भगवान का पूरा स्वरूप इस प्रकार बना हुआ है, यानी भगवान में भी ये चारों वर्ण हैं। तो हमें इस प्रकार हर सनातन धर्मी व्यक्ति के अंदर इन वैल्यूज, जो हमारी सनातन की वैल्यू और ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज है, तो हर व्यक्ति को साथ में लेकर चलना चाहिए। जैसे कि हमारा सनातन धर्म तो यही कहता है कि सर्वजन हिताय सर्वजन सुखाय, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की जो भावना है। तो हमारे समाज में जो ये चीजें फैली हुई है, जो वर्ण व्यवस्था वाली, जिसे हमें कर्म के द्वारा बताया जाता है, पर हम लोगों ने जाति वगैरह में बांट लिया है, तो इन सब चीजों को समझाना पड़ेगा हमें कि हिंदू समाज जो है उसमें कहीं ऐसा नहीं है कि ये वर्ण व्यवस्था के द्वारा हम अलग हैं, हम सब एक है। जैसे भगवान में हर सारे पार्ट उसके इन्हीं वर्ण व्यवस्था के अनुसार बना हुआ है, तो वही हम चाहते हैं कि अपना जो एक सनातन धर्म है, जो ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज है, ये हर व्यक्ति में जाए, हर हिंदू में जाए, और हमने इस प्रकार की कोई भावना न उत्पन्न हो कि हम अलग हैं। इसके अंदर ब्राह्मण लोगों ने हमारा शोषण किया है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले एक डिबेट चल रहा था जिसके अंदर उदित राज जी ऐसा कुछ बोल रहे थे कि 1000 साल से हमको ब्राह्मणों ने और सबने शोषण किया है, और अब हमको कुछ मिल रहा है, तो आप लोग उससे जेलस फील कर रहे हैं। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि इस भावनाओं को भी हमें हर व्यक्ति से दूर करनी होगी। हमारा ये भी एक काम है, तभी हम अपने हिंदू धर्म की जो विशेषताएं हैं, जो हमारा हिंदू धर्म की जो इंग्रेडिएंट है, इसको सब हर एक व्यक्ति के अंदर हम फैला पाएंगे। कारण ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि केवल हम ब्राह्मण हैं तो अन्य जो जातियां हैं वह हमसे द्वेष करें। उनको हमें मिलाना पड़ेगा, उनको मिला करके अपनी जो गुणधर्म है हमारे सनातन के, उनको समझाने पड़ेंगे। और वह क्रिया कौन कर सकते हैं? आप लोग जैसे जो प्रबुद्ध लोग विदेशों में बैठे हैं, जो अमेरिका में बैठे हैं, इंग्लैंड में बैठे हैं, जहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, वही लोगों को समझा पाएंगे। क्योंकि आप लोग रिसर्च के द्वारा काफी चीज निकाल रहे हैं, मैं देख रहा हूँ। विदेश में भी रहते हुए बहुत बड़ा काम आप कर रहे हैं। आप लोग हमारे सनातन धर्म की जो यहाँ पर इंडिया के अंदर तो हम लोग कर ही रहे हैं, और उससे भी ज्यादा आप विदेश में बैठ करके अपने इस धर्म के अंदर रिसर्च को ढूंढ करके कहाँ कहाँ क्या क्या चीजें, उन वैल्यूज को आप फैला रहे हैं। तो वही जरूरत हमको है इंडिया में भी। सबको ऐसा ना लगे लोगों की कि हम तो ऐसे हैं, हमारे हमसे दूरी बनाए रखते हैं लोग, हम छुआछूत वाली बातें जो करते हैं। आज भी छुआछूत है नहीं, लेकिन अभी भी लोगों के अंदर ऐसा लगता है कि हमसे हम लोग निचले पायदान पर हैं और ये लोग ऊपर हैं, ये लोग पैसे वाले हैं। पर रेसिज्म या ये सब चीजें, जातिवाद तो हर जगह चलता रहता है। पर हमें अपने ब्राह्मण समाज द्वारा ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज जो हमारी है, उनको हर व्यक्ति में जाने दें, जिसमें ऐसा ना देखा जाए कि क्षत्रिय है या ये वैश्य है या ये शूद्र है, इसमें ये वैल्यू नहीं जानी चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। वैल्यू सबके अंदर जानी चाहिए, तभी हम अपने सनातन धर्म के अंदर की जो अच्छाइयाँ हैं या जो बहुत विशिष्टताएं हैं, उन विशिष्टताओं को अगर हमें आगे ले जाना है, उसका प्रचार प्रसार करना होगा, तो उन लोगों का भी हमको ध्यान देते हुए उनको लोगों को ये समझाना होगा। आज सनातन धर्म उसके कहाँ पर लोग उसके विरुद्ध में जाते हैं। तो हमने देखा है, एक तो जो इस्लाम है।
शशिकांत जी थोड़ा कंक्लूड करिएगा जल्दी, टाइम
अच्छा। हाँ, तो इन सब लोगों को, यानी मेरा कहना ऐसा है कि आप लोग इतना बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं और अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, तो जरूर हम चाहते हैं कि हम आप लोगों ने ऐसा काम किया है, तो मैं चाहता हूं कि सब इसी प्रकार अच्छे अच्छे अपने अपने स्पीच दें और आगे बढ़ाएं। इसके लिए मैं आपका लोगों का आभारी भी हूँ और सबको वेलकम कर रहा हूँ। जो लोग हमारे जस्टिस RR त्रिपाठी जी हैं, उनको मैं वेलकम कर रहा हूँ कि यहाँ पर आज अपनी स्पीच दे करके और हमको गौरवान्वित करें और हमको अपना मार्गदर्शन दें। नमस्कार।
Thank you very much, Shashikant ji. Now, Keshav ji, for the next program.
Okay. Yeah, thank you all for your excellent welcome speeches. Now we are going to invite and introduce, in fact, Justice Ravikant Tripathi ji. It is my great pleasure to welcome Honorable Justice Ravi Kumar Tripathi ji, the keynote speaker at this joint convention of BSNA and GBC. We are very grateful to have such a distinguished personality among us who has extended his full support to the convention theme, contribution of Brahmanic values in the propagation, sustenance, and protection of Sanatana Dharma. Sri Tripathi ji has an extensive background and experience. He is the current chairman of Human Rights Commission of Gujarat government in India. After his post-graduation in modern business and industry, he graduated in law. He started practice as an advocate in the High Court of Gujarat in 1978, became assistant government leader in 1987 and additional public prosecutor in 1988. He became judge of Gujarat High Court in 1999 and promoted to become permanent judge in 2001. He retired in May 2015. As a practicing judge, he has served numerous other national organizations and has been involved in educating and mentoring the students of both law and commerce. During my recent visit to India, I had pleasure to meet Tripathi ji at the Brahman Convention meeting in Ahmedabad, organized by Sri Shashikant Tiwari ji, and the support of Subhash Tiwari ji, who was there. And you all know Subhash Tiwari ji is our Executive Vice President of GBC. I wholeheartedly thank both of you for that wonderful opportunity, during which I learned about Tripathi ji not only as an accomplished judge, but also as the mentor, how to support Brahmins in India. For our request, he accepted the invitation gracefully to speak to this convention and gladly accepted the patronship of GBC. Congratulations, Tripathi ji. We are very proud of you and your accomplishments. Please welcome him with big applause. Now I give the floor to Tripathi ji to start his keynote speech. Thank you and best wishes. Tripathi ji.
नमस्कार। मैं तहे दिल से आप सभी का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि आप लोगों ने मुझे यह मौका दिया कि मैं आप सब लोगों से इस माध्यम से बात कर सकूं। जहां तक जज का सवाल है, जज हमेशा जब तक कुर्सी पर होता है तब तक उसे एक सेक्लूडेड लाइफ जीने का बंधन होता है, क्योंकि हमारे कोई भी कॉन्टेक्स्ट, सोशल कॉन्टेक्स्ट जो है, उनका मिस इंटरप्रिटेशन बड़े आराम से हो जाता है और जज के सामने उंगली उठाई जाती है। तो इस वजह से काफी दिनों तक, जब तक मैं एक्टिव सर्विस में था, तब तक आप लोगों से मिलने का मौका नहीं मिला। लेकिन शशिकांत तिवारी जी ने फिर मुझे यह मौका दिया कि जिससे मैं अपने समाज के लिए कुछ भी कर सकूं, तो मुझे उसकी बेहद खुशी होती है। उसी सिलसिले में मुझे केशव शुक्ला जी से मिलने का मौका मिला और उन्होंने जब इसके बारे में बताया तो मैंने कहा कि अगर मेरे आप लोगों से मिलने में और जुड़ने से अगर कुछ भी फायदा मैं कर सकता हूं समाज का, तो मुझे उसकी बेहद खुशी होगी। दोस्तों, आज आपका थीम जो है वो है कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ ब्राह्मणिक वैल्यूज इन द प्रोपोगेशन, सस्टेनेंस एंड प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ सनातन धर्म। वैसे तो मैं ये कहूंगा कि इस देश का बहुत दुर्भाग्य है कि आजादी के 75वें साल में, जबकि हम आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, उस समय ये सारी बातें करनी पड़ रही हैं। और उसकी वजह सिर्फ ये है कि एक बीच में ऐसा एरा आया इंडिपेंडेंस के बाद से, जब न सिर्फ हमारी वैल्यूज को उन्होंने तोड़ने की, मरोड़ने की, डिस्ट्रॉय करने की कोशिश की, बल्कि उसके साथ साथ उन्होंने पूरा हिस्ट्री जो है उसको भी डिस्टॉर्ट किया। और यही चीज जब इस गवर्नमेंट में सामने खुल के आ रही है, तब लोगों को पता चल रहा है कि हमने अपने इतिहास का कितना अमूल्य जो हिस्सा है उसको कहीं ना कहीं बिल्कुल इग्नोर कर दिया। और हमारी जो जनरेशन इंडिपेंडेंस के बाद वाली हैं, उनको उसके बारे में कुछ पता नहीं। ये तो भला हो सनातन धर्म का कि जिसकी अपनी खूबी ये है कि उसको चाहे जितनी कोशिश करिए, लेकिन आप उसको डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं कर सकेंगे। ये बात आज पूरी दुनिया को मालूम है और उनको ये बात माननी पड़ती है। दोस्तों, सनातन धर्म एक ऐसा धर्म है जिसमें सबसे ज्यादा अगर कोई वैल्यू मुझे दिखाई देती है तो वो है टॉलरेंस। और वो टॉलरेंस इस हद तक है कि अगर राम भगवान की पूजा करने वाला कृष्ण भगवान की पूजा नहीं करता, या अगर किसी मायने में कृष्ण भगवान के बारे में कुछ थोड़ा बहुत ऊंच नीच भी कहता है, तो उसके बारे में बहुत सीरियस कोई ऑब्जेक्शंस नहीं लिए जाते। जबकि दुनिया में ऐसे भी धर्म हैं कि जो इस चीज को इतना सीरियस लेते हैं और वो उस वायलेंस तक उतर आते हैं कि जिससे एक तरह का टेररिज्म का माहौल खड़ा हो जाता है। तो सनातन धर्म की अपनी एक जगह है और ब्राह्मणिक वैल्यूज जो हैं, ये भी एक हम लोगों की मतलब दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि जब भी ब्राह्मण की बात आती है तो लोग बड़े कड़वा मुंह बना के और फिर उसकी बात करते हैं। लेकिन ये चीज भूल जाते हैं कि ब्राह्मणों का अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन सनातन धर्म के प्रोपोगेशन में, सनातन धर्म के सस्टेनेंस में और सनातन धर्म के प्रोटेक्शन में क्या था, क्या है और क्या रहेगा। मुझे ये कहने में जरा भी हिचकिचाहट नहीं है कि अगर आप ब्राह्मणिक वैल्यूज को हटा देंगे तो सर सनातन धर्म का प्रोपोगेशन, सस्टेनेंस और प्रोटेक्शन काफी कुछ हद तक एंडेंजर हो जाएगा। और एंडेंजर इतनी हद तक हो जाएगा कि जिस तरह से एंडेंजर स्पेसीज को प्रोटेक्शन देना पड़ता है, उस तरह से सनातन धर्म को प्रोटेक्शन देना पड़ेगा। लेकिन मुझे आत्मविश्वास है और मैं जानता हूं कि आप लोगों को भी इस चीज का आत्मविश्वास होगा कि इस तरह की कोई पोजीशन कभी आने वाली नहीं है। दोस्तों, मैंने आज सोचा था कि मैं आप लोगों से बात करूंगा एक खास टॉपिक पर, और वो टॉपिक मैंने पसंद किया था मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन फॉर द बेटरमेंट ऑफ ब्रह्म समाज ग्लोबली। जब मैं केशव शुक्ला जी से मिला तो मुझे ये लगा कि यहाँ एक आदमी है और आप लोगों की टीम जिस तरह से मैं देख रहा हूं वो फुल्ली डेडिकेटेड है इस चीज के लिए कि न सिर्फ ब्राह्मण समाज का बल्कि साथ में सनातन धर्म का भी हम जितना हो सके उतना प्रोटेक्शन, प्रोपोगेशन, सस्टेनेंस सभी कुछ करें। तो दोस्तों, सबसे पहली बात जो है वो जरूरी ये है कि हमको अपने चैलेंजेस को पहचानना होगा। और जहां तक चैलेंजेस की बात है सर, चैलेंजेस हमारे लिए चारों तरफ से हैं, कोई एक पर्टिकुलर फ्रंट नहीं है। हमको 360 डिग्री पर इन चैलेंजेस को फेस करना पड़ेगा और उनसे अपने आप को बचाना होगा। और ऐसी कोई मेथड, ऐसी कोई तरकीब ढूंढनी होगी कि इन चैलेंजेस को हम लोग ओवरकम कर सकें। सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो है वो है आज की टेक्नोलॉजी और उस टेक्नोलॉजी की देन मोबाइल। दोस्तों, जितना नुकसान 200 साल के ब्रिटिश रूल ने नहीं किया था, उससे ज्यादा नुकसान जो है वो टीवी ने घर में घुसने के बाद किया, और उससे भी ज्यादा नुकसान इस मोबाइल नाम के जो जंतु है, जो वायरस है, जो आज 3 साल के बच्चे तक के हाथ में पहुंच चुका है, उससे हो रहा है। शायद सुनने में ये बात थोड़ी अटपटी लगेगी, लेकिन अगर मेरा बस चले तो मैं इसका यूज इतना रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर दूं कि अनलेस इट इज अ मस्ट, दैट इंस्ट्रूमेंट विल नॉट बी यूज्ड। अच्छी बात ये होती कि हमारे बच्चे जो हैं वो प्राइमरी क्लासेस में, सेकेंडरी क्लासेस में इससे जो ऑनलाइन टीचिंग है उसको एनकरेज करते, उससे एनकरेज होके और आगे बढ़ते। लेकिन उसकी बजाय हमें पता है कि जब मोबाइल हाथ में होता है और बच्चे को फ्रीडम होती है, तो उस मोबाइल का कितना यूज और मिसयूज होता है। इसलिए सबसे पहली बात है कि हमको चैलेंजेस को पहचानना है, और चैलेंजेस को एक बार पहचानने के बाद फिर उन चैलेंजेस से हमको लड़ना है। और उसका जो खाका मेरे दिमाग में है वो ये है कि हमको सबसे पहले प्राइमरी स्कूल के लेवल पे बच्चों को वी हैव टू कैच देम यंग एंड उनका ब्रेन वॉश करके, उनका माइंडसेट चेंज करके उनको ये बताना पड़ेगा कि हम कितनी बड़ी ऊंची विरासत से आए हुए हैं, और सिर्फ इसलिए कि हम ब्राह्मण हैं सफिशिएंट नहीं है, लेकिन इससे भी ज्यादा जरूरी है क्योंकि हम सनातन धर्म के अनुयायी हैं, और उसकी वजह से हमें एक पर्टिकुलर वे ऑफ लाइफ को लेना है और उसी से हमें अपनी जिंदगी आगे बढ़ानी है। दोस्तों, जहां तक चैलेंजेस का सवाल है, सब आज की दुनिया में अपने राइट्स की बात करते हैं, और सर मैं ह्यूमन राइट कमीशन का चेयरमैन होने के नाते जानता हूं कि आए दिन एप्लीकेशन आती रहती है जिसमें सिर्फ अपनी राइट्स की बात होती है, लेकिन जब उसी राइट की को रिलेवेंट ड्यूटी की बात आती है तब कोई भी आदमी आगे नहीं आता। इस चीज को हमको तोड़ना पड़ेगा कि ज्यूरिस्प्रूडेंस में एवरी राइट हैज अ कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग ड्यूटी एंड एवरी ड्यूटी हैज ए कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग राइट। लेकिन पता नहीं क्यों जो मॉडर्न एजुकेशन है उसने सिर्फ बच्चों को उनके राइट्स के बारे में तो बताया, लेकिन उनकी ड्यूटीज के बारे में जिस प्रकार से, जिस ग्रेविटी से, जिस गहराई से बताने की जरूरत थी वो नहीं बताया गया, और उसकी वजह से सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम हुआ कि आज बच्चे को एक पर्टिकुलर माइंडसेट है, और वो माइंडसेट ऐसा है कि जिस तरह से टीवी में उन्होंने बटन दबाया और उसका रिजल्ट उनको मिल गया, वही चीज वो लाइफ में मांगते हैं, वही चाहते हैं। और उसकी वजह से होता क्या है, it takes them to a depression stage, because in life you do not get everything as you wish. In life you have to fight for everything and you have to prove your ability to get it. आपको शायद पता होगा कि महात्मा गांधी ने कहा था कि जहां तक एनवायरनमेंट का सवाल है, तो इस पृथ्वी पर हर आदमी की जरूरत पूरी हो सके इस तरह का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भगवान ने बना के दिया है, लेकिन ग्रीड पूरी करने के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भगवान ने बना के नहीं दिया है। सो एवरी पर्सन कैन हैव एज पर हिज नीड, बट देन इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल टू सेटिस्फाई द ग्रीड ऑफ द पीपल। सेम इज द केस विद द यंग चिल्ड्रन ऑल्सो। वी हैव टू टेल देम दैट बिफोर यू आस्क एनीथिंग, बिफोर यू आस्क फॉर एनी राइट, you will have to see that you have made yourself eligible for that, you have proved your ability to get that, and until you do that, you will not be able to get that particular thing, and even if you get, there are all the chances that you are likely to misuse it. So friends, this is very important. और उसके साथ साथ उनको एक चीज और बतानी पड़ेगी कि every right has a corresponding duty and they must be ready to discharge that particular duty while claiming that particular right for themselves. Friends, एक दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो मैं आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूं, और वो ये है कि पता नहीं क्यों एक किस पर्टिकुलर स्टेज से, एक किस पर्टिकुलर डेट से हम लोगों के दिमाग में ये भर दिया गया कि हमारी जो चीजें हैं वो इंफीरियर हैं, और वेस्टर्न की जो चीजें हैं वो सुपीरियर हैं। सर यहां तक हुआ कि हमको राम भगवान को राम कहने में थोड़ा सा क्षोभ होता है, और उसी चीज को जब हम ये कहते हैं ओ देयर वाज रामा, तो हम अपने आप को बड़ा प्राउड फील करते हैं, एज इफ हमने बहुत बड़ी कोई जंग जीत ली हो, और राम को रामा कहते हैं। दोस्तों हमारे यहाँ गुजरात में तो जो घर में काम करता है ना आदमी, उसको रामा कहते हैं, और आप भगवान राम को भी रामा कहते हैं, लक्ष्मण नहीं कहना आता। अब मैं समझ सकता हूं कि मान लीजिए किसी के साथ लैंग्वेज का बैरियर है और उसको आप समझाने के लिए ये कहें कि राम इज रामा, तो ठीक है, लेकिन उसकी बजाय हम अपने आप को प्राउड फील करते हैं जब हम अपने राम को रामा कहते हैं और रावण को रावणा कहते हैं या लक्ष्मण को लक्ष्मणा कहते हैं। इस चीज का रूट कॉज जो मैं देखता हूं वो ये है कि एक दिमाग में जो है इंफिनिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स घुसा दिया गया। वो किस तरह से हुआ, ये सब्जेक्ट है रिसर्च का, और सोशल जो साइंटिस्ट हैं उनकी रिसर्च करने की जरूरत है कि भाई ये क्यों हुआ, इंडिया के अंदर ही स्पेशली क्यों हुआ। आज जापान की आप बात करिए, जापान वालों को कभी जापानीज में बात करने में या उस चीज को प्रोपोगेट करने में कोई हिचक नहीं होती। जर्मनी की बात करिए तो दे हैव गॉट फुल नेशनलिज्म, फुल नेशनल लव फॉर द नेशन एंड फॉर एवरी सिंगल थिंग व्हिच दे पजेस एज अ जर्मन। लेकिन इंडिया में सिर्फ मुझे दो चीजें पता है, देसी के नाम से सिर्फ एक देसी घी, देसी के नाम से सिर्फ एक देसी घी वो मशहूर है, या जब बात आती है और किसी चीज की तो हमेशा कोई ना कोई फॉरेन एडजेक्टिव उसके साथ लगाने के बाद ही हम लोगों को वो चीज पसंद आती है। सर चने जैसी चीज, देसी चना अगर आप खा रहे हैं तो ठीक है, इट्स ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम, बट इन काबुली चना इफ यू से, क्योंकि एक फॉरेन एडजेक्टिव उसके साथ लग गया। आप अगर घोड़े की बात करते हैं तो अरबी घोड़ा, अरे भैया घोड़े हमारे यहाँ भी होते थे और इंडिया में आज भी घोड़े होते हैं, तो अरबी घोड़े में कौन सी ऐसी खास बात है, और अगर है तो भी यू हैव टू टेक इट्स एट इट्स फेस वैल्यू। यू कैन नॉट डिग्रेड इंडियन थिंग एंड देन हाईलाइट समथिंग व्हिच इज ऑफ फॉरेन ओरिजिन। तो दोस्तों जब मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन की बात आती है तो मुझे दो चीजें कहनी है। आज के जो हमारे समाज के लीडर्स, जिन लोगों को हमने सुना और जो लोग आगे की लाइन में हैं, मैं तो ये मानता हूं कि ये भी डेस्टिनी की बात है और उसमें किसी तरह की कोई ईर्ष्या की भावना नहीं आनी चाहिए, क्योंकि एक बहुत अच्छी सेइंग है, डोंट एनवी पीपल दोज हु आर ऑन द टॉप बिकॉज दे वर टॉयलिंग हार्ड व्हेन यू वर स्लीपिंग। सेम इज द केस विद द पीपल दोज हु आर इन द फ्रंट लाइन टुडे। तो उन लोगों से मुझे ये एक अपील करनी है कि वो स्कूल लेवल पे, गुजरात में एक बहुत अच्छा सिस्टम है, गुजरात में कोई भी जो कंपनी है, कोई कॉर्पोरेट बॉडी है, वो किसी किसी गांव को दत्तक लेते हैं, गोद लेते हैं, और फिर उस गांव की जिम्मेदारी जो है उस कॉर्पोरेशन की होती है कि गांव में बेसिक नेसेसिटीज, बेसिक फैसिलिटीज, बेसिक डेवलपमेंट, वो सारा उस कॉर्पोरेट को करना होता है। इंडिया में तो कानून भी है, कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर की एक जिम्मेदारी दी गई है कि वो अपनी इनकम का एक पर्टिकुलर परसेंटेज जो है वो उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन में देंगे, और वो कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है वो पर्टिकुलर पर्पसेस के लिए यूज होगा, स्पेशली फॉर टू थिंग्स, वन इज एजुकेशन एंड द अदर इज हेल्थ। इन सर्कमस्टेंसेस में हमारे जो ये फ्रंट लाइन होल्डर्स हैं, जो स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, मैं चाहता हूं कि वो लोग भी अपनी एक ऐसी जिम्मेदारी लें और इंडिया में एक काउंटर अपना वो खड़ा करें, जिससे कि वो यहाँ के किसी पर्टिकुलर गांव को या किसी पर्टिकुलर मोहल्ले को, किसी समाज को, किसी पर्टिकुलर ग्रुप ऑफ चिल्ड्रन को वो लेके और फिर उनके पूरे डेवलपमेंट की जो है जिम्मेदारी निभाएं। ये कहने में शायद थोड़ा सा अटपटा लग रहा होगा, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि केशव शुक्ला जी से मिलने के बाद मुझे लगा था कि उनके अंदर जो उत्साह है, जो मतलब करने की एक चाह है, वो इन चीजों को बिल्कुल बड़े आराम से पॉसिबल कर सकती है, और वो पॉसिबल होके रहेगा, इसमें मुझे कोई शक नहीं है। लेकिन फिर भी कहीं से शुरुआत होनी है और इसलिए वो शुरुआत यहां से हो सकती है। एक दूसरी बड़ी बात, और वो है कि हमारा ब्राह्मण समाज इतने ज्यादा ब्रांचेस, उप ब्रांचेस, सब ब्रांचेस इनमें बटा हुआ है, उन सारे मतभेदों को भुला करके the only recognition should be that he is a Brahmin, he should be eligible for being the member, and not only that, he should be allowed to make his own contribution. पिछली बार जब केशव शुक्ला जी यहाँ थे तो शशिकांत तिवारी जी ने बड़ा क्रॉस सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी के लोगों को बुलाया था और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा था, क्योंकि मुझे तो इन लोगों से मिलने का मौका बहुत कम मिलता था, स्पेशली बिकॉज ऑफ माय जॉब असाइनमेंट। लेकिन बहुत अच्छा था, लोग गांव से भी आए थे और वो अपने अपने फील्ड में जो काम कर रहे थे वो सब केशव शुक्ला जी के सामने बताया गया। हम लोगों को लगा कि शुरुआत अच्छी हो चुकी है, अब सिर्फ ये है कि उस शुरुआत को रुकने नहीं देना है और उसको हमें आगे बढ़ाना है। दोस्तों, जहां तक मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन की बात है, हर आदमी कोई ना कोई तरीके से, कोई ना कोई वजह से, कोई ना किसी मोड से मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकता है। और वो मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन का मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप सिर्फ धन से कर सकते हैं, और इसीलिए हमारे यहाँ तो तन मन धन तीनों की इंपॉर्टेंस है। जो चीज आप धन से नहीं कर सकते उसको आप मन लगा के कर सकते हैं, जो आप मन लगा के कर सकते हैं उसके लिए तन की जरूरत है तो उसको आप इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। और इस तरह से हम अपने ब्रह्म समाज के लिए ग्लोबली उसका भला हो, उसके लिए कुछ आगे का रास्ता बने, इसके लिए हम डेफिनेटली कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं। दोस्तों, जहां तक मिलने का सवाल है, इसी तरह से हम लोग मिलते रहेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ही जल्दी हम जो अपना टारगेट डिसाइड कर रहे हैं उसको अचीव कर सकेंगे। और मुझे माफ करिएगा कि मुझे काफी लोगों के नाम जो है वो याद नहीं है, या तो मतलब मेरी नॉलेज में इतने नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ, इन दोनों लोगों से तो मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला था। केशव शुक्ला जी भी मिले, शशिकांत तिवारी जी हमारे शहर में हैं तो उनसे मुलाकात होती रहती है, सुभाष तिवारी जी भी मिले थे। तो आप सभी लोगों से मेरा ये नम्र निवेदन है कि मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन की जहां तक बात है, हर आदमी अपने लेवल पे कर सकता है। उसके लिए कोई पर्टिकुलर स्टैंडर्ड नहीं है कि इससे कम वाला कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं माना जाएगा, इससे ऊपर वाला कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं माना जाएगा। हर आदमी अपने लेवल पे एक कंट्रीब्यूशन करे। दोस्तों, मैं अपनी तारीफ नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन मैं ये सिर्फ बताना चाहता हूं आप लोगों को कि मैंने एक जो मन में सोचा है वो ये कि अगर मेरे जुड़ने से, अगर मेरे किसी प्रोग्राम में जाने से, अगर मेरे किसी स्कूल के बच्चों को एड्रेस करने से उनमें से अगर एक बच्चा भी इग्नाइट होता है तो मेरा वहां जाना सार्थक है। और इसीलिए मैं ये कोशिश करता हूं कि एजुकेशन की जब भी बात आए तो सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस को मेरा स्टैंडिंग ऑफर है, ओपन ऑफर है कि वो कभी भी मुझे बुला सकते हैं। मुझे बच्चों के साथ बहुत अच्छा लगता है, और ये चीज मैंने अपने इंट्रोडक्शन में नहीं लिखी है, लेकिन इनफैक्ट आई स्टार्टेड माय करियर बाय टीचिंग फ्रॉम द नर्सरी क्लासेस। वो टाइम था कि जब मैं कोशिश ये करता था कि बच्चों के साथ ज्यादा से ज्यादा मिला जा सके, और भगवान ने ऐसा आशीर्वाद दिया कि मुझे ऐसी पोस्ट दी कि जिसके बाद जो है मैं जब भी किसी प्रोग्राम में जाता हूं तो बड़ा अच्छा लगता है। अभी रिसेंटली मैं स्वामीनारायण का एक मंदिर है बड़ौदा के पास पहुंचा जगह में, वहां पर ऑल इंडिया संस्कृत का सार्थार्थ हुआ। और दोस्तों, मुझे जान के बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि भारत में इतनी सारी संस्कृत की कॉलेजेस नहीं, संस्कृत की यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, और वहां पर जो बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं वो सिर्फ संस्कृत में संभाषण कर सकते हैं, संस्कृत में अपने पूरे विचार प्रस्तुत कर सकते हैं, और आपस में एक दूसरे से उसके ऊपर शास्त्रार्थ भी कर सकते हैं। बहुत अच्छा लगा उस दिन, और इससे लगा कि हाँ, हमारी संस्कृति जो है वो बिल्कुल अमर है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं। और अगर किसी को कोई शक है तो वो जल्दी से जल्दी उसको दूर कर दे, क्योंकि सनातन शब्द का मतलब ही है कि जो चीज कभी मिटने वाली नहीं है। और इतिहास गवाह है इस चीज का कि सनातन धर्म को मिटाने वाले कितने ही आए और कितने ही चले गए, लेकिन सनातन धर्म उसी तरह से चल रहा है, चलता रहेगा, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। सिर्फ सवाल यह है कि आप अपनी आर्थिक उसको मत सोचिए कि मैं सिर्फ आर्थिक रूप से ही कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकता हूं। आप किसी भी रूप में कर सकते हैं। मैं तो कहता हूं, जैसे मान लीजिए मैं रिटायर हो गया, अभी तो चलिए ठीक है, ये एक असाइनमेंट है मेरे पास, वरना उसके बाद भी आई कैन मेक इट अ पॉइंट दैट आई विजिट स्कूल्स, और उन स्कूलों में जाके परमिशन लेके 1 घंटे के लिए, 2 घंटे के लिए, जिस तरह का क्लास हो उस तरह के क्लास के बच्चों को ये किया जाए। दोस्तों, बड़े दुख की बात है कि जब हमारे स्कूल्स के बच्चों के बारे में हम लोग बात करते हैं और नेशनलिज्म के बारे में जब उनसे बात करते हैं तो जो रिस्पॉन्स मिलना चाहिए वो रिस्पॉन्स नहीं मिलता। और उसकी वजह कुछ नहीं है, उसकी वजह सिर्फ ये है कि हमारे करिकुलम में, हमारे सिलेबस में उस चीज को उतनी इंपॉर्टेंस दी नहीं गई। आप लोगों ने शायद नोटिस किया होगा, स्पेशली केशव शुक्ला जी जैसे लोगों ने जो दिल्ली को काफी बार विजिट कर चुके हैं, आप दिल्ली पूरे में घूमिए, स्पेशली लुटियन दिल्ली में, तो सर सारे मुगल एम्परर्स के नाम पे रोड्स हैं, लेकिन राणा प्रताप रोड या शिवाजी रोड या दूसरे ऐसे जो हमारे सेनानी रहे या जिन लोगों ने अपनी कुर्बानी दी, उन लोगों के नाम से रोड आपको नहीं मिलेंगे। भला हो इस गवर्नमेंट का कि जिसके आने के बाद से माइंडसेट बदला है। और कुछ दूसरी एक बात ये करनी है मुझे कि थोड़ा सा हम सभी को जागरूक होना पड़ेगा, इसलिए एक पर्टिकुलर मूवमेंट चल रहा है जो ये चाहता है कि एक पर्टिकुलर धर्म की मेजोरिटी 50% से ऊपर हो जाए, उसके बाद हम पूरे स्टेट को कवर कर सकें और पूरे स्टेट को ग्रैब कर सकें। उसमें से हमें बचना है, उसके लिए जो भी करना होगा हम तैयार हैं, करेंगे, इसमें कोई शक नहीं। लेकिन हाँ, देयर हैज टू बी समबडी टू लीड अस, एंड आई थिंक देयर कैन नॉट बी एनी बेटर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लाइक GBC और BSNA कि जो इस चीज के हम लोगों को लीड कर सकती है। तो दोस्तों, मैं ज्यादा बात नहीं करूंगा, ज्यादा आप लोगों का वक्त भी नहीं लूंगा। मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत ही अच्छी शुरुआत है और मैं ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं और ये भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि आपके प्रयत्न जो हैं वो फ्रूटफुल हों, सक्सेसफुल हों और हम लोग इसी तरह से आगे मिलते रहें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत सुंदर त्रिपाठी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। केशव जी।
थैंक यू त्रिपाठी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको। और ये हम लोगों का सौभाग्य है कि आप आए एज ए कीनोट स्पीकर। और जस्ट इन मीटिंग में हमने और सुभाष जी ने रिक्वेस्ट किया, क्योंकि सुभाष जी वहां पर थे, हमारे एग्जीक्यूटिव वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं GBC के, और उसके साथ ही आपने हम लोग हमारे पैटर्नशिप का भी एक्सेप्ट किया, तो बहुत बहुत बधाई हो आपको। हम लोग जो मैगजीन प्रिंट करेंगे तो उसमें सभी इंफॉर्मेशन होंगी, और हर कन्वेंशन के पहले हम लोग प्रिंट करते थे, कोरोना की वजह से इस समय हम लोगों ने उसको कन्वेंशन के बाद कर दिया है, क्योंकि सभी लोग बिजी हो गए और हम समझते हैं कि घर पर काम करने से लोग अधिक बिजी हो गए हैं। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच, और फिर आपसे मुलाकात होगी।
सो शशिकांत जी,
शशिकांत जी बोलेंगे?
हाँ, शशिकांत जी वोट ऑफ थैंक्स करिए,
वोट ऑफ थैंक्स बोल दें।
हाँ
ब्रीफली
शशिकांत जी,
आप अनम्यूट करिए,
अनम्यूट करिए अपने को। अनम्यूट करिए,
अनम्यूट कीजिए। शशि जी, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
अरे सुभाष जी, आप उनके बगल में बैठे हैं ना। सुकृत, can you unmute him?
Okay, let me.
Has to unmute himself. I asked him to.
Okay.
ये बता रहे हैं कि अनम्यूट नहीं हो रहा है उनका।
हो जाएगा ना, कहीं तो जहाँ स्पीकर है वहां पर
स्पीकर पे दिखाए, स्पीकर जहाँ दिख रहा है वहां।
अभी तो थे लाइन पे।
कोई बात नहीं, तो आगे पढ़िए आप केशव जी।
ठीक है,
ठीक है शशिकांत जी, and we thank you very much to Tripathi ji for an excellent speech and guidelines and guidance, and in future also we'll keep you in our loop, and not just as the participants but also we'll keep briefing about our progress, and we need of course support from our counterparts in India like you.
हेलो।
Yes,
अब अनम्यूट हुआ।
अच्छा ठीक है, बोल दिए।
हाँ, आदरणीय जस्टिस त्रिपाठी जी, खूब बढ़िया आपने अपनी स्पीच दी। उसके अंदर आपने बताया कैसे हमें करना है और आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन हमेशा रहेगा। हम इसके लिए आपके आभारी हैं। हम डॉक्टर केशव शुक्ला जी के भी आभारी हैं। उन्होंने हम लोगों को चांस दिया अपने इस मीटिंग के अंदर बोलने का। मैं और अन्य जो लोग हैं सब वहाँ पर बैठे हैं, उन सबका मैं आभारी हूँ। और ऐसे ही हम जुड़ते रहेंगे आपके साथ। नमस्कार, खूब खूब आभार।
थैंक यू,
थैंक यू। नेक्स्ट प्रोग्राम, वेरी एक्साइटिंग प्रोग्राम इस
संजय जी जरा ब्रीफ कर दीजिए कि ये प्रोग्राम चलता रहेगा।
हाँ,
या सुकृत ब्रीफ कर दे जैसे
ब्रीफ प्रोग्राम के बारे में ना।
हाँ, प्रोग्राम के बारे में।
हाँ, तो नेक्स्ट प्रोग्राम है योगा आयुर्वेदा एंड हेल्थ एंड डिजीजेस, led by Dr. Shrikant Mishra ji, Dr. Jashi Vyas, and Dr. Sen Pathak ji. So please, Shrikant ji, take over.
And also for other audiences, this program will continue until.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I know Pathak ji is here, myself, and Jasri Vyas, is she here?
Jayasri ji is joining, but let me just call her to see.
You call her. Let me start.
Yeah.
This has been a pleasure for me to share this particular topic. You all have heard that we are very much involved. Now, before I go, I'd like to introduce to my Bade Bhai, Sen Pathak ji, who all of you know. Sen Pathak ji is a graduate of Banaras Hindu University. और उन्होंने जुआलॉजी से और उसके बाद जेनेटिक्स में वहाँ से किया। हम उस समय थे, लेकिन हम छोटे थे उस समय, so we worked on him. From there, he came to MD Anderson and has been a distinguished professor at MD Anderson in genetics. He's done so much stuff from all over the world, not just, his CV is big. I'm not going to go over more detail, but he is a scientist, big time scientist, educator, particularly he cares for the young kids. He also had interest in yoga and Ayurveda as relates to the cancer. Many of you know, MD Anderson is the center of excellence in cancer care globally, all over. People come from every part of the world to MD Anderson. And हमारे भाई साहब जो हैं, he takes care of a lot of people. Those who come to MD Anderson gets their treatment done. Many VIPs come there. But on the whole, he has done a lot of work. And I'm doing it about how can he be able to do on yoga in cancer and health. And the next thing is that yoga and Ayurveda, and he still goes to Banaras Hindu University routinely, like me. And we do a lot of things, collaboration with the people in at BHU, both the Ayurveda College and Medical College. They're all together, Institute of Medical, now it's all Indian Institute of Medical Sciences. But with this, I like Pathak ji to provide us, he wanted short topic, but he can have time. And basic thing is that he's going to talk about yoga and Ayurveda and cancer care. भैया प्रणाम, आप शुरू करें।
सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मां कश्चित् दुर्भाग् भवेत्। मैं हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों में खिचड़ी भाषा में बोलूंगा। सबसे पहले मैं डॉक्टर श्रीकांत भैया को बहुत बहुत प्रणाम करता हूं कि उन्होंने इतना विभत्स मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन दिया। मैं उस लायक नहीं हूं, लेकिन ये स्वयं आयुर्वेदा के आचार्य हैं, इन्होंने डिग्री करी है, मैंने कोई डिग्री नहीं करी है उसमें। इसीलिए मैंने इनसे कहा कि अपना टाइम मैं आपको डेडिकेट करता हूं। बट आई विल जस्ट ब्रीफली मेंशन व्हाट आई वांटेड टू दिस प्रोग्राम। योगा इटसेल्फ इज हेल्थ एक्चुअली, और आयुर्वेदा इज द साइंस ऑफ लाइफ। इतना ही मैं बोलूंगा दो चीज के लिए, इससे ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा. Now I want to tell group over here that the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center was the first center in the world where pranayam yoga started to treat cancer patients. It started several years ago, long back. And for that, we got the help from Dr. H.R. Nagendra, who is now Vice Chancellor of S. Vyasas in Bangalore. Not only that, there are trained yoga acharya. They are employed by MD Anderson Cancer Center, and they are teaching yoga to our cancer patient. और आप सबको मालूम है कि कैंसर पेशेंट को जिनको कीमो दी जाती है, रेडिएशन दिया जाता है, उनका साइड इफेक्ट कितना सीवियर होता है. तो इस चीज को ध्यान में रखकर उनको प्राणायाम एंड योगा कराया जाता है. और ऐसा हुआ कि जिन लोगों को ये कराया गया ड्यूरिंग देयर ट्रीटमेंट, उनकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ काफी इंप्रूव हुई. they were able to tolerate the side effect of chemotherapy, radiation therapy to large extent. और इसके लिए NCI ने, वहाँ अल्टरनेटिव मेडिसिन का डिपार्टमेंट है, उन लोगों ने $4.6 million ग्रांट दिया MD एंडरसन को. First, it started on breast cancer patient. Now it has gone to lung cancer patient, and it is going beyond that. And MD Anderson has a separate department, and my good friend Dr. Lorenzo Cohen, he is in charge of that section. So alternative medicine अब धीरे धीरे इतनी आगे बढ़ रही है. मेरे हाथ में एक अभी राइटअप पड़ा हुआ है, कल ही मेरे को मिला है, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं. This is written by WHO. WHO, World Health Organization, is organizing some key points how the training should be given all over the world about Ayurveda. So Ayurveda is coming in limelight. Similarly, yoga and pranayam, you all know that whole world is now celebrating International Day. I just wanted to mention a little bit over here that Baba Ramdev ji and Acharya Balkrishna ji, they have visited MD Anderson 3 times at least. And I had arranged Baba Ramdev's talk in MD Anderson. Now, this point I must mention over here that we had already MOU ready between MD Anderson Cancer Center and Patanjali Peeth to work on yoga and Ayurveda with the help of Ramdev Babaji. Unfortunately, it happened that time when Congress party was in power. So our good friend, and I'm not hesitant to mention this, my good friend Singh Sahab, Congress leader, he came here for his wife's treatment, and he told our president John Mendelsohn that whatever they are doing is no good, and therefore our president decided, he told me, saying we cannot have MOU signed between Patanjali Peeth and MD Anderson because it is against the government, and that MOU was not signed. So this is very unfortunate, but we are carrying on. We are also carrying on research work on not only homeopathy, also in Ayurvedic medicine, not even homeopathy. Few medicines we have used over here, and the majority of these medicines that we have used, we have found that they are mitogen. They actually induce blood formation in your body. Unlike chemotherapy, when you give to the patient, most of the chemotherapy, it actually kills cancer cells as well as normal cells also. There is no discrimination. But the medicine that is given in Ayurveda and also in homeopathy, it is selectively treating the cancer patient. Now, at this point, I will mention very clearly that for glioblastoma stage 4, there is no medicine in allopathy, absolutely no medicine in allopathy. Our president, John Mendelsohn, our hospital president, he died because of that. Even Joe Biden's son, who is president of America right now, Joe Biden, his son has similar problem and he died with that. But I know at least 4 or 5 survivors of glioblastoma 4 stage who have taken homeopathic medicine and they are surviving. We have written paper on that. If anybody is interested, we will be happy to share with that. So Ayurveda and pranayam and yoga, I'm a student. I cannot teach you anything about this. I do pranayam, anulom bilom, kapalbhati, whatever I could do, I do that. It is very, very beneficial. And my friend, Dr. Mishra ji, who has done enormous amount of research in this field and he holds a degree, he will tell you more the advantage of pranayam and yoga. And we all know that when you do pranayam and yoga, you balance your 3 doshas, vata, pitta, and kapha. There should be balance. And I am so hesitant to talk in front of the master, Dr. Shrikant Mishra, about this subject. And therefore, I will leave the subject to Dr. Shrikant Mishra to talk about that. This is the only thing I just wanted to mention, but I believe very strongly in homeopathy and also in Ayurvedic medicine and yoga and pranayam. And we have started this program in MD Anderson with very solid foundation. And in Houston already there are many centers organized from India. They are teaching yoga, pranayam. And therefore the future of pranayam, yoga and Ayurveda looks very bright. I'm not actually denying that allopathy is not good. They are all science. Ayurveda is also science. Yoga is also science, but they have different kinds of science and we have to take advantage of all this. One last point I just wanted to mention that I was participating in a webinar with Nalanda University recently where Acharya Balkrishna ji was a speaker also. So I mentioned Acharya Balkrishna ji that cancer treatment in India should be Swadesi. Please mark the word Swadesi. And he took it in a different way. Some of you might be knowing that there was problem between allopathic doctors and Ayurvedic doctors in India a few years ago. My meaning of Swadesi is not that. My meaning of Swadesi is that we Indians are genetically very different from Americans or any other countries. And therefore, my advice is that in India, the cancer patient sample should be taken out and they should make drug against that Indian cancer. And only then it will be very successful. That is my meaning of Swadesi treatment of cancer. But I'm very happy that institution like MD Anderson is giving good support to alternative medicine where Ayurveda, pranayam and all these things are going on. And hopefully it has a very bright future. This is the only thing I just wanted to mention. And I again express my ignorance about the subject. I'm a high school kid, primary school kids in the subject. My teacher is sitting right there and he will tell you a whole lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patrick ji. You are the great. We'll continue to be doing. We do this routinely, global Zoom conference for Nalanda and other. But anyway, I'd like now to Jayashree Basji, who is here. Jayashree ji, I've known her for a long time, and Mahesh Bhai is her husband, Mahesh Bas, and I've known them for. And Jayashree, of course, she's MD. She has a training in plastic surgery and OBGYN, but she has dedicated her life on yoga. She was trained in Patanjali yoga in Haridwar, and she has been teaching to the schools, the different groups at different places about yoga, health and yoga. So she's going to talk about, like yoga, and then I'll come back and talk about Ayurveda and summarize it. Thank you. Shuru kariye.
Namaste. Thank you for this kind introduction. Actually, pretty generous. Thank you for that. Being in a medical science, I thought that if I combine the beautiful two sciences together and bring out the unseen values to the people, because we nowadays tend to believe more things if it's scientifically proven. But certain times in spirituality, these things are not proven. They are usually self-experimented. And then when you have seen that this is when we hear, when you listen to spiritual leaders, when you get some training, when you self-experiment yourself, it makes you a believer out of it. So what I would like to share with you guys today, and it's such a wide subject. What subject should I pick? I was just thinking in my mind, because I like to, it's a huge subject and I like to say a lot of things, but in time constraint, it's not easy for us. As such, yoga itself is so wide. I probably know less than 5%, honestly speaking. But thank you for giving me this opportunity and platform for whatever little I have to share with you guys. So I'm just gonna go from my mind. And I'm thinking the best thing today, I can take a small subject, is on independence, because we are celebrating our independence weekend this weekend. So I thought that would be perhaps the best way to just bring out some few things I would like to share. So we tend to always talk about independence physically. Country's Independence Day is what we are celebrating. Now is the time to go ahead and celebrate our own independence. So what are the things, are we independent or not? So financially, we would be also checking and see if we are independent. Physically, am I not disabled? Am I able to move around? Am I independent? Then sometimes you are also checking for the small other different kinds of independence, which you think like, not the emotional one, but which are not only physical, but not only financial, but dependence on a lot of other small things. But how about if we take care of the emotional independence? So once we decide to take care of that, what comes in our mind? I think few things come in our mind is, am I independent of any situation which arises? Because the same situation is served to many people. But anything happens, suppose in this convention, it's given to all the people who are attending the convention. Is everybody reacting the same? Is our mind independent for that? Are we getting affected? And my happiness changes, my behavior changes. We react to that situation and then we endorse it to say that, oh, okay, that's supposed to be normal in this situation. We do not realize it, that we are reacting to the situation. We are different than the other person who is next door to me. What is she reacting or he is reacting to the same situation given to the mass population? So that's when we realize that, we are not independent of the situation if our mind gets disturbed, especially if we endorse it and then say that the reaction is normal in this situation. If we take second thing, is that, am I independent to the people? If people's behavior is people are, I'm looking at somebody's behavior, is it my way? If the things are not my way, if they are not behaving the way I want them to behave, that means they have power to disturb me. So where is my independence? That I don't have that independence when I'm giving a power to somebody to work on my emotional independence. So then you become a victim of the situation, victim of the people's behavior. And that is also not being independent. And again, the same person may have said the same thing to 5 different people in the presence. Suppose in the family, the situation arises and somebody says, not everybody would feel the same with the sentence or the behavior, what the other person did. So according to that, we know that each person is responsible and accountable for its own reaction. So again, we are not independent if we depend on that. One more thing, what else can we do? We also are dependent on what people speak about us, write about us, what they're gonna think about us, what they're gonna go ahead and publish about us. We depend on that. They say that, right? Kya kahenge log, sabse bada rog. Kya kahenge log. So we are also thinking that we are always thinking about what people would say about me, what do I want to. We become people pleaser. We lose our own identity. And the reason we have to lose our own identity is because we are being not only a people pleaser person, but we kind of depend on our happiness onto that, and our behavior changes from people to people. So what happens to the inner, our own true self? Power of the discerning and power to decide, all those powers are there only if you stay true to yourself. So the reason I'm saying is that we are so deep, when we actually look at the parameters of my own independence, and we go through these inner questions, that am I dependent on situation? Am I dependent on the people's behavior? Am I dependent upon what people talk about me? And another thing we are dependent on is that any factor. Is this the factor which object? Suppose I have this television, I have to have a television. I have to have a camera, I have to have a phone with me. If I'm totally disturbed with my gadgets, and that's another reason how we get disturbed. So we are dependent on even on the objects. Now, if you take another factor of this thing is, am I dependent on what I consume? If I eat, I have to have a morning tea. Otherwise my mind is, I have a splitting headache. Or I have to have this, or I have to have that. Or I cannot go to that restaurant. Or I don't like outside food. Or I don't like inside food. I like to eat this. Or I cannot take Chinese food. Anything, any kind of consumption or anything we do, how subtly we are dependent on that. So when we look at all these parameters of our independence, we want to also make sure how emotionally independent are we. It's beautiful to celebrate our nation's independence. It's beautiful to appreciate all these, our military people, all this, our Sainikos, those who have really given their lives. They've given us all those things. But when we cannot be independent of our own emotions, we will not be able to celebrate the way we want it to be, because we are not in our best status of our mind. And anything is possible. The best achievements can happen with the most stable and very calm mind. And that does not usually come unless we are independent of emotional well-beings. Emotional affection affecting us, all the emotions capturing us, keeping us as victim. And if we are not independent, we cannot function towards our best potential. And all those things which we can do, what we want to achieve this, we want to achieve this, we call it a success. The success only happens if you are emotionally independent, and then the achievements are then achieved because they will be at their best potential. And that's what is going to give us the most happiness. So I would consider this, the independence to be, is our part of being independent. And I consider. Now, how do I put yoga in this? So there are many tools how we achieve these things. These things are deeply grained. We don't know. There are so many unseen values available. And we do not get to see these things unless we are really being always doing things. So one of the tools is yoga also. Besides a lot of listening, satsangs, talking to people, doing pranayam, doing all these Ayurvedic parameters. I'm sure Mishraji would tell you more. And all those things we have, all those are tools. So one of the tools is yoga and pranayam and meditation. And yoga pranayama and meditation, most of you guys know about it, and that's easily available. One thing I would say that when you are stretching, the difference between the physical exercise and the yoga is at the central level, central nervous system level. It's not just in the muscular level. Because when you hold certain positions longer, and if you connect, huge, yoga means huge. Huge means union between mind and body. And so when you are connecting your mind and body, your parasympathetic system, which comes into the play, and that is an autonomic nervous system. We have both, many of you probably are physicians, know about it. Autonomic nervous system is made out of the sympathetic system and parasympathetic system. The flight and fight response is for the emergency situations. And then what we do is that we cannot go ahead and, oh, suddenly there is a fire. We're not going to think for a second. Your hand will take away and you will not be getting, so your hand is in the fire, you immediately will remove it. That those modes are made for emergencies. But for the daily behaviors, our mode should be in parasympathetic system. And that is what is making you calm. So instead of reacting to the situations, to the behaviors, to the factors or to the objects or to anything, we will be calm, we'll take our time, we'll connect with the divine, and then we will decide. And that parasympathetic system comes into the play during the asanas while you're connecting with the divinity, because you're connecting with the inhalation, exhalation. You are taking your time. And when inhalation, exhalation is a mind-oriented, not just the regular breaths, but instead of breath, if we are just taking the purposeful breath, that's when the mind comes into the play. So then you are connecting the mind and body together, and that becomes the huge, that becomes yoga, and that converts into the parasympathetic system, nervous system. And that makes it's a tool for getting our emotional independence. Thank you. And I hope you have been.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I've got to share some screen, and 1 second.
If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take later.
Well, host disabled participant screen sharing. Can you get me on somehow? Sanjay ji, I'm trying to share the screen, but it's saying host disabled the participant screen sharing.
Sukrit.
Okay.
Sukrit should help you.
Yeah. I but I hate to.
Is Sukrit there or Ratna?
Sukrit is not there, so he can give the privileges.
Who is co-host now?
Sukrit.
Oh.
I had told him.
Do we have the file we can share?
I don't know whether you have, but I have the power on my. I'm
calling him.
Ratna, could you allow him to share? Is it possible? There is option.
Well, I'm sorry. I should have printed it. I've done something else, but.
Message आपका audio break हो रहा है.
Audio तो.
ठीक है.
That's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
But the only problem is that I can't. Share screen.
तो उसको भेज दीजिए, मेल कर दीजिए रत्ना को या संजय जी को.
Well, I don't know whether I could be able to do that. I might get cut out.
Sukrit aa raha hai, Shrikant ji. Sukrit is coming.
Well, I'm sorry. Okay. Let me just go back to Sukrit.
Yeah, Shrikant ji.
You
now,
get
now you okay? Now you try it. I have.
Okay. All right. That's good.
The screen. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm okay now.
Thank you.
So can you guys see it?
Yeah, we can see the screen.
Okay.
Your
so
slide.
what I will talk more about it. I've got a lot of slides, but I am not going to go to detail. But basically, what is Ayurveda? आयुष वेदा इति आयुर्वेद. जो आयु का जो वेद है, जो knowledge है, वह आयुर्वेद है. Based on astronomical records, Ayurveda dates back to 4,000 years before Christ. And how did I get that? Vernal equinox was in constellation of Orion and Gemini, and that's the time, and I got this one from the literature. Is the important thing about Ayurveda is the oldest, now listen here, oldest continuously practiced art of healing, and it dates back to the Chinese, Persian, Greek medicine, of course, modern medicine. Many current medical and surgical disorders were described in Ayurveda. And I'll show you some facts. And it's been accepted by modern medicine. The first rhinoplasty was done by my great guru, Sushruta-ji. Okay, and it's in modern medicine, plastic surgery has given that. Letharism, which is eating kalai, and you get a spasticity due to that, and was described, it's called kalai khanja in Ayurveda. Bell's palsy, which is a facial weakness, was described again by Sushruta. It's a system, what is Ayurveda? It's a system of healthcare conceived and developed by the rishis and the natural scientists through the centuries of observation and experiments. So again, there are many things, but I will not go more in detail. Ayurveda comes from Atharva Vedas. You know, there are 4 Vedas, but Atharva Veda is also considered a supplement, and a great deal of basic and clinical information has been provided in Ayurveda. Okay, so in addition to Atharva Veda, there are 3 other parts. Charak Samhita, which is the medicine, was basically this was like medicine. The Sutra Samhita, which is Dhanvantari school, which is from Varanasi. Okay, and Susrut Maharaja, Susrutji was the surgeon, and there's a lot of information. I've written it, by the way, and all this stuff is published if you want to look at, like there's amputation, rhinoplasty, already I mentioned, and then there are other things over here, which I have, so this is Maharaja Susrut. See, he's performing surgery. And they were given, he was providing a lot of information. And Susrut Maharaj Deodas has given a lot of information. And so coming back to, again, there are a lot of information which I can go on, the time limitation here. But what is the definition of Ayurveda? Hitahitam sukham dukkham ayutasya hitahitam. Man batamta chute Ayurveda. क्या है जिसमें हित और अहित, सुख और दुख और आयु के बारे में जो भी चीजें दिया गया है वह आयुर्वेद है. That's a definition. आपके हित के लिए अहित के लिए क्या करने का है, and आयुर्वेद इति उच्यते. It's a key definition है. Yoga is a part of Ayurveda, and so do astrology. By the way, the doctors, the Ayurvedists have to be astrologer, and if they see that things are not that great, they don't do too much. And basically, we can talk about, okay. The next thing is, what is the basic principle of Ayurveda? Basically, there are 2 things. One is non-material particles, which is Atma, consciousness. And the next is material, how your body is. Chitijala pavak gagana samira, panch rachitiya adham samira. तो 5 जो हमारे महाभूत हैं, और वो तो material particles हैं, लेकिन non-material वो है आत्मा है. तो ये काफी डिटेल है इसमें 5 एलिमेंट जैसे बताया आपको, आकाश, ether, air, fire, water, earth, and air, and energy. Pitta जो है वो fire energy, Kapha जो है nutritive energy, and Chinese medicine, they have mentioned, they don't have earth, they have a metal. So the Chinese medicine में भी जो दिया गया है. So the main thing is over here, Panch Mahabhut, जो मैंने बताया आपको already, they are basically, we'll talk about, you know, like Tridosh, Dhatu, and Malach. And I'll talk about the definition of what is the definition of Ayurveda. Vad and Ayu mil karke, that becomes, you know, like Vayu. Pitta jo hai consists of fire and water. आपको जो 5 एलिमेंट मैंने बताया था. Kapha consists of earth and water. Okay. और वहां से जो है दोष और धातु और मल, and I'll tell you a little bit more about. There are 7 dhatus, and I'll talk more about Ras, Rakta, Mans, Medaj, Asthi, Majja. This is a part of our body. And so in a second here, these are all different, you know, like the excretory systems, Rakta, Majja, bataya already, Malam and sweets. So हम जो आपको बताएंगे आयुर्वेद का मुख्य गोल जो है 2, यह स्वस्थस्य स्वस्थ रक्षणम. Remember the word स्वस्थस्य स्वस्थ रक्षणम. And if that's a major contribution of Ayurveda, स्वस्थ वृत्त, which I'll tell you more about it. कैसे खाना है, क्या पीना है, क्या करना है, सब all those stuff, and based on your personality. The next one is आतुरस्य विकार प्रशमनस्य. दूसरा जो है आतुर जो बीमार हैं उनको किस तरह के, चाहे शारीरिक बीमारी हो, मानसिक बीमारी हो, स्पिरिचुअल बीमारी हो, तो किस तरीके को हम दवाई दे सकते हैं, फिजिकल, मेंटल और स्पिरिचुअल. Okay, here is I want you guys to know a definition of health. WHO की definition जो है, health is defined as a balanced physical, mental and spiritual well-being. Okay, spiritual नहीं था, वो पहले mental था, बाद में आया, but has been added since then. But look at here, the Ayurvedic definition जो है, समदोषः, samagnisya, samadhatu malakriyam. Remember that. And I already said about Vata, Pitta, Kapha, these are the doshas. आपको मैंने आप जो है, you know, like दोष और धातु बताया, आपको मल के बारे में भी बताया. तो ये क्या है कि जब हम समदोष समाग्निश्च, अग्नि means, you know, digestive system as well as हमारे टिश्यूज के सब में एक अग्नि होती है, जैसे कि मांस की मांसाग्नि हो गई. तो वो बैलेंस हो, समदोषा, वत्त, पात, पित्त और कफ जो है बैलेंस हो, और इसके बाद आपके रस जो दोष जो धातु जो है वो बैलेंस हो. सो आई डोंट हैव एट्रोफी ऑफ मसल और आई डोंट हैव हाइपरट्रोफी ऑफ मसल. सो दे आर बैलेंस. और मलक्रियम, आपको ना डायरिया हो रहा है ना आपको कॉन्स्टिपेशन हो रहा है. You're not tearing too much and you're not sweating too much. So ये सब जो है आप बैलेंस हैं. बात, पित्त, कफ, रस, रक्त सभी बैलेंस हैं. इसके बाद मलक्रियम आपकी बैलेंस है. And this is the next part. प्रसन्न आत्मा मन इंद्रियस्य. प्रसन्न आत्मा मन, माइंड, और इंद्रिया आपके ज्ञानेंद्रिया और कर्मेंद्रिया बैलेंस हैं. Okay, so you don't have, you know, प्रसन्नता, सभी इनकी जो फिजिकल और चीजें जो हैं वो बैलेंस हैं. बाकी जो है आपके प्रसन्न माइंड, this is the thing which is taken in yoga. प्रसन्न आत्मा मन इंद्रियस्य स्वस्थ इति अवधीयते. तो उसको हम स्वस्थ बोलते हैं. ऑलरेडी मैंने बता दिया है ये पार्ट जो है, and you know, like, so I'm not going to go into that. So प्रकृति का important चीज जो है, हम आहारम च विहारम च, आप जो है खाते क्या है, पीते क्या है, और आपका क्या, what is your प्रकृति, आप वाता प्रकृति के हो कि कफा प्रकृति के हो या पित्त प्रकृति के, कोई एक का नहीं होता है. I got slides later on talk about कोई वाता भी होते हैं, कफ का मिक्सचर होता है, और so on so forth. So basically each दोष जो हमारे हैं, जो हमारे शरीर के नॉर्मल हमारा जो है, or they vary about the timings too, by the way, based on natural prakriti during ritu and where Vata, Pitta or Kapha increases, people develop diseases. So आपको मान लो किसी को बात प्रकृति ज्यादा है और उन्होंने खूब जो है खाया पिया और उसके बाद फिर जो है they drink किया खासकर big time alcohol. So what that does is gets your vata vitiated. आपका बात जो है वो और खराब हो गया तो आपको हेडेक शुरू हो गया. Headache is the Vata बीमारी. करीब 42 diseases have been described in Ayurveda, neurological disorders. So I have written a paper on that. Okay, so based on this, आपको प्रकृति जो हमारी है, जो भी हो, आप किसी तरीके से जो बताया आहारम च विहारम च, आपने आहार और विहार एक्सरसाइज ये भी कुछ किया, जिससे आपका टिश्यू दोष ने जा करके फिजिकल मेंटल को टिश्यू को जो है डैमेज कर दिया and you develop disease. So that's the concept that becomes प्रकृति से विकृति हो गया. Now I will not have a lot of time to go over with this, but normally क्या होता है कि आपके stages of life बच्चे में जो हैं उनको ज्यादा कफ होता है, बच्चों का स्नीज करते हैं, ये करते हैं ज्यादा बच्चे. मिडिल एज में जो है नॉर्मली लोगों को पित्त होता है. जो पित्त पर जिसका है पित्त पर्सनालिटी उनके है, जब वो उनको और खराब हो जाएगा. और उसके बाद ओल्ड एज में जो है बुढ़ाई समय में जो है आपके बात जो है ज्यादा प्रिडोमिनेंट है. सो बेसिकली तो ये तो प्रकृति का हो गया. दूसरा हम ये गुण जो है माइंड बॉडी का गुण जो है सात्विक राजस तामस ये तो सब जो हैं और आयुर्वेद के मिला करके ये गुण जो है गुण प्रकृति और ये इन सबों को आपको स्वास्थ्य के द बेस्ट बैलेंस. राजस नॉट वेल बैलेंस, तामस आर रियली बैड एंड सो दोज आर द स्टफ व्हिच यू नीड टू नो. तो तीन दोषा जो मैंने बताया पहले थोड़ा सा बात पित्त और कफ और उस ये जो हैं पीपल जो उनको महाभूत जो हैं वो बात के कारण से होता है. प्राण और वान उदान या वायु तो आप जानते हैं, दे आर मेनी डिस्क्राइब. पित्त जो है वो डाइजेस्टिव एनर्जी सिस्टम. कफ जो है ना दिस वन इन एडिशन टू योर पर्सनालिटी योर कफ आपको जो पल्स जो डायग्नोसिस करते हैं still truth, and I know the people who have so kapha it presents the infrastructure of the body and there are 5 types of kapha. हम उसके बारे में प्रकृति determined factor, it's again it's a genetics. हमारे सेम पाठक जी उसको बताएंगे. The dose dominant the sperms and ovum. तो जैसे कि आप जहां से during the time of conception या प्रकृति आपकी बन जाती है पैदाइश के पहले ही. Depends on how much the sperm and ovum से क्या आया है. And inhabited in the uterus, the food and regime of the mother during the pregnancy positively and negatively affect the prakriti of the child. So बाता प्रकृति वाले कैसे होते हैं आप लोग अपने को सोच लो. ये डार्क स्किन वाले होते हैं और thin होते हैं, very talkative or emotionally unstable. Okay, uncommon disorder, neurological musculoskeletal disorders and various degenerative disorders. Vata prakriti. तो आप सोच लो आप कैसे हो. I am part of the Vata prakriti, I can tell you. Okay, and the diet क्या करने का है. People जो हैं उनको they choose food, personal relationship. So basically people जो हैं जिनको बात प्रकृति वालों को जो है मेडिटेशन करना चाहिए. उनको people possible with the calm हो, regular exercise करें और emotionally stable हो. Diet काफी चीजें हैं इसमें. And I can really what I could do, I can send this like PowerPoint to आप लोगों को भेज देंगे हम और you can look
yes,
at
sir.
This
yes,
one
sir.
I cannot go diet and Vata prakriti में क्या खाना चाहिए आपको. added butter and fat, one food चाहिए आपको, salt, sour and sweet taste, और ये सब चीजें जो हैं ये आपकी पर्सनालिटी. प्रकृति वाले जो होते हैं मीडियम बिल्ट होते हैं और ये easily gets aggravated like Italian. Okay, so get really upset all the time. Intelligent होते हैं, good memory. हाँ. अच्छा, इसके बाद common disorder जो हैं इनको जो है skin problem होते हैं, loss of hairs, which is again it's a genetic for us, ulcer and hemorrhoids. The next, what are the diets? Cool, warm, but not streaming hot. पित्त के लिए मैंने बात के लिए बताया था आपको जो है गर्म लेना चाहिए, इसमें थोड़ा ठंडा लेना चाहिए. Take cool food. Kapha prakriti, they are heavy built, emotionally stable. Remember here. So if I'm going to hire a CEO of my company, I will have a Vata person and a Kapha, a mixture, prakriti. And common disorders is Kapha, one of diabetes, depression, and obesity. So there are a lot of other चीजें जो हैं कप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन वालों को जो है वो ओवरवेट होते हैं तो उनको कम खाना चाहिए. Pungent, bitter, and astringent taste decreases kapha. Black pepper, ginger, cumin, chili, and so on and so forth. Okay, kapha prakriti ki diet, warm, light food should be watch the consumption of too much sweet foods. They shouldn't eat too much sweet foods because वो already मोटे हैं और मोटे हो जाएंगे. तो ये सब आप इसको देखना. So आपको करना क्या है? How can you balance yourself? Various routine charya has been given in the Swasthya Britta, which is one of the Ayurveda major part, which people don't use that. That was the thing which was Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, the founder of Banaras University, जिन्होंने सब लोग जो आयुर्वेद का उन्होंने और मॉडर्न मेडिसिन का मिक्सचर जो आई एम ट्रेन्ड इन दैट ग्रुप, उनको ये अब इंटीग्रेटिव मेडिसिन तो सब लोगों को है ऑल ओवर नाउ, इट्स अ बिग डील. वो पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय जी के उसके पहले भी उन्होंने शुरू किया था. तो आपको जो है बेस्ड ऑन योर kapha is more in the morning, pitta is normally more in the noon time, and remember pitta is higher in middle age, vata is more during the night, and also the same thing that's in the like old age. So you need to really talk about what you should do based on your prakriti. Jivancharya, childhood people, they are more cough, adulthood more pitta, old age more vata. So you need to do things which you could be able to control. And there are a lot of other ritu-charya, and I'm not going to go over, there are normally जब गर्मी में, जाड़े में, और इसके बाद हेमंत ऋतु में, इस सब में जो हैं आपके दोष बढ़ते हैं, जो आपके हो. मैंने इसमें काफी, I'll send it to ritu-charya, what you should do, what are the, like basically winter, spring, में जो है और स्प्रिंग में पित्त बढ़ता है, बात जो है वो फॉल विंटर में है, कफ जो है. तो you need to really, according to Ayurveda, you need to follow through this. So I'm not going to go over with this, but I will summarize that one later on. Okay, so basically what I said to you, जो आयुर्वेद जो है आयु का वेद इज आयुर्वेद, और आयुर्वेद को जो है किस तरीके से हम उसको पहले तो जो है खाने का, पीने का, सोने का, बेस्ड ऑन योर प्रकृति. वो बात पित्त कफ जो है से देखते हैं, देखिए ये जो है ये पहले तो बात हो गया, ये पित्त हो गया और ये कफ हो गया. They are like this, and you can be able to feel that, okay, based on your knowledge. Which time, like अभी तो दोपहर होने वाला है करीब करीब, तो आप लोगों के पित्त की नाड़ी जो है वो थोड़ा ज्यादा होएगी. तो so basic thing, the treatment of principle, swasthya व्रत, personal hygiene. Rasayan and Bajikaran. Rasayan means herbal compounds. The treatment of principle, rejuvenating. Midya Rasayan, दिया हुआ है, and I have written a paper on that. Kamya Rasayan due to Sharirik Rasayan, physical body, which you should use, not just only treatment. So pathogenesis मैंने already बता दिया कि खाना पीने से आहार विहार से बीमारी हो गई आपको, and pulse diagnosis, tongue diagnosis, facial diagnosis, ये सब करते थे, वैद्य लोग अभी भी करते हैं. और इसके बाद नाड़ी परीक्षा थोड़ा बता दिया आपको हम. Prakriti analysis is very important and we always do. And then in different Prakriti आपको बताया, regime of Vata Prakriti, ये सब मैंने already बता दिया है. So basic thing is the स्वस्थ वृत्ति or principle of treatment, preventive. स्वस्थ से, लक्षण. remember पहला मैंने आपको बताया था, आयुर्वेद का पहला गुण जो है स्वस्थ से स्वस्थ लक्षणम, अपने स्वस्थ को रक्षण करना, और दूसरा आतुरस्य विकार प्रशमन. If not, don't jump up there and say, hey, I'm giving you aspirin, I'm giving you injection, and that's one of the things. So there are a lot of preventive medicine, curative medicine has been described. Diet is very important. Cleansing therapy, that's a panchakarma, which has been, given some, so panchakarma, I'm not going to go over that. So back again, I'm summarizing here, and I know I've gone into a lot of things, but I will send this, I will donate these slides to you all so you can be able to, St. Patrick's already has that, I know that. It's the oldest.
No, I need more.
Okay, Ayurveda is the, remember here, I want you guys to know, Ayurveda is आयु का वेद है, वो आयुर्वेद है. जो आपको बताया था, हिता हितम सुखम दुखम आयुर्वेद हिता हित, जो हित और अहित के लिए शरीर के बारे में जहां लिखा गया है वह आयुर्वेद है. Ayurveda is the oldest continuously practiced healthcare discipline in the world. It's based on strong, comprehensive, basic, and applied principles, which are not followed well, by the way, in Ayurvedic institution too. The holistic concept and strong emphasis on prevention is major contribution to the world. With this, I'm going to stop and thank you. I'm going to, let me get it out here. Okay. Uh-oh, what did I do? Okay, let me get it here. Oh, okay. So I can't, can I turn this one down? No, again.
Sukrit can stop share screen.
That's fine. So I am done, and I like, you still have a few more minutes to talk to. Anybody has any question for Sen Bhaiya, or anybody could have question for Jayashree. Sen Pathak ji, question.
I have two things. First, I want to request you to send these slides again.
Okay.
They are very useful if you could.
I will.
The second point I want to mention is our diet is very, very important. We have some study right now in individuals who have born with mutations that are very well known, pathogenic mutations like BRCA1, BRCA2, and blah, blah, blah. And in the same family, those brothers that are adding their diet like meat and cigarette and all kinds of alcoholic drink, one brother is dead, one brother is dying right now. It is in California, unfortunately. The other brother is in Houston, and he leads a sattvic life. He has all those mutations, pathogenic mutations that his brothers have. And I have two other families I have studied. It appears that if you may be able to bypass the deleterious effect of pathogenic mutations, if you lead a sattvic life.
No, this is very good. See, the whole important thing right now, I have, been involved in the term which I use is called integrative medicine. Okay, yeah. Used to be called alternative. First of all, alternative, it was called alternative medicine. And then that becomes a kind of, many other organizations came in and said, no, it's a bad term. Okay, then it becomes, comprehensive. Then Right now, the major definition which we use is called integrative medicine. Integrative medicine, and the term is that if somebody is having heart attack, truly, I would not consider going to the Vaidya at that time. If somebody has a rheumatological problem, have a joint problem, arthritis, Ayurveda has great to offer there, including oleation, panchakarma, etc., can be of some help. There are GI situations, GI problems where Ayurveda medicine, Ayurvedic drugs can be able to help you. So this is a kind of a comprehensive, and we have worked on it many years. We did have a center of excellence at USC, but things have really, because the dean changes in our place, the vice president changes, they kind of, I don't think we need to, but I'm still involved in that. But I have big time research projects on both areas. I believe in like cancer, like we have a lot of patients with, with NCI, I was involved in their committee, and we still do NIHK, National Center for Complementary Alternative Medicine, which we started in 1985 with 5 million. Now it's close to $250 million, and we're involved in that. So there is utility, but utilizing, the various, there are like 20, including acupuncture, Ayurveda, yoga, meditation, so many other stuff. Yeah. And there is a need for doing a great research, and we're doing it. And we need all you guys' help. We can say the BSNA Center for Integrative Medicine. Think about it. Okay, Jayashree, you need to think about it. Get some money.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm kidding you. Jayashree has 4 children. They're all doctors, and they're all my students at one time.
Wonderful.
True, wonderful. Very true. मिश्रा जी के blessings से वो सब अच्छे हैं. Thank you.
Good, very good.
Sanjay ji, Shukla ji, any question anybody has for anybody?
Let me say my comment. In this panel discussion, I would say 75-80% is from Banaras Hindu University, and the blessings of Pandit Madan Malviya. Okay. Now Sanjay has joined in the highlights, so I would say it is going to be 90%. So thank you, and it was a wonderful presentation. Of course, a lot of
yes, that is actually, very, very helpful presentation, especially in the light of COVID. Everybody sitting home doing, less exercise, I suppose. But now things are getting better. But this ahar vihar, khana pina, this really is important. So thank you, Shrikant ji, Jayashree Vyas ji, and Dr. Pathak ji for enlightening us. Now we will move on to the next session on youth panel led by Nitin. And who else? I think, let me see. So we have a very exciting youth panel here.
I'm adding everybody on, just hold on.
Okay. Neha Sharma, Vidha Dikshit, Rahul Pandey, Viraj Mishra, Aniruddha Sharma, and Sonal Tiwari from India. So let's, that's what we are looking for, encourage our youths to come forward and engage themselves.
Just hold on a sec.
Let me know when you're all ready to go.
Sure, hold on. Let me just get everybody.
पाठक जी, नूपुर है वहां पे?
अब हम बता नहीं सकते, हमारे पास तो नहीं है नूपुर भाई.
हाँ, आगे. This is Vidha Dikshit. You can add.
वो लड़की कहीं कहाँ है भगवान? ये देखिए, दिखाई दे रही है.
आगे.
नाना को भूल गई है अपने.
मैं आपके सामने हूँ नाना.
Yes, but on picture, not in actual, in physically. I'm very proud of you.
I'll add. Is Neha Sharma there?
No, I don't see.
So if Viraj Mishra can turn on his video. And also Sonal Tiwari, if she can speak or turn on her video. I don't see her on right now.
No, I don't see here.
Hello, Auntie. I am on.
Okay, good. So,
Oh, are you there? Okay. What's your name?
I'm Sonal Tiwari.
Okay. Sonal, I don't see your name. Sonal?
Oh, it's written guess. I wonder why.
I see. Okay. Okay. Hold on a
Could you
second.
read?
Thank you.
Could
Thank
you
you.
rename?
Yeah. Got it. Is that it? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Maybe you can start ahead. I will rename you.
We are everybody. We have except
Ratna ji, Anirudh.
Who else is it?
Ratna ji, Anirudh Sharma is also online.
Okay, hold on. Sharma.
Yeah, I'm already added.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
here. Yeah, he's
All right.
here.
I think we're just missing Neha Sharma, but maybe we can start without her.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
she's
just
not there.
said her, she might join. So okay, just let's start.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Well, hi everybody. My name is Nitin Chatlani. I will be moderating this discussion for today. A little bit about myself, born and raised here in San Diego, California. I'm 18 years old. I just graduated from high school down in Encinitas. I will be going into computer science as my major at SDSU locally here in San Diego. And in my free time, I do enjoy like consumer technology and stuff like that, as well as swimming, cycling, and other outdoor activities. So we're going to go ahead and introduce ourselves first, and then we'll get into our discussion. And if there's time at the end, we're going to open it up to the floor and see if there's any questions from our audience. But yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and popcorn it over to Sonal.
Hi everyone, Namaste, Pranam. I'm Sonal. I'm Mr. Subhash Tiwariji's and Priyamada Tiwariji's daughter, and I live in Delhi. As of now, I'm working with my father in his business. My background is I've done my computer science engineering from India, and then I did my master's in information management from Syracuse University and was working with PwC in New York City. And then made a plan and thought that it's better that I come back to my country and serve. So that's what I've been doing. Thank you so much. Next, I think Vidha Dixit.
Thanks, Sonal. Hi, everyone. My name is Vidha Dixit. I'm very happy to be here. As some of you may have heard, Dr. Sensatic is my grandfather, so he told me about this organization. I grew up in Houston, Texas, and received my undergrad from University of Houston in business degrees. Just recently completed my MBA in carbon management and greenhouse gas accounting. And I currently work as a sustainability consultant, so helping companies drive down their greenhouse gas emissions. I'm very excited to be here. I used to participate in a lot of activities in the Houston Hindu and Greater Indian community. And most recently, I'm pursuing my 200-hour yoga teaching certificate. So thank you for having me. I will popcorn it over to Rahul.
Hey everyone, I'm Rahul. I grew up in Michigan. So I was pretty involved in the Detroit area chapter for BSNA, along with a couple other folks on the call. But I live in California now. I live in the Bay Area. I went to Stanford for undergrad and graduate school, like master's degree. I did computer science, and I've been working in tech since I graduated. I won't say my age, but I just turned into a new decade. I started a new decade, so I'll let you all guess which decade I started. And I'm currently working on a startup. So it's a startup about helping software engineers based on my own experience. So happy to share more about that later. But I will popcorn it over to Anirudh.
Hey guys, my name is Anirudh Sharma. I am 23 years old, and yeah, I am also from the Michigan area. I recently started working, starting last year, at General Motors. I got my degree from the University of Michigan in industrial engineering, And yeah, I'm currently working with the data and analytics team for electric vehicles right now at GM. And yeah, in my free time, I love watching sports and stuff, and like mainly basketball and football. And yeah, I guess I can popcorn it over to Viraj.
I'm Viraj. I'm 23 years old. I completed my degrees in computer engineering and electrical engineering from Kettering University in Flint, Michigan. Currently, I'm working under Allegis Group as an embedded software engineer. I live in Troy, in Michigan, so I participated quite a bit in all the BSNA events around here, and as well as volunteering opportunities when I get them. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for your introductions. I think that was everyone, right?
I think Neha is online now as well.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Neha,
Yeah,
you wanna...
I joined right on the dot. Hi everyone, my name is Neha. I live here in Brooklyn, New York, born and raised in New Jersey. My mom is involved with the BSNA, and we're close friends with Pandey uncle, Sanjay uncle, who I've known him as, and my background is in health sciences. I had my start in a very traditional medical clinical space, and then kind of transitioned into health policy from there. So I worked in consulting, working on policy reform, and then from there moved into the mindfulness. Oh, it looks like somebody's off mute. Perfect. Great. So then I moved into a new chapter of my life after my consulting role, where I focused on mindfulness. I did over 900 hours of yoga teacher training, as well as mindfulness and meditation. And then I focused on building my own wellness consultancy for about 4.5 years to 5 years, focused on bringing kind of the Western modalities of healthcare fused with the Eastern modalities of care. So bringing that to, corporations as well. So focus on corporate wellness and mindfulness in the workplace, and helping employees just have better work-life balance. And so now, most recently, I work at a SaaS startup called Thrive Global, which is focused on this topic in itself around thriving in the workplace, living a well-balanced life. And this is something I'm really passionate about. I have my bachelor's of science in health sciences from Northeastern University in Boston, where I studied and worked for some time. And yeah, really excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So I want to start out just by saying it looks like we have a lot of yogis in the building. I know there's plenty of uncles and aunties here who love yoga, and now we've got a couple of our youth members too. But let's start out I want to start out at the high school track and then sort of move up from there, like regarding kind of how you guys have grown into the positions that you're in now. Because I know there are a lot of, elementary, middle, high school age kids that are really active in the BSNA community. So just for them, I want to sort of give them a look into what they should be pursuing during these earlier years, to try to help them get on track for, college, undergrad, degrees after that, et cetera. So is there anybody who kind of wants to talk a little bit about their high school experience and things that they did which help push them towards the career paths that they're in right now? Feel free to just unmute whomever.
Sure, I can give an example. So for me, I wasn't really sure where I wanted to be initially at the start of high school. And what pushed me into like engineering and where I am now would be my high school robotics team. So that was something that I kind of joined like on a whim just to try it out. And I feel like that sort of exposure to the engineering world really pushed me towards where I am now. So that was a great experience.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm a fellow high school robotics member myself. I've been doing it the past 4 years. Is there anybody else who participated in like cool clubs or things like that during high school that sort of brought them to where they are?
I can share a little bit. So I grew up, my mom's a dancer, and I grew up basically living a very kinesthetic life, from dancing to sports, athletics, all kinds of activities. I was never a still child. I kept my parents pretty busy. So I just found so much joy in that. And Carl Jung says something, he's a very famous psychologist, for those who are unfamiliar, but Carl Jung says, you know, connect back to what brought you joy as a child. And if you can connect back to that, that's your, you know, that's a key element of your purpose. I won't say it's everything, but it is, there's truth to that. And so, you know, now where I am in my late 20s, I think that has held true forever, in my life, where moving, staying active, staying connected with my body has been my source of joy. And that kind of has found its way into my career as well, and into the space of wellness. But I also always had a really keen interest in understanding the human brain. I wanted to, you know, when I was 11 years old, I wanted to hold a human brain, and I would think of how cool that would be. And so now in my career, it's not quite that. I'm not doing brain surgery, but I am kind of looking into what is beyond the gray matter. What is, you know, what are the things that drive us to do what we do? What causes behavioral change? What causes decision making? And why do we do what we do? And so that's held true to today as well. So that's a little bit about my inspiration.
That's awesome. I really like that, you know, just making sure that the things that bring you joy are the things that you bring into your professional workspace. I think that's a really important note for everybody here, just to make sure that when you do choose your career pathway, it's something that you enjoy, not just something that you are either, you know, forced into or something you don't really like, just that your motivation's in the right spot. Does anybody else want to share on this topic before we move on a little?
I can add one quick thing. I like what Neha said about bringing joy, like finding something that brings you joy. Another angle to it as well, which I don't think is conflicting, but like maybe a different perspective, is like, especially when you're in high school or college as well, I think it's actually good to find out things that make you uncomfortable and seek those out. You know, like try and, like in high school, I feel like for the first couple of years of high school, I basically blindly copied my brother or my siblings ahead of me. So I did math club, I did science Olympiad, I did all these like classic things. I was comfortable. And then later on, I started doing other things. I did track and field in my senior year. I started being more active, I mean, socially, which is not really professional, but, you know, just like doing things I had never done before. And I feel like I was actually uncomfortable for a lot of that. But I also learned, you know, if you're not uncomfortable, I feel like you're actually maybe limiting your growth a little bit. And so especially when you're younger, like middle school, high school, first couple of years of college, it's worthwhile to figure out how can you get involved in something that kind of pushes you in a way that you might not expect or you don't predict.
Yeah, that's awesome. Just trying out different things. It doesn't matter if it makes you a little bit uncomfortable, but that's kind of how we continue to grow in that uncomfort. Cool. Anybody else? Okay, well then let's move on. So we've got done with our high school portion. Now I want you guys to kind of take me through your college experiences and how those sort of differed from what you were used to in high school. I know that's a really big shift. And so I want you guys to tell me a little bit how that was different for you. Maybe there was a little bit of a culture shock, and how you guys sort of maintain balance between all of that stuff. But yeah, whomever wants to start, go ahead.
So I think I can talk a bit about this. So personally, I went to high school here in Rochester, Michigan, and I'll say this place is a little bit more, I would say, I know people that are from areas with a little more competition during their high school times. But personally, during high school, I think I was kind of taking it a little too easy at points. I was able to do well in school without honestly that much effort going from my end. And when I went to college, that was an immediate shift for me, as definitely there. So yeah, like, because everyone there was basically like me in high school. So if they were the best of the best were there, in that case, I did definitely struggle when I came into college, and I was unsure at points when I actually switched majors twice while I was in college regarding that too, because I was unsure what my real path would be over there. So yeah, it was definitely a big change when I got to college. Some changes that I remember really did help me though is, again, talking to other people that are in different departments. Again, seeing what other majors maybe could interest me. Looking into, like Neha mentioned earlier, do what you like when you're younger. I noticed I could like analyze data when I was doing fantasy football. Just like I analyzed data for hours in my free time, just for no reason, right? So okay, maybe I should go more into some the more data analysis side. I got a minor in stats because of that. And yeah, things like that did slowly start to interest me more. And yeah, again, to balance my life, again, I did start working out a bit more, for example, when I got to college. That definitely gave me a little bit more self-confidence. That definitely helped me a lot more. And yeah, I'm happy where I am right now because of all of that. So it is definitely a change when you get into college. You should definitely try to be able to adjust and realize that, yeah, it's going to get tougher. You need to put effort into it. But again, start maintaining more balance in your life in order to achieve that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know there's a lot of our youth members who are in, smaller communities like that, where, they are top of their class. But the important thing to understand is when you get into a college that's of high prestige, everybody else there is at the same spot as you because they all made it to that same place.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's a really important note. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll echo, and you would definitely agree with what he was saying. The biggest shift for me when you go from a K through 12 to a higher ed environment is, and then again towards being like a graduated adult, is now you are in charge of your routine, your lifestyle, and your habits. Whereas for so long, your routine, your schedule has been dictated by going to school, what your parents are saying, where you live, and you've kind of been, that's how your life has been routine for some time. A really important thing that I like to tell folks who are new to college, my cousin was just here, she's starting next week, is make sure you're building out routines and habits that will benefit you and that will help you in the classes that you're taking. If you like to be active, just as Neha mentioned earlier, and Anirudh mentioned earlier, I was on a Bhangra team, so I totally agree that it's important to have a level of activity in your day-to-day life. Make scheduling time even to reconnect with your family, because especially if you're living somewhere else, you may not talk to your parents every single day, and that's okay. But it's also important to remember, hey, let me call my grandpa, let me call my mom, let me call my brother, siblings, etc., and maintain that connection, especially if you're in a distant location from them. I am a big believer in getting all of your sleep. So I think that can really also impact how you're doing in school, how you're doing outside of school with social interaction. So a book that I always tell folks is really helpful is Atomic Habits. And it really helps you build out good routines, good habits, understand how your brain works, and then how to use that activity throughout the day to do your best in these various activities, schools, groups, or classes that you're in.
Yeah, definitely. Routine is so important in your day-to-day lifestyle, especially when, you just come into a college and you have all that power and control over your own schedule. It's hard to keep that discipline. But yeah, that's a really important message. Is there anybody else who'd like to share on this one?
I can jump in again unless someone else would like to go who hasn't spoken. Okay. So for me, my approach was always to be going against the grain. So I couldn't wait to get out of high school. I mean, I enjoyed high school. I had lots of friends, lots of activities that I was involved in, but I was so ready for change. And I knew that, like what Rahul said, I wanted to be uncomfortable. I wanted to be outside of my comfort zone because that's where I knew I was going to grow the most. I didn't want to be around the people that I knew my whole life, and I didn't want to be in the same town. I didn't want to even be in the same state. And that's not because I didn't love it. It's because I was ready for something new, because I wanted to put myself in a new environment, see if I could adapt new habits and cultivate a new lifestyle in a new environment, as a way to test my resilience and test my ability and agility to engage in new ways with the world around me. And so I think that's another thing that was always in the back of my mind when I was growing up. I was like, I can't wait to, go out and see the world. And I think that still holds true today. Anytime I feel like I'm getting too comfortable, I try to find a way to shake things up and evolve. and make myself feel a little bit uncomfortable by trying something new. So I think keep that curiosity and operate from a place of I would say non-judgment and compassion for yourself when you are in a new environment. And, understand that even though you have all these goals, maybe to eat really well or to, go to the gym every day and get 8 to 9 hours of sleep, which is amazing if you can do that every night. You have these goals for yourself. And of course, yes, work towards them. You want to do a master's degree, etc. Work towards them, but don't be hard on yourself to the point where you're actually hindering your ability to actually cultivate those habits in a sustainable way. And 2, don't compare yourself to anyone but yourself. So those are kind of the two takeaways that I've learned through that transition from, a very structured, K through 12 environment where, everyone kind of has the same environment, same outlook, and then moving into other stages of life where you meet a lot of new and different people.
Yeah, for sure. I really, really like that. The idea of sort of self-forgiveness in case things don't go exactly your way, just a little bit of compassion towards yourself. A lot of times that's all you need for that little extra boost to get you where you want to go. Now shifting the conversation a little bit towards our audience that is not our youth members, I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about maybe how your college experiences differed from those of your parents, your grandparents, and things like that, just to get a little bit of perspective in the room. So maybe if any of you guys want to talk about like stories your parents have told you about college, or maybe how they got into college and stuff like that compared to how you guys did those sorts of things. Because I know a lot of that stuff has changed. And I think it's really important for, a lot of the adults to know how things have differed.
I can chat a little bit here in discussions that I have with my grandfather or my parents. There is a lot more emphasis in, I don't want to say my age group because I'm older than folks in college now, but those who are entering school and my generation as well, a lot of emphasis on the extracurricular activities and the emphasis to join organizations to, as folks have mentioned here, get out of your comfort zone. And although, of course, academics is important, that's why we're there, it's top of mind, you need to do well, get the grades and obtain the degree that you're working so hard for and have invested a lot of money in. But there's just as equal, stake put into those extracurricular activities and how individuals in our age group are able to balance both academic rigor and those other activities that we participate in. So I think that's definitely one thing that I've noticed is, in conversations with those of prior generations, there was a lot more focus on academics versus extracurriculars.
Yeah, definitely. I know throughout my time in high school, which was literally like, 3 months ago, there's definitely a lot of emphasis on extracurriculars and stuff like that. Along with being a student, like a high achieving student, you need to be able to balance all that stuff. Did I see someone raise a hand? Was there a question?
No, Nitin, I think it was a mistake.
Okay.
I think Prasun Tripathi was there. Who raised the question? Prasunji.
I think he has.
He's gone. Okay.
He's gone. Yeah.
Okay, good. No, he's there. Okay, good.
No, it is me, Sen Katak. Am I allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, go for it. We're going to have some time towards the end for questions, but if you have one right now, that's totally okay.
No, when time comes in, please tell me. I just want to make a couple of comments.
Sure, sounds good. Okay, cool. Does anybody else want to sort of touch on how those experiences differed from our parents in previous generations? Oh yeah, good comment. You can also add your questions in the chat and then we'll answer those towards the end. Okay, cool. Then we'll just move on. So you guys all come from, well, mainly 2 different backgrounds. So we have sort of a health and wellness focus, and then more of an engineering, software, sciencey focus. And where those two kind of meet is in wellness in your jobs. So can those of you who work in the tech field tell me a little bit how you maintain wellness in your jobs, and if your workplaces provide anything to assist you with that and stuff like that, just to make sure that you kind of maintain those habits? And then for my health and wellness folks, can you tell me a little bit how you do those things in your day-to-day as opposed to someone in the tech field? We can start out with our tech people if you want to tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I can start. So yeah, I mean, being in tech as a software engineer, I mean, my whole job is sitting in front of a computer and like typing into the computer, right? And so it's easy to be very sedentary and not do much. And so a couple things. One is I feel like having a social group, which keeps you accountable, like which the default way of hanging out is something physical. I think that's really important because I think, you know, at least for me, just going on a run or something on my own doesn't do it for me. Like it's hard to get myself out of bed and go running. And so for me, I have a pickleball group. So pickleball is the next great sport of the country. You also check it out. But I have a pickleball group. Every couple of days, I go hang out with my pickleball crew, and it's like a very natural way to like run around a bit and have some activity. And making that a habit is really important. And then, excuse me. And then I think also like the default way you operate should also be healthy. Like I just got a standing desk actually. And then your ergonomic setup is really important because if you're going to spend 10 hours a day on your computer, that you want to make sure like your keyboard, your seat, your posture is all set up correctly. Otherwise, I mean, it can lead to a lot of lasting damage. So just things like that, like your normal setup and also having some sort of accountability group, I think is really important.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Viraj?
I would like to say that as my experience, you must have heard that I'm actually from India. I've studied and done everything engineering, undergrad from here. For my master's, I was in the US. And while I was working with PwC in New York, it used to be very hectic. I remember that, like I used to, like my day used to start with opening my laptop and I used to shut it around 8:30 p.m. at night. So by the time I didn't have the strength or even the stamina to, hit the gym. So there was this hot yoga class and I used to go there for 1.5 hours. And, like it used to de-stress me, and I used to take shower there itself and, have a smoothie back home and take a sleep. So I used to be like, my body used to become perfect. Otherwise, I would used to have like shoulder pain, neck pain, back pain. So that really helped me in that way. Now that I've moved to India and I'm working with my father, so I'm the managing director. So I manage everything. I even meet clients. So it's like super, super hectic for me. So I make sure that when I start my day, it's with, with my body. So 6 o'clock, I go to CrossFit for 1 hour, 1.5 hours. And then the day becomes so busy that by the time it's like in the evening, I'm totally, like done for the day. So that I don't have the stamina, the strength to even do it, in the evening. So that has really helped me. And I feel that I had gained weight pretty much when I returned from the US, because I started having Indian food and, home cooked food. But now I've really realized that that was a mistake that I did. We need to be pretty healthy and keep ourselves fit. And if that is there, then you will even have a good social life. You will be more active while you're working. So that has really helped me.
Awesome. Yeah, a lot of exercise is what I'm hearing, just to get the endorphins going and stuff like that. Viraj, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with what's been said so far. Being also from a software engineering standpoint, 90%, well, maybe even 100% of my work is just on my computer. So it's a lot of sitting down. And to combat that, I try to get up on purpose. Back before COVID, when I used to work in the office, it was a 2-floor office. So they had like water, coffee stations upstairs and downstairs, and I used to work on the 2nd floor. So simple things like rather than going to the upstairs station, I would go to the downstairs station. So I got more steps in. I had to walk up and downstairs. And then also, like with your coworkers around you, if they need to go get water, even if I don't need more, I just join them, just to get into like a routine of even small amounts of activity over, you know, multiple times adds up to a good amount. And I kind of missed that coming back home for, you know, post COVID. So that's just something that I wanted to like bring up, that like you know, when we talk about activities, it doesn't have to be, you know, 2-hour long activities, right? It can be small 5-minute walking down the stairs to get water activities too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Go ahead.
I was just gonna echo some of what was just said. So I kind of work somewhere between both fields. I work at a tech company, it's a SaaS company, and our focus is wellness, beating the burnout epidemic, integrating wellness into the workday. And so this whole idea, I would say I've already kind of adapted this long before joining the company. That's kind of why I'm here. But you have to prioritize what works for you. What works for you doesn't always work for the other person. I would say for some people, they can do, you know, 5 a.m. runs. For some people, they need to wind down with yoga or whatever it might be. And so pick and choose, explore, be open to different things, and create your own structure. And your structure doesn't have to be consistent every single day, as long as you are doing physical activity every day. I work at, you know, part-time, I teach at a climbing gym right in my neighborhood here in Greenpoint. And it's great. A lot of us have hybrid working models now. So maybe you work in an office, maybe you're fully remote, but step out of your apartment, like work somewhere different, work at a coffee shop. I like to work at my climbing gym. I teach classes there. I can take classes during the workday sometimes if it allows. And if you can't do that, set a timer on your phone to get up every 30 minutes. Look away from the screen. I think our eyes are all going to get really, really bad, worse as we all get older, especially our generation. I can't even imagine those who are growing up with iPads, you know, as babies, which is a whole other topic. But you have to step away. You have to go for walks. You need fresh air. I cannot stress that enough. Water, stretch breaks, walks. If you can't get that full, you know, my sweet spot is a 2-hour yoga class. Like I don't even want less than that. Unfortunately, the class that I teach has to be 1 hour. But again, just to go back, you have to find what works for you, and what works for you now might not be what worked for you a year ago or 2 years ago. So be okay with that. I think that's one of the hardest things is we start saying, oh, well, I used to be able to lift this much weight, or I used to be able to get into this pose so easily, or I used to be this many pounds and now I gained 2 pounds. And we have that negative self-talk. And so while, as I said before, it's good to have goals and it's good to say, oh, I want to be really fit, I want to accomplish this, you know, take small micro steps to achieve that, and give yourself the grace of patience and compassion, so that in itself is going to be your motivator. I think tough love is something, I will say, maybe I'm generalizing, but it's very, very embedded in our culture in many ways. And I think sometimes it backfires and we start to adapt some of those limiting self-beliefs and negative self-talks and monologues and dialogues with ourselves. And so I cannot emphasize that enough. But that's kind of what I like to do. And again, setting a timer, you know, every 30 minutes, every 1 hour, make sure you're not going back to back to back to back on Zoom calls, and giving yourself space.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for me, I like to just carve out like 45 minutes of my day, an hour of my day. And I either just go for a swim or do like a spin class or stuff like that, just to make sure that I'm making some time for me in the day when things are busy. Is there anybody else who kind of wants to talk about that balance that you have?
Yeah, I'll add, and Nitin, you and Neha both mentioned it, but it's something that I definitely want to emphasize to all ages is oftentimes, especially living in the United States, we move from one box, our room, to the next box, our office, to the third box, a gym. And it's extremely important to go outside. If you have the ability to go outside, if you have the ability to stand on grass, look at the trees, just feel the wind on you. It is a very grounding exercise, and particularly for individuals who are following Sanatana Dharma, to understand how nature is so strong and powerful around us, it's critical. And I know if there are moments where I'm feeling overwhelmed from work, stress, family, etc., being able to go outside and take a few deep breaths and remember that there is something much bigger in this world than myself and my activities is very helpful, very grounding, and something that everyone can do for just a couple minutes a day.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm seeing a bunch of questions in the chat, so let's go ahead and address those real quick because we are coming up on time. I think we're scheduled to end at 11:30. So I think now would be a perfect time to get some questions in. So let's check out the chat real quick. Okay, so it looks like we've got one. Would like to ask all my young friends whether they are still connected with their Indian friends and relatives living in India, and how often do you talk to them? Anybody want to start out with that one?
Sure, I can go ahead. I want to say that I'm actually very connected. I like to talk to them. We try to talk, with not just cousins but like older family as well, like my uncles and aunts. We usually talk every weekend. So we have like a set plan set, every Sunday at this time we would have a call with them, and it's really nice. I actually enjoy that quite a bit. And recently with Rakhi, my cousins from India, they all mailed the Rakhis from India to here, and we put them on, and so we still maintain that like cultural bond, even though we're far away. So that's just my experience. I just wanted to provide that.
That's awesome. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, mine is actually quite different from Viraj. I grew up in the US, and growing up, my family didn't have a lot of money to travel back to India. So my only interactions with my cousins or family was through like Facebook or WhatsApp. And although that's a way to stay connected, I did not have the bond of my family in India. I knew they were there. I knew they were important. Obviously, I loved them. I was very lucky to be able to finally go back after 20 years this year. And now that I have met individuals, interacted with them, felt the love in person, ate the awesome food with my family, I, like Viraj said, have started maintaining kind of regular communication with different cousins, aunts, uncles, and it has been really important. But I want folks to know that it's okay if you haven't had that connection for a very long time to make the effort and then rebuild it, because it's always there. And so I feel lucky that I now have or I'm working towards a connection that Viraj has already established. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, me personally, I only talk to my family in India like once in a blue moon whenever they give my mom a WhatsApp call or whatnot. It's like, oh, hi, you remember Nathan? Oh, look how tall he is, stuff like that. I'm sure you guys know the vibe, but I still keep in touch with my grandparents there in Canada and stuff like that. But aside from that, I'm pretty much disconnected besides, the occasional call. But yeah, I think it's really important to know that you can absolutely reconnect with them and stuff like that. Yeah. Anybody else?
I would like to say this, that because I live here, I actually had the opportunity to campaign for PM Modi in 2014 for his election. And we had got this area, which is Pitampura in Delhi, which is actually, upper middle class people living there. The most shocking part was that most of the people that we met, the elderly were living alone, and they had their caretakers, but their respective, kids and all, they had moved to either US or to other country. So that was pretty, pretty sad to see their state, because they were, like literally helpless. So I would request all of you, if you have your grandparents here in India, you should definitely, call them often and talk to them, and, even meet them, and either call them to your place or come and meet here in India, so that they have this, because otherwise I saw that they were pretty much sad and depressed in that sense. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. If you have the ability to, definitely go and visit those family members. Yeah. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I agree with Sonal. I think there's, you know, obviously in our culture, we have a very strong respect for our elders. I think it's embedded in the way we're raised and brought up. But yeah, it's very easy to kind of get caught up in the day-to-day of your life, especially if you're here in the US. And my relationship with my grandmother has flourished. Like I thought for a while, I thought I don't have too much in common with her. And, you know, I would see her as a grandma and of course, you know, shower her with love and vice versa. But I think I still felt a disconnect both generationally and culturally. And then once I really started asking her the questions, like, what was it like when you were, you know, this age? And what were some of the challenges you felt when you were growing up? Or what were some of the things that you did differently that you know, maybe your father didn't necessarily agree with, and really getting them to start sharing their experiences and learning who they are as a person, not just your baba or your nana, or, you know, really seeing them as an individual with their own fears and their own challenges and their own journey, made me feel closer to her. And I started to see some overlaps in some of the challenges, you know, I face. So yeah, really asking them the questions and giving them space to talk about themselves, I think is really, really important.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, my nanny is currently visiting. She's in San Diego. And I mean, we were just talking the other day and she was telling me a story about how she saw a dress that she really liked and she wanted to make it for my aunt.
You start working.
What?
वो भी दे दीजिएगा, हम खा लेंगे.
Sorry, we'll mute them.
Okay. But she told me about how she went to the store the next day and the dress was sold out. And so she bought the fabric and made it herself. Which, you know, I typically didn't really hear a lot of stories from my nanny, but it taught me a lot about, you know, her resiliency and her capabilities, and just kind of inspired me a little bit just to go out and sort of make whatever I want instead of always looking for it. But kind of shifting a little bit more, because I know we have a lot of questions. There's one here from Ajay Pandey. Does anybody have any useful resources, books, websites, apps for burnout? Because I think we are a generally high-driven / goal-achieving community, and we are often unable to recognize burnout and how detrimental it can be in the long run. Personally, for me, I really like the app Notion. I'm sure some of you guys have heard of it. It helps me a lot just keeping myself organized. But yeah, anybody else want to touch on that?
Yeah, I have two tactics here. One is, yeah, like Nathan, I think Notion, basically some way to take out all the things in your head and put it down on paper. I feel like our brains are not designed to like remember things. At least my brain is not. So then I like to take everything in my head and put it somewhere so that now a lot of the stress and anxiety of having to do all these things, I can just like rely on this thing and it feels good to check things off, right? So that's one thing. And the other thing is a big part of burnout, I think, is feeling like there's no way, like maybe this feeling of isolation. Like I feel stuck. I'm doing this thing. There's I'm helpless. So there's no one to come and save me. So I feel like having having people who are in a similar situation as you can help a lot. So for example, I'm doing a startup, and you know, for early stage tech companies, the majority of them will die. Like there's no getting around it. You're just gonna go bankrupt soon. And so like it's pretty stressful and it's hard to it's easy to feel like, wow, I'm working so hard and like nothing is happening. I'm not making any sales. I can't hire anyone. Everything is going wrong. And so when you find a community of other people who are also startup founders, they can kind of empathize with you and understand the pain you're going through. That can help a lot. As opposed to if you're like working with a bunch of people who work at Google, you know, they don't really understand what it's like to do a startup with no funding and nothing, right? So yeah, writing things down and finding a group of people are both really helpful for burnout, I think.
I'll also just add, there's so many meditation apps out there, which funny enough, that can be overwhelming in itself. Like, where do I go? Which meditation should I do? There's one that I would highly recommend. It's free. You don't have to sign up for any subscription. It's called Insight Timer. And no, they did not ask me to do this. It's just something that I use daily. And all you have to do is you set it up I'll type it in the chat what it's called. It's free, Android and iOS. You can create your own timers. So you can have like a 5-minute timer. You can do a 10-minute meditation. There's also pre-recorded meditation. So if you don't know how to meditate, or you have a little bit of apprehension around, am I doing it right? And what's the best duration? Just try with 5 minutes, try with daily consistent practice. And I have definitely seen a difference in the periods of time where I meditate daily versus when I don't meditate at all. It definitely affects my ability to focus, and I have a higher propensity for burnout if I don't take those moments for myself.
I also think it's important to do a self-reflection exercise. Particularly in the US, there's such a quote unquote hustle culture, and you're always trying to outdo yourself or outdo your peers. And it's important to think about, who am I working this hard for? Who am I getting burnt out for? Like, who is this serving? What is this purpose? And I've read a couple of books over the last few years. I left one in the chat. And again, for me, I always do take things back to my spirituality. Is okay, my goal in life is to be of service. How am I being of service to people when I'm burnt out? And then what can I do to remedy that so that I can continuously build my abilities to serve those who I want to? So, think about, okay, why am I, who am I doing this for? And how is it helping them? Is it helping them, or is it just hurting me? So it's just my perspective.
Yeah, definitely. Is there anybody else who wants to touch on this question before we move on to the next one? Okay, cool. So the next question that we have is from Lalan Uncle. Question to the youth. So what do you do in your daily life to remain connected with your cultural roots, which have been in existence for thousands of years, but your own busy life may be an impediment towards this goal? So yeah, how do we stay connected to our roots?
I can chat a little bit here. I enjoy reading about Ayurveda. I enjoy reading about yoga practices. Like, it's something that I find a lot of joy and comfort in knowing our culture is so rich with answers that we have to all of our day-to-day issues if we take the time to search for them. Another way that I stay connected that was mentioned on this call is maintaining connections with elders in my family and hearing their stories, their takes. What did you learn when you went to the mandir growing up? I will admit, while I don't go to the temple regularly now, I've been moving a lot the last few years. When I do get to go, I always like to just take time, meditate, think about, how grateful you are to be in the position you are, or if something's going wrong, how can we kind of work through that? So taking time for yourself. You don't always have to be in a house of worship to do that, to connect spiritually. And I think that's something important to note, that our culture is really beautiful, and there are so many translations now in like easy to understand English that I find really helpful too. So it starts with a Google search and it ends with some really awesome findings. So.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Just sort of remaining curious about our culture, because there's always a lot of things that we don't know about it. Since we're younger, we didn't have the same access that our parents, grandparents did and have to those roots and stuff. I don't know how many of us can speak Hindi, write Hindi, read Hindi, but it gets difficult to do when you haven't grown up doing it. Personally, what I've done to kind of remain connected to those roots for the past 3 years, I've been taking Hindi classes, because, when I was younger, I could not read, speak, or write Hindi, but I've been doing it for the last few years, getting better at it. And yeah, just kind of doing things that still connect me back to the culture is super important for me personally. But yeah, anybody else want to share?
To build on that, Nitin, I used to teach. I was a camp counselor at a Hindu camp, and I taught Sunday school at my local mandir when I was in undergrad and high school. And we can learn so much from children. I mean, honestly, I think most of my basic questions about my religion have stemmed from questions from young kids, and it forces you to kind of, I actually don't know the answer to that. Like, let me do some research. So if there's a way to get involved with true children around us, they pose the most important questions just about fundamentals. So that is another way that I learn, is by teaching Sunday schools and things like that.
Okay, cool. Anybody else want to add on to that question, or are we good to move on?
I can just quickly, I know we're running out of time, but mantras.
Just by the way, I got the green light. We can go a little over time, so.
Okay. So mantras are really powerful, and whether you are, really, a strong Hindu believer or not, there's been scientific evidence around the power of chanting and vibrations and what that can do for the mind and for focus. Not only that, but for those who believe in more esoteric ideologies, for manifesting what you seek. And so there's a lot of power in mantras, and it does tie you back to our ancestral lineage, our roots, our culture. And I love what Vida said about Ayurveda. There's so much knowledge and just a wealth of power in understanding the effect of food on cognition. Cognitive nutrition is a fairly newer field of study in the West, just as Becky with the turmeric latte likes to talk about her benefits of turmeric, aka haldi, which we've all been introduced to since we were children. So I would say just a little add on to that is, I think we, as especially Indian Americans, for those of us who are here in the US, I would say there's a lot to be said about how we can kind of reclaim some of that. And while it's great that this is being globalized and westernized, we have the root knowledge, we have the ancestral knowledge in our blood, in our DNA. Take more yoga classes, teach yoga, be in these spaces that come from our culture, from our heritage, and be that spokesperson. If I see another, Lululemon campaign with a bunch of white skin, blonde hair women, I think I'm going to lose my mind, because, there needs to be more inclusion and diversity around that. So I think that's my little, it's my little additional agenda there, which is around, being in those spaces more, and knowing that we are, we really are the leaders when it comes to holistic medicine and holistic knowledge and wellness. And so we should be at the forefront of that in many ways. I love that comment as well. Yeah, there's a huge connection between our what we eat and our brain and our gut connection, which at the root cause of it is, the stress leads to poor gut health, which leads to poor brain health. So there's a lot of connection there as well. But maybe we can have a separate panel about that.
And then Nathan, real fast before I go back to you, I have to drop off actually, but I love this discussion. Would love to connect with all the youth or anyone else as well. But yeah, thanks for hosting this, Nathan, and thanks to all the other panel members.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for being here, Rahul. See you later.
Thank you. I just want to say one sentence in this. For me, to be connected with our culture, with our religion, because our religion, Sanatan Dharma, is more of, it's a way of life, how we lead our life in a more sattvic way as much as we can. And in that sense, we are more connected to our roots. So in that, as it mentioned, that food is very important, how you live with harmony with the nature in, your environment, as well as how you start your day and finish your day, sleep early, all those kind of things, which will make your life more simpler, be good to everyone. So in that sense itself, if you lead what is written in our Gita, the way you need to lead your life, if you lead in that sense, you will be definitely connected to your roots much more than anyone who is Jnani as well. So I follow that.
Yeah, that's awesome. And then I did have a quick question for Neha, actually. You were talking about chanting. Where do you get your mantras from? Do you get them from the Gita? Do you get them from like a different app or something like that? Where do you stem those from?
मेरे पास जितना टाइम मिलेगा मैं खा लूंगा. Please, no.
Yeah, so I have gotten mantras from various sources. I would say some, yes, from scriptures, from I have like a whole library of books on yoga and yogic philosophy. And so there are mantras in there. But also if you go to, just Google and you can search, really literally you can search like mantras for energy, mantras for strength, inner strength. You can find it all. And even if you can't read Hindi or Sanskrit, you can find it there. Yes, I was going to say, you can also just ask your elders. My Nani is just incredible. She wakes up every morning. She does her puja or mantras at 5 a.m. earlier even. And asking your elders, asking your parents, and Gayatri mantra, yes, very powerful. I also just remember growing up, there were some mantras that we used to chant in the house, and they stuck with me. And so when I need some extra strength and support, I turn to those. And you do have to be very consistent with those. They recommend at least 40 days. If you can do 40 days, no breaks. If you stop one day, you have to start again. You have to start counting again. It works if you cultivate that practice. And it's really, really powerful. Get mala beads, get your rudraksh, and just it's so calming and connects you back to your heritage and culture.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. And then I think our last question, Patak uncle, I think you had a question, right?
Yes. I don't, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me? I don't have question, but I just want to make a statement. Sonal bete, how are you? You people are our future. You have genes from rishis, Indian rishis, no matter where you live. You can compete with anybody on this earth. I have been in Houston since last 52 years now. All my education was in India. And I'm thriving very comfortably. I can compete with anybody in this country, in my field, in the world. We have a program in MD Anderson where we teach high school kids, college first year, second year, third year students in summer how to do research, medical research. And some of those students are now assistant professor, associate professor, and full professor in MD Anderson. And I interact with younger generation more than anybody else does over here. So last week I was in the laboratory, and there were 4 or 5 high school students. They came over there of Indian origin. And this is what I want to share with you. I asked individually, what do you want to become after your education? One girl told me, sir, I want to become a research assistant. The other one told, I want to become a assistant to a physician. Third one said, I want to become assistant to this. And I said, why? Your parents, your grandparents did not have that opportunity that you have in America. They worked very hard in India. They came over here and they gave you all the opportunities. So you are in heaven compared to the condition we were trained in India. If we can come here in our own field and we can head the entire biggest position, why you want to become assistant? Why not you aim for higher status? That is my question. And I want you to convey this message to you folks. Some of you are in higher education. Tell your younger generation that higher up, go higher up. Don't aim to become assistant, to become assistant, to become assistant. If you aim to touch the moon, at least you can touch the stars over there, right? So this is the message I wanted to convey to you. And you can fight, you can not fight, you can compete with anybody on earth. You are fully equipped with your genes, with your environment, and with your surroundings, with your parents over here, and you can compete with anybody on this earth. So please aim high. And I'm very proud of you, extremely proud of you all. Thank you. This is what I wanted to convey.
That's awesome. Thank you, Uncle. With that being said, we'll go ahead and close it out.
1 second.
Yeah.
Listen, before you guys came, we had a very good program on yoga and Ayurveda. Dr. Sen Pathak and Jayashree, they were there. And we had given, I have a great deal of presentation in, like you were talking about holistic, we don't call it holistic, call it integrative. Okay, and I'm trained in both modern medicine as well as Ayurvedic medicine. I have been many others. So what I will do, I will have a slides I just presented, or like 45 slides. I could be able to send to you guys. I'll tell and you read through. This is about the diet. What kind of your personality is, whether you're Bata, Pitta, Kapha, mixture, whatever it is. You could be able to use that and enhance your physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Okay, that's what you need to know about what Ayurveda has done. Again, I'll send it to you. You guys just do it before our program was there, and we'll send it to you, and you can enhance yourself. This is a gift given to your forefather, and we are passing to you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Uncle. So yeah, with that being said, thank you guys so much all for listening. Thank you to all my fellow youth members for being here. I appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day to do this. Is there any last final comments from my panel members? Any closing words?
Right?
Hey, yeah, just thanks for having me. Great job, Nitin, running the show. I wanted to congratulate all my panel members. Very well done, everyone.
Thank you, thank you. Anybody else? Just closing statements, closing words, words of advice, anything like that?
I would just also want to say thank you so much, Nitin. You did a great job. Really, it's hard to run panel discussions, and it's a lot. You made it look very easy. It's a lot harder than it looks. But yes, I would love to thank everyone for attending. Thank you to Sanjay Uncle for pulling this all together. It's truly a special thing that we have here. And one last thing I would like to say, just carry yourself throughout your day with love and kindness and no judgment. And that's stemming from my own personal practice right now that I'm focusing on in meditation and yoga. But I think the root of misunderstanding and conflict is lack of love and empathy and compassion. And whether that's within your family or work or your social setting, that is the root for really bringing people together. So that's just my last word for today, but thank you all.
So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin, and thank you everybody on the youth panel. And I would encourage to stick around, all of you, because we are going to have more excited this panel discussion coming up after 10-minute bhajan session right now. After you, it's like entrepreneurship. I mean, you will hear from all this experience, successful entrepreneurs, so that you can also learn something from them. That's the idea. So most of the time I try to engage youths, because you are the torch bearer, that which I mentioned in my opening statement. So please stick around. I know it's very hard to do that, but if you have time, please stick around. And also we have another, after this entrepreneurship with Tara Wilson, she's a granddaughter of Suresh Tiwari ji, who's a long time BSNA member. And she is going to talk about very nicely, like in how one can want to engage in politics. She did a very good job. And after that, we will have another like a healthcare panel discussion, which is also very exciting. So I will encourage that, if you can stick around, that will be wonderful. And same thing next tomorrow, another very important, all of them are important, but for the youth purpose, this is like, Sanatani Gyan Vigyan by Dr. Vipin Chaturvedi ji, but please, stick around, and we will have more, discussion and, engagements later on. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Nitin. Thank you, all of you.
Now I can be off.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you to all the youth and for your exceptional presentation and the panel discussion. Here it's time now that we'll move on with our cultural program 1.
It's just like, short one.
Yeah, short cultural program with a bhajan presented by Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey. Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey lives in Montreal and he has been a life member of the BSNA for many years. He's also our executive vice president for Canada for Brahman Samaj of North America. So here is Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey with his bhajan. Thank you for that presentation. There is one more presentation by Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey.
Sugrit, you're saying something?
Yeah, there is one more presentation.
Yeah, and also there is one flute.
Yes.
जैसे जल
The next program is a bansuri or the flute that will be played by our none other than our treasurer for the BSNA, that is Mr.
Lalan Mishra.
This is Mr. Lalan Mishra. We are going to play the flute right now.
Yes, please.
Just a moment. That was a very nice presentation by Mr. Lalan Misra. We are left with some time before our next program begins. So at this time, would like to enjoy some instrumental.
Only 2 minutes left, so maybe let panel discussion start at noon, right?
Okay.
So let's do that. Yeah.
So we maybe left with 2 minutes. So yeah. In the meantime, if the President BSNA, Mr. Sanjay Pandey, would like to address.
So our next panel discussion is on entrepreneurship, led by Vineet, who is a director at Accenture, and the panelists are Dr. Sarvak Dwivedi, Mr. Ajay Mishra, and Praveen Sharma ji. Vineet.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Namaskar, pranam, sab bade log ke liye. Let's give our panelists a moment to be pinned. Do we have everyone pinned? Let's see. No, not yet.
Hello, Viniti.
Praveen ji is here.
Hello, hello. Could we get the 3 panelists to be pinned, please?
If they can turn their video on.
Okay. So the first one is Mr. Praveen Sharma.
Hello.
I see him. Yeah.
Sarvak Dwivedi is also there.
Dr. Sarvak Dwivedi there as well. And last but not least, Mr. Ajay Mishra. All right, we're just missing. Okay, we got Sarvani uncle. We're missing one
संजय
more.
उसको टेस्ट कर दीजिए संजय को अजय को अजय मिश्रा.
Yeah, Mr. Ajay Mishra is the last one.
He's there.
Okay, great. Let's get started. I am really excited to be hosting today's panel on the topic of entrepreneurship from idea to exit. My name is Vineet Bande. I am a director at Accenture Strategy and Consulting. I have an entrepreneurial itch as well, so this is a personally passionate area. At Accenture, I'm also responsible for state of Minnesota's health and innovation ventures and investments. So certainly very excited to hear from this group on the really great broad topic, but certainly in the areas that each of these individuals serve in can certainly go quite deep and broad. So what we're going to do today is how we're going to spend this hour together. I'm going to start with introductions across the panel, talk about what the panel is, and then we have an open discussion segment that I have a few pointed questions for these 3 esteemed panelists. From there, about halfway, I'd like to transition it to a rapid fire segment. So each of the panelists have received some of these rapid fire questions in advance, and it's going to be, I'm going to ask a question. It's going to be a quick, short one-word response or short word response on some really practical tips or intel that you might need to know about starting your own business. And then last but not least, this is where I need your help, everyone in the audience. I need your help on thinking about questions in the last 10 minutes. So as we're going through this panel, feel free to chat in the window anytime during this session. We will save questions for the last 10 minutes of the segment for these 3. Does that sound good? Thumbs up.
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. So our panel today is from entrepreneurship, from idea to exit. Really, the objective is to inspire everyone here to really move the entrepreneurial curiosity into action. We've got 3 people to do that. First, Mr. Ajay Mishra. He is a tech executive and serial entrepreneur. He has co-founded 2 successful enterprise startups and held a variety of executive roles at Mobile Iron, Cleared-In, Cisco, and Motorola. Most recently, Ajay was CEO of Cleared-In, which was acquired by Barracuda Networks. Prior to that, he co-founded Mobile Iron, which successfully IPO'd in 2014. Before that, he co-founded wireless Wi-Fi category leader Airspace, which was acquired by Cisco. He has an MBA from Booth and an MS in computer science. Mr. Mishra, could you just wave for everyone? There he is. Excellent. Mr. Praveen Sharma. He is a former tech entrepreneur that did some of the pioneer work in the area of digital-rich video content management and distribution that goes back to the original launch of PPV, pay-per-view, and subscription services over satellite and IPT broadcast and streaming services. He studied economics at Delhi University and Delhi School of Economics and comp sci at the University of Iowa, which is nearby my home state of Minnesota. So we should exchange notes about that sometime. His initial professional career started in the semiconductor industry and subsequently moved to broadcast and IPTV for digital video, starting with their work for DirecTV and other satellite DTH and IPTV networks worldwide. He's a life member of BSNA, whose parents come from UP and Rajasthan in India. Last but not, Mr. Sharma, please wait for everyone so we know who you are.
Hello.
All right. Last but not least, Dr. Saurabh Dwivedi uncle. Namaskar. Nice to see you. Dr. Dwivedi is a scientist, innovator, leader, and entrepreneur. He has built a 29-year-long career in drug development, holding several roles in the pharma industry and contributing to the advancement of over 50 molecules in various pharmacological classes, with several major approved products helping patients worldwide. He co-founded Pearl Therapeutics in 2006 and launched it with VC funding in 2007. Pearl invented a new platform for delivering drugs and their combinations to the lungs. Pearl's investors sold it to AstraZeneca in 2013 in a $1.15 billion deal. Based on Pearl's inventions, AstraZeneca has now launched 2 products worldwide and more are in development. Before Pearl, Dr. Dwivedi served at Nectar, Alkermes, Dura, and Glaxo in various roles. Currently, Dr. Dwivedi is leading and building AngioSafe, a cardio medical device company in Silicon Valley, which he co-founded in 2014. Dr. Dwivedi's basic pharma sciences education was at IIT BHU and later at the University of British Columbia in Canada. Dr. Dwivedi, wait for the audience. Namaskar. Yes, perfect. Well, first off, I want to thank our panelists for making the time. As you can tell with these introductions, they're above my pay grade several times. So I wanted to just thank them for making the time on their busy calendar to do this. And so just as I mentioned, how we want to spend this time is some open discussion before we go to the rapid fire. This discussion is going to be framed into 2 buckets, from idea and to exit. So I'll start with from idea. How did you know your idea was the one pursuing? Mr. Mishra, maybe we could start with you and just get your thoughts on your idea and how you kind of came about it and how you knew it was the right one to prioritize. Oh, I can't hear you. Well, maybe we can, Mr. Sharma, maybe we can go with you. And while Mr. Mishra is figuring out his little IT issues, maybe our IT team could help Mr. Mishra with some things as well.
Okay, we had an interesting experience and history, though perhaps not unique. For our initial product, which was in the area of computer-aided design for semiconductor chips, we learned through research at our work and the tools that were available in the marketplace as well as within our organization, and also had discussions with some key customers to identify what was missing in the marketplace and what tools and products were needed. So as a result, we came up with a proposal and prototype for our organization to develop those as products, which was, of course, did not go through. And that's where we decided to go out and work on our own products because we wanted to implement the ideas that we thought were users. So we went out and started
प्रवीण जी आपका ऑडियो
on our own. In 6
प्रवीण
months, we
प्रवीण जी
released
आप
our first product.
आप अपना
Yeah.
अपना ऑडियो फिक्स करिए।
Okay.
प्रवीण जी ऑडियो
I'll turn off the video.
Sure, that's a good idea.
And perhaps that will help. Perhaps that will help. Is it better now?
Yes, so far so good.
Okay. So at that stage, we were running low on funds. We were self-funded, and we took on some consulting work, which ended up being our next product. This was for consulting work for Sony, which was doing a large project for DirecTV. And we ended up doing significant software development for Sony as consultants. And they
again you lost.
They
आपका audio
gave us more and more work. So ultimately, in about a year, we can need you. Still, okay, I'll. So we decided to come up with new products in the digital media management, and that at that time we did a pivot from CAD to multimedia development of distribution of content as files as well as streamed delivery. So that's that tells you a little bit about our background and how we evolved from CAD to digital content management and distribution.
I love it, Mr. Sharma. Thank you for sharing that. Specifically, just like the takeaway I hear from that story is listening. You know, you heard from the market what was a gap from your customers, and that was the genesis of your idea. And I think that you know is a just like great takeaway just right at the bat.
Yes.
Dr. Dwivedi, would you like to take a pass at what your view, how you prioritize and know what the idea was worth pursuing? Get your thoughts on that. You're muted. I can't hear you.
सर्वज्ञ जी आपका ऑडियो कम नहीं कर रहा अभी।
Okay. You're gonna try calling. Mr. Mishra, let's see if your audio is working.
No.
Oh, who is that?
Somebody more powerful than me is controlling my voice. So
okay.
I've just been told that I have been unmuted, but please, let's start with Ajay ji. Ajay ji, please.
He can't hear either.
I can't hear you.
I see his.
Please unmute.
Somebody have to unmute him. Ratna.
He is unmuted, sir.
But he's not.
Ajay ji is unmuted. There is no problem with that. The thing is, Ajay ji's microphone is not connected. That is the issue. So, Ajay ji, what you have to do, can you rejoin and this time choose join with video? Or on your microphone on the left bottom bar, you see there is a small arrow up. There, you have to choose the microphone because it should be on the top 3 choice.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, now
yeah. Yes.
So now you're at it now.
Okay, sorry, Vinit, for me, starting a company is all about finding the market transition and disruption. So I started my first company when Wi-Fi was coming in boatloads from Taiwan, and every company needed to secure and manage the Wi-Fi infrastructure. The second company I started when iPhone was launched,
And I concluded within a month that this is going to be computer of your future. And that was my second company. And both of them I started to secure, manage, and run your business for it. And there was a disruption going on in B2B or enterprise space, and was a market transition, large opportunity, timing, and little luck. All four worked for me both times, and in both cases. One was in 2001, recession number one. Second one was 2007, recession number two.
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that formula. I mean, maybe there's a number three in the mix if that's if you know what's working for you. Dwivedi uncle, would you like to give your thoughts on this question around how you knew the idea was worth pursuing? It's a big risk, big reward, as we hear. Would love to hear your thoughts.
Indeed. The bigger the challenge, the bigger the reward. So the challenge that I wanted to pursue was one of delivering drugs to the lungs the way smoke delivers damage to the lungs, which means you should be able to cover all of the airways. No drug device combination, drug delivery system at that point in time covered it. We had a technology that could do so, but my previous company did not want to fund product ideas based on that technology. So I simply chose to launch a company. The entrepreneurialism was simply a means to an end for me. It was not a mission. And there was nothing about it, about market size. Market size was always there, 200 million COPD patients. So that's not a big deal. The real motivation was solving their clinical challenge. And the second company, NGOSafe, has been driven with the same principle. This one is more around totally blocked arteries in the heart and the legs. Many physicians, interventional physicians, get scared when they see totally blocked arteries, as they did when my father's heart developed two totally blocked arteries at age 80 and nobody wanted to open those up. So I said, this is a problem worth solving. And it became a clinical mission. The commercial success is, in my profession, is strictly a consequence of solving clinical problems. So the motivation was really solving big clinical challenges.
Love it. Wow. What a varied response to the same question. I think that's going to be the theme to all these questions, which is a good segue into that more tactical, right? You know, I think this first question was really strategic and how do you prioritize, but how do you first take that first step, right? You know, what the Small Business Administration, if you just Google how to start a business, they pop up very top in Google results, which is, you know, we consider as the easy button for finding a lot of answers. Creating a business plan is one of those first few steps in starting any business. What are your thoughts on the first step in starting a business or starting a new idea within a innovative sort of culture in your corporate setting? Mr. Sharma, would you like to take a pass at that question?
Yes, certainly. I think, in my opinion, if the product, target markets, and customers are clear, then the goal is, and the goal is really to raise the money to fund the development of the product. Developing a business plan is a must. It is also important as a blueprint for the startup. In terms of what are the expectations, what are the goals, and understanding between the founders itself is also very important. However, the nature of startups is such that changes can occur during your evolution or during evolution of your business. So as entrepreneurs, one has to be also ready to be accommodative. And that business plan has to keep those assumptions. So the plan, you can incorporate the assumptions and base everything on that. But as you have changes, you should be able to accommodate those changes to the business plan based on reality of the situation, or when the rubber hits the road, there are changes that can occur in your plan, and you have to be accommodative of those.
So document perspective and thoughts onto paper so your team can agree, or if you're by yourself, you can just have it all down. But recognize that there maybe need to make pivots, whether small or large, and be agile as you're navigating that. I think this is a good segue into Mr. Mishra. You know, you're also in the tech field. I would love to hear, does that resonate as far as taking that first step, or do you have a contrarian view to that point of view?
No, it's very similar. The way I look at it, first, I have to be convinced that I want to build this company and I want to commit for 10 years. Next thing, I always ask my wife, is she okay to support me? Because at the end of the day, I can go start something. But if she's not supportive, so I have to ask for forgiveness. And the third one is that I typically call 10 customers. And if anything which is coming 2 years from now, when you're ready to sell, you start a company now, or at least a year before you can sell. I call 10 customers and I run by this whole idea without thinking, will they steal it? And often those customers are not in the Bay Area. I call them who are outside the Bay Area. And if 3 or 4 says go, other 3 say you are totally wrong. And other 3 say, 1/3 say that maybe. That means says I got it right. So basically, I'm almost 50%, maybe I take, and then another 50% yes. And then both companies, that's what I did. And that convinced me. And that started the business plan. Yeah, I can create $1 billion market immediately. But now they can convince everyone, and then including helps with hiring, business plan, top down, bottom up analysis, as well as everything just rolls through that.
Yep. So let's just throw out the TAM out the window. For those that aren't aware, total addressable market, which a lot of angel and VC fund investors really care a lot about. Throw it all out. Let's just get straight to the customer and talk to them without even really creating a product or anything, just testing it. And if there's someone that's a buyer, you know, that is going to motivate you to initiate. But more important takeaway is happy wife, happy life from your perspective. Duvedi uncle, last but not least, your thoughts on this question about first steps in starting a business.
Okay, so the 4 names that are on this panel actually provide you all the first steps necessary. You have to have a winning challenge, a problem, a bigger problem. So Ajay, the word Ajay. Find a solution to a big problem. That's number 1 step. Unless you're confident of that problem and your solution to that, don't think of taking a risk. That you have to be confident in that. Be a Praveen, you know, have all the skills necessary to solve that problem. Sarvagya, become knowledgeable enough about your field, including things to do with planning, budgeting, forecasting, coming up with all components of an operating plan. Know how you will use your money or investors' money. Treat your investors' money as your own. That's one of the first steps. And be unique. Remember that you will run into challenges. You have to have humility in going into entrepreneurism, in the field of entrepreneurism. This is not easy. It's not going to be easy. But if you know your problem is big enough, worth solving, you know you have a solution, you know you have the skills to go after finding that solution, and you know you have the knowledge enough to be confident in front of competitors, and you have the humility to be able to take a side, take an exit if you needed to, make an adjustment to your plan, change course of action, go after a different product in your pipeline than the lead that you were tackling. All of those things are elements of thinking about the first steps before you go into taking a big risk. In my case, the first step in launching a company was a 22-slide presentation and 1 Excel spreadsheet that had a 7-year plan of action with every single element of money where we were going to spend, along with milestones that we would deliver in those 7 years. That was the business plan. You do not need to have a 3-ring binder containing glossy sheets of business plan, all sorts of forecasts. That was good enough for me to raise first $15.5 million out of a 7-year, $300 million budget.
I totally agree. I totally agree. You have to have the blueprint. And in technology space where I'm coming from, 18 months, you know you're going to die or you're going to make it happen. VCs like to see 5 years. Other thing which I will just add here, I also made a motto, always hire people smarter than you. So my co-founder to my CEO to anyone I hired was always smarter than me. And I always wrote the job description and found the best person.
Excellent, brilliant. Any other closing thoughts on the sort of idea segment of our open discussion? You know, we talked about sort of ideation and vision, strategy, and we also talked about getting tactical, you know, the business plan, being willing to not be so married to it. Any other closing thoughts on this before we jump to the exit segment?
Well,
be hungry.
Exactly. And remember, it's all up to you. Entrepreneur. So I translate it into Sanskrit as antar prerit. You have to have your own motivation from within to be able to go do all the things that are necessary for you to do for success of your idea and to solve that particular problem you're about, whether it's a short time cycle or a long time cycle. That self-motivation, innate motivation needs to be there. If you don't have it, then find somebody who will have it such that you can go along with your skills and their skills combined to become. That's where co-founders come in. So that's at the beginning. That's right at the beginning. I'm not in the tactical yet, but go ahead, Vineet.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's actually that's a great segue into continuing getting even more granular and technical because, you know, people watch documentaries on how Microsoft was founded or the Facebook documentary. So we all have, it feels like it's very glamorized around being an entrepreneur, but I also do want to get to the, you know, the real talk, right? About how there are challenges and I want to hear more of those, you know, the blood, sweat, and tears as we talk about on the road to exit, not necessarily the exit. The first, you know, question I'd have, maybe we could start with you, really, Uncle, around your best approach to developing a business's product service offering as you're starting out. You talked about a 7-year plan, the business plan. I'd like to hear a little more detail about how you knew to do that, and then also what encompassed within that 7-year plan, and did everything go to plan as far as starting out, and how tell us a little more about that story.
Well, I think I've presented the story of Pearl in several presentations, but just a quick summary. Not everything did go according to plan, actually. We were spinning out a technology from my previous company, telling the investors it was a mature technology, so they were really not taking much of a risk. They just needed to invest. We will convert the technology into products, and along the way, we will solve some problems, and that will give us new patents. That was the basic premise, and we had the experience to do so. Well, the technology failed, and just when we solved the technology problem, came up with a new invention that changed the way the drugs get to the lungs, Lehman Brothers collapsed. So when we had the capital raise need rise, because we knew now we could make a bunch of products, the amount of money available in the capital markets dried up. And that's where I would say that, you know, many of our Sanatana Sanskriti principles, karmanyevadhikaraste, focus on the cause, focus on the value we are about to provide to the patients, and not one person in the company. We had 30 employees at that time. Not one person got scared, and we were able to solve those problems. Then when we caught up with the fundraising, we were back on that 7-year, $300 million plan. The exit part, we didn't set up the company for an exit. We set up the company for the mission. Mission was to reach patients, help them breathe better when their airways are chronically obstructed, relieve them of that challenge. We knew that if we did that, there will be multiple exit scenarios feasible, everything from licensing our product to selling the product on our own, to a company that was public, to selling the entire company. The first opportunity that became available to our investors was with AstraZeneca, writing a huge check that they could not refuse. I did not want to sell it, by the way. I told them, wait another 18 months, you'd sell it for $5 billion. They just wanted their first opportunity to go out there. That was investors' mission. Our mission continued. So I stayed with the company for another 6 years inside AstraZeneca. They funded us with another $1.5 billion, and that led to the products reaching the market. So we did satisfy Pearl's original entrepreneurial mission, which was to help patients breathe better, except it happened under two different financial umbrellas. One, the venture capitalists, and second, AstraZeneca. So that's sort of the full story, some big challenges along the way, and of course, day-to-day team building. How do you hire people? Well, Ajay ji mentioned, you find people who will bridge the gap in your knowledge base. Find those who don't know what you know, so you better know what you don't know, and then find people to fill that knowledge gap. Two is know your skill limitations. Find people beyond that skill set. So for example, in my first company, I told them, I will not be the CEO. I know what I am going to do, but I know who we are going to hire. And the investors hired that person as the CEO, and so on and so forth. There are many, many things that go along the way. And we can tell the story in some great detail at some other time, but right now that's sufficient for me. Go ahead.
Excellent. Mr. Mishra, I'd like to have you build on that. Any particular challenges that were unexpected as part of your journey, is maybe talking a little bit more towards the exit segment, because I've seen IPOs and whatnot. Like, were the incentives all aligned? Was it not? Like, any lessons learned there?
So let me build on Dr. Dwivedi. There are three things. One of them is they're really about, really important that your early team, you're getting married to them, and make sure you really do diligence. The first 5 people whom you're hiring, the culture, they fit the culture, they're the right team, because if they are not right, and the same applies to investors, make sure those investors early on, they have a big trust, you're going to make a mistake. And the question is how fast you recognize, and they're there behind you, not to just shut it down. So that is the first. The team is important. First, your founders, or depends whom what your early team is. The second one is really quick one: technology risk and technology. In our case, your customer love it, but can you build this thing and really take it out within first 4 months? If you can build the product, doesn't matter what you're trying to go. So that is the second thing. And the exit, I have a different view. I came from Chicago booth. I look at everything. If this company is worth $1 today, am I making $1.20 next month, $1.50 next month, $2 third month? We keep increasing the value. As long as we keep increasing the value of the company, we are just going doing and building a business. At any time, if the company is flattened out, and now this $1 became 20 million or 100 million, and after or $1 billion, and after that you're not going up, either something wrong with the company or there's a market issue. And then at that time, you have to look at it, either go get more capital to like going IPO and get more capital and go after, or just find a buyer or M&A candidate. So that's how I look at exit, but it's all based on, if the share prices are going up, that means you're doing things right. And that's what I use in my mind.
Excellent. And Mr. Sharma, just on the topic of exits, I'd just love to hear, as you're going to market around your work at IPTV in that space, I'd love to hear how that strategy went about, and going straight to consumer and to various other channels. We'll love to hear any considerations from a go-to-market perspective that you could share.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, part of your analysis, when you're coming up with what product will address the market, you are talking to some key customers that can validate your concept also, that this product in fact is what is needed. And type of product, if it is a mass market type of product, typically you're looking for an IPO route. So like Dr. Dwivedi mentioned, the application is in such a large human population that this thing can scale to a very large customer base. So that's typically a IPO type of product or company that you can aim for. There are other exit strategies are acquisition by a larger company where you fit in as piece of the puzzle for them. So you could be a smaller but a powerful application within an ecosystem where this larger company wants to offer a one-stop shop or one-stop solution to large customers. So that would be the other. And then, of course, there are other examples in the marketplace where there are private equity groups that come in, they try to buy assets or buy the companies, they merge several companies, they do some magic and they turn them around, and then they can either sell it to a larger company or, so there are essentially three types of exits, and fourth would be no exit. Some cases, like we had Bose Audio, they never went public, they never sold. They were profitable, they were money-making business, they stayed independent, private. So there was no exit essentially. But so these are the main exit type of scenarios that you can look at.
That's a great segue into that last question within this open discussion segment around possible exit options for a company. I'd love to hear if maybe Mr. Mishra or Soy Uncle, you guys have any other, would you expand on that? Any contrarian views to what Mr. Sharma positioned around exit options?
So I will never build a company to get acquired, because you build the wrong company then. Always build a business and then acquisition will happen. And that should be your strategy. Always build a business, because anytime you build to acquire, nothing happens. So I'll give you an example. My first company was a Wi-Fi company in the enterprise. We built a business that Cisco will acquire a different company, but we were number one, they were number two, and we got acquired for $500 million. So it's just that we were not looking to sell our company. The second one, we went IPO, and then after IPO, we got acquired by a PE. But the business was never, it was a sustainable gross margin cost of sale scalable business, both cases. So the rule is that never build a business to get acquired. That's and then you do a magic.
So I think where I'd want to challenge, and maybe sorry, Uncle, you could help with my devil's advocate, right? Entrepreneurs should have some sort of money motivation, profit motivation, right? And so how do you balance that sort of need for profit, need for, being a business, and also looking far ahead 5 years, but also balancing that with the sort of tactical of being a mission-driven organization, like serving patients has been your lifelong mission. I'd be curious to hear how you balance those two things.
Mission.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Praveenji. Go ahead, please.
No, I think that's a very good question, and you're faced with that every day in a startup which you are the founder. And there were times when you have to go without pay, but you have employees that you have to pay. Doesn't matter whether you're running out of funds or you have to take pay cut, but you are doing extra work. You're burning the midnight oil. You are as founders, everything comes upon you. If you have short of resources in some space, we would jump in and start to write code ourselves, that because it was needed. Same way, if you're short of money, if you're trying to do something which is, most of the employees, other than your core team, you can't expect them to go the extra mile in a way that the core team can go. So core team is, and which is the key element of any startup and success of that startup. Your 3, 4, 5 people, like Mr. Mishra mentioned, first 5 people, they have to be in sync. They have to have this dream that is shared, and then understanding that they are going to do whatever is needed to make this business successful. I think that is the key to success of a startup.
Well, I know the question that I'd posed was a good one because all three of you tried to answer it. So I'm going to give Sarani Uncle the opportunity to also answer that question, and then we can transition to the rapid fire segment.
Yes. So in my profession, it's quite clear, medical mission leads, monetary mission follows. If you solve a compelling clinical challenge, wealth is just a side effect. It's not a cliche, it's really true, simply because when the amount of money you have available to satisfy your clinical mission becomes tight, and if money is your primary motivation, I can guarantee the mind will fade away from your primary mission. But if medical mission remains front and center, then you know the money problem can be solved. I mean, we went to 50 investors after the collapse of Lehman Brothers, and the 51st investor, 18 months, decided to invest in us $100 million. So after trying, I mean, it was an extremely difficult time. And then I launched NGOSafe. I'll tell you a little bit of a story here. In 2014, telling the investor community that if we can handle collapse of Lehman Brothers, it's not going to be as big a deal with NGOSafe. Guess what? A pandemic shows up. And now a war shows up. A global recession shows up. Inflation rises once in 4 decades. But not one of our investors is deterred. Not one of our team members is deterred, because they know we are solving a 65-year-old problem of blocked arteries that afflicts almost 3 to 4 million people just in the US. And that population is rising. So we know there's going to be a compelling answer to a major medical challenge, and therefore money is going to always follow. Do not lead your entrepreneurial mission purely by money and exit scenarios in mind. Lead it with a clear, crystal clear mission, problem solving in mind, something to offer that is new, that customers will part with their money for, and monetary benefits will just be a byproduct.
Excellent.
Don't be greedy, get the largest investor you can. That is important. So don't be greedy, let others win, and then get the largest investor who are willing to help you both good time and bad time.
Well, speaking of time,
and may I,
oh yeah, go ahead. Yes, of course.
So just quickly add one thing. So, we are in Brahman Samaj of North America's and global Brahman Samaj discussion here. Being a Brahman Putra, I became a Vanik Putra, became, a businessman. So how do you make that transition happen? I mean, Brahmins are not supposed to be business people. Traditionally, if you go back to the old days, but if you go back to the roots of the word Brahman, we are the keepers of the Brahma Vidya. Brahma Vidya ka gyata Brahman. And Brahma Vidya, actually at the core of it is karma, which is all about current life. Okay? So if you follow the pattern of knowledge, which we used to keep originally when the Brahmana sect was conceived, in those days, we were supposed to be the keepers of the knowledge. And in those days, India was the biggest economic power on planet Earth, 35 to 40% of global economy, almost 1500 years ago. None of the modern science existed at that time. Allopathy did not, engines did not, electricity did not, none of it existed at that time. Yet India was the global superpower at that point in time. How did that happen? Because of the management system, part of which was the Brahman culture. So we now are living in the modern era. And since we are the keepers of the Brahma Vidya, which has karma at the core of it, we are probably ideally wired to be entrepreneurs, antar-prerit, to be able to take care of new initiatives. We just need to get rid of this original thinking that, we cannot be businessmen. We all can be businessmen with this whole core principle of focus on karma. So sorry about that. We need a little bit of a distraction, but it's important for BSNA team.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate you helping bring it all together. Something I should have been doing throughout this. So I really appreciate you bringing this all together. I really appreciate that. That was really well done. What I'm even a little more excited about incrementally is the rapid fire segment. Anyone know what a rapid fire segment is? Any raise hands? Yeah, maybe no stays or raise. So rapid fire segment, I'm going to ask really quick. I'm going to ask a question, and I'd like to hear from the panelists in a one word or a very short response what their thoughts are. Okay, we're going to start with a warm up. I have about 5 or 6 of them, and based on the names I have in front of my screen, we're going to go Mr. Sharma, Sarvagni Uncle, and then Mr. Mishra, and then we'll keep going down that path. Does that sound good? Take a breath. Ready? All right. Mr. Sharma, morning or night person?
Morning.
Okay. Dr. Dwivedi?
Night.
And Mr.
Because
Mishra?
it's morning in India then.
Early morning.
Okay. Early morning. Okay. So we've got almost 3 for 3 with an asterisk in India morning, I guess, for mornings. I'd love to, maybe extrapolate that. I wonder if that's the case for all entrepreneurs, but we'll have to see. Next question: C Corp, LLC, or S Corp? Mr. Sharma.
C Corp.
Okay. Dr. Dwivedi.
C Corp.
And Mr. Mishra.
C Corp. It creates a very good structure.
Okay, 3 for 3. And Mr. Mishra, why don't you expand on that really briefly for the audience that may not know that us Brahmins are wired for it, and we need to explain to them. Yep, go ahead.
C Corp in Delaware, it gives us a lot of good laws for both business side, investor side, as well as the employees. And it creates a really good balance between all 3 type of people.
Okay, well, you've heard it here from all entrepreneurs that C Corp 3 for 3. Again, okay, let's see how much similarity there is on this third question. I believe there will be some divergence. Describe yourself in 3 words. Mr. Sharma.
Persistence, hard work, and analysis.
Okay. Sarvagni Uncle.
Never give up.
Never give up. Okay. And last but not least, Mr. Mishra.
Humble, hungry, and persistent. You have to use all 3 at the different times. And
well, I will say there is a significant overlap between all 3. In fact, 2 of the 3 use the same word. Mr. Sharma and Mr. Mishra use both the word persistent. And we did not have a prep session before this. So this is, and I would say that lines very well with Sarvagni Uncle's never give up. So you heard it here. We're 3 for 3 on all these questions that these entrepreneurs are kind of might be drinking the same water out here. Here's a nice tactical one. Name 1 daily productivity hack you use. You've got tons of priorities, personal, professional. Would love to hear, Mr. Sharma. Your what helps keep you productive every day?
A morning walk.
Morning walk. Okay.
Yes.
Sarvagni Uncle.
15 to 20-minute meditation.
Okay. And Mr. Mishra.
I take a tea and then watch the water. I go in the yard and just watching the flower yard and so on. It just keeps me meditating. It's kind of a combination. It creates a meditation and peace in me.
Okay. Well, so I think the common denominator here is just getting away from work in some way, generally around wellness is what I'm hearing. So it sounds like it sounds very consistent with actually the panel with the youth, right? Around health and wellness. And I think a lot of common themes around what Neha Sharma said, discover and pick what works for you. I think that's certainly the case here.
Yes.
This next question, in 1 word, what motivates you? Mr. Sharma.
Idea of 1 word is hard to.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Idea of what will benefit the people in general.
Okay. Next.
Nature. That's where diseases come from, and that's where the solutions to diseases are too. So nature.
Nature. Okay. Mr. Mishra.
For me, it's an opportunity, disruption, and making impact.
Okay. Well, here
kind of follows together.
Yeah, interesting. So a little bit more divergence on this motivation, but it certainly not surprising given what we've heard throughout today's panel. And then we have one more rapid fire segment, but before I do go into that, I just want to give another heads up to the entire group that we have we'll have about 10 minutes for any question and answer for this esteemed panel that I'd like to position for any questions. You can feel free to come off of mute or also ping them in the chat and I can go through them. And then the last question, which can be more than one word, because it might be a little more work. Your top lesson learned in your career, Mr. Sharma.
Always be flexible and accommodative. Changes, people may have compelling circumstances that you have, as a business owner, you have to accommodate your employees, you have to accommodate your customers, you have to accommodate your other investors or partners. So business teaches you to, like Mr. Mishra said, humility. It teaches you humility because you have to make this whole project work. That's so in my opinion, that's a key attribute or characteristic.
Excellent. Next.
So top lesson I learned was from my professor, Dr. Mitchell in Canada at the University of British Columbia, the way you said it, Vineet. It was, don't fight nature. Figure out a way of working with you and figure out a way of using it. It has been there before us, it will be there with us, and it will be there after us. That is the core of Sanatana Sanskriti. So don't fight nature, figure out a way of using it. And that applies to everything. Scientific and technical problem you're solving, the people problems you might have, which is organizational, and of course, putting a company together. You need to work with the nature in all of those situations, whether it comes to problem, people, or your plans.
Sure, and especially in this ever so digital age, I think that's certainly very sage advice. Last but not least.
From my perspective, it's really two things. Fail fast. Often, almost every year, we change things, which not a major change, but there's a fail fast, which is really important. Don't just keep going something which is not going to work. And the second one is to make sure that you really just fail fast and keep making sure the shareholder value is going up.
Excellent. Well, you've heard it here, folks. We've had a excellent open discussion where, some key takeaways from there is listen to your customer. The Brahmins are ideally wired for entrepreneurism as they are the keepers of Vidya. Make sure you call those 10 customers before you even start a business plan, right? See if someone would buy your idea and making sure that they're anonymous. If you can get 30 to 50%, you're in a good place. And be flexible, right? Be willing to pivot and know that changes will happen. And whether it's people, process, technology, governance, you need to be adaptable. So I think those are some of the takeaways I've had. I would want to first say thank you so much to the esteemed panelists to not only make the time, but share the wisdom, tying this back to our BSNA conference and themed. And I'll take a moment here to see if there are any questions in the chat for that. Okay, I do have a question, and we have actually two questions. So maybe we'll ask maybe one of the panelists to answer the first one and another to ask the second one so that we can accommodate answering all the questions that are coming through. First one, that's how do you handle challenging teammates or employees? How do you handle challenging employees or teammates?
Do you want me to take it?
Sure, yeah, feel free. We'll probably have time for 3 questions, so one for
Basically,
one.
have a really honest talk, and sometimes you have to make a hard decision, get rid of them in a friendly way. When I say friendly way, don't create more problems that they go sue you, sue the company actually in this case.
Okay.
So have a discussion, give the feedback, but sometimes you made mistake, fail fast, means get rid of them.
Yep. Okay. I've got an anonymous question. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You can certainly answer.
Let me just add to that a little bit. Be extremely careful at the time of hiring, because in the very early stages of the company, you go from one person, let's say you are the founder, to a second person. That's 50% growth. That's right, the 100% growth. And then with every employee added, you guys adding a very significant fraction to the company. So some of the earliest employees are absolutely important because, as Ajay ji mentioned, they set the culture. And then you have to find employees that fit that culture to be able to grow to your mission. But then if you do run into challenging employees, follow the path that Ajay ji just prescribed.
I'll just also add do the blind reference check. Don't take it, always do blind reference check about if you can't find reference, that's bad actually too. So always do a blind reference check with employees. That worked extremely well for us actually.
Excellent.
Vinit, can I ask?
Yes, feel free.
A couple of things. I know you guys talking about a very high level, but there are sometimes you get involved in a business which is a smaller scale, like there are 4 individuals, they are on board members, and they have collected money, just like the Vidiji is doing some of this company. And you have it relates to healthcare business, which I was involved. And what happened, that the people over there, somebody who has 51%, interest in the company, he or she thinks that he wants the company. And therefore you need to listen what this person is telling, and whatever time and energy which you have put it in there. And it's basically, no, when you're going to sell it to somebody, now you can't say anything. So what do you do for those type of situations? Or how do you manage? Do you need to get involved with this type of company as an investor? Or you get involved with that as an advisor or on the board? Tell us a little bit. 3 of you can, can advise on that.
So in my case, सबसे पहले प्रणाम मिश्रा जी, डॉक्टर मिश्रा जी, प्रणाम आपको. The ownership becomes a substantial subject matter. And that's where if you find investors who are in alignment with your mission before you take their money, finding smart investors, the right money is very, very important to make sure that your mission can succeed in the long run. But if you do run into a situation where the majority investors are voting on one path and you are outvoted, you have a choice to make, whether you stick with it, follow the mission, complete it, even if it means dilution of your own ownership, even if it means taking an exit when you wanted to go on, like I did with Pearl. It still is quite a satisfying experience because you get to finish the mission one way or another. And if push comes to shove, just go ahead, leave and go start another business if it really becomes a serious conflict at the board level and at the advisor level. To prevent that problem from happening, find the right investors. Take smart money before you take the first dollar. Find the right investors.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Mishra.
Hi.
Nice to
So
So
we have
I
been
think
involved with few of like this smaller groups and
you have a very good question, and this can happen in real life situation. This is important, or this is a key hurdle that can show up anytime. And what Dr. Dwivedi mentioned is where you have to figure out, okay, what is the right path for me to follow? In this case, if it depends, if it creates a good value proposition for your customers as well as your investors, then there is no conflict really, but if it is a conflict between your dream as well and there is significant exit on the other side, then you have to decide whether you want to go along with the other side, which is the majority owners, or you still want to pursue your dream of taking this further, where you have to leave and start a new company. But at this time, at this stage, you have already invested your time, money, effort, and it presents a very challenging dilemma for you. Should I drop everything, go start everything new from scratch again, or take this path where I'm getting significant reward from this exit, where they want to sell it, and we'll adjust, either take that acquirer to fulfill our dream, or decide after that to leave the company and then go pursue our dream separately. So that's, but that is a very good question, which entrepreneurs are destined to face in their careers again and again.
I do want to, we have 1 minute left, and I have one question that, maybe Mr. Mishra, you can address. What is your biggest worry or concern for the future of humanity?
I think the 99% and 1% have to have come up with shared risk. We all have to work together.
We have to find a way to build those bridges and work together. I love it. Well, we are right at time, and I want to make sure I think it's like a 12-hour program. Yes, Uncle.
Oh, just quickly on that question that you just mentioned, the human bearing capacity of planet Earth, that's my big concern. We are 7 billion right now. What about 8, 9, 10 billion? Anyway, that's a big picture. There's a real practical question in the question and answer segment here, in the chat segment. Myth about angel and VC funding. The biggest myth is they're on your side. Remember, they are in it. Nowadays, the classical venture capitalists and angel investors, they are really not around. The old days of venture capitalism, where it was all about company building, is limited to very, very few venture funds. After the Y2K challenge, a lot of Wall Street professionals started pursuing venture capitalism as a profession. So to deal with them, you have to make the right deal at the onset. And find the right balance between old style company builders and new style money makers, and somewhere in between you would be able to strike a balance. So this is tricky. Now, one more point about the previous conflict: majority ownership versus control. In Silicon Valley, where I come from, failure is considered a credential. It's not so bad if you fail, for whatever reasons. That's an experience. It's considered an experience. You go at it again. If you really want to go solve another problem, go for it. And often failure is considered as somebody who has actually the experience of knowing what not to do next time. So last 3 questions worth of answers in this one little monologue. Sorry, Vinit, I distracted you from your closure.
I'm very, I think those are great closing remarks, just to share on those various last lingering topics. So I definitely want to make sure you had that off your chest. I think you served really well for this audience. So we're a couple minutes over. I just want to say thank you to the panelists once again. Pranam to all the Bade Log Yahan Par, and really appreciate everyone's engagement here. Looking forward to maybe seeing you virtually or in person in the Bay Area in the future.
Yeah, thank you,
Pranam, everyone.
everybody, all the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have the next presentation by Tara Wilson, but I want Stuti to introduce her. Go ahead, Stuti.
Tara Wilson is the granddaughter of the doctors Suresh Chand Tiwari and Shanti Pandey. She currently serves as a legislative and budget director to a state senator in Massachusetts and previously worked in legal services representing low-income families in Boston. Originally from Houston, she graduated with honors from Tulane University and Georgetown University Law Center.
Thank you, Stuti. Can we have Tara Wilson's talk?
Chris, are you there?
Huh? Is Sukrit there? Ratna? Is Sukrit
Hold on,
there?
I'm going to try doing.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you get the Tara Wilson's presentation?
Fine.
This is Tara Wilson. It's number 8, Sukrit.
It's number 8, right?
Yeah.
Hey.
I just send you the link on email. Ratna, you too.
Oh, thank you. What's the talk on?
How to get involved in government affairs.
What?
Pandeyji, whenever you are ready, I am ready. Can you hear me?
Hi, my name is Tara Wilson. Thank you very much for having me today to talk about how to get involved in politics as a normal person. I come to this with years of experience volunteering with political advocacy groups and on campaigns, and then also working professionally in politics since I graduated from law school in 2019. The presentation I'm going to give is about 10 to 15 minutes long. I'll go through 5 questions that you should ask yourself when you want to get involved in politics that will help guide your path forward. For those of you who are interested in getting involved in politics, I'll also start by saying thank you very much. It takes everyone getting involved and providing their input to make a stronger democracy. So bear with me while I open the PowerPoint presentation, and thank you again for having me. So before I dive into the 5 questions you should be asking yourself, I thought I'd dispel the first myth about politics. Most folks think that politics look like the State of the Union address, the large party conventions with the balloons falling down, the hearings on Capitol Hill. And while that's certainly true, the most you'll see as a layperson getting involved in politics is more the small rooms where you're making a plan with folks, making phone calls, a little bit more disorganized, or behind the voting booth, maybe cringing at what you're seeing on TV, or getting out on the streets and protesting. It's not all glamorous, but it is all certainly very fun. So let's turn to the first question that you should ask yourself when you want to get involved in politics. And that is, what are you interested in? This is a really important place to start, because what's going to drive your continued involvement is your continued interest on a topic. It could be very general. You just want to get involved in with a certain political party whose tenets you agree with. Or it could be very narrow. You have potholes in your neighborhood and you want to address that problem. Well, all of these different issues have different people that affect them. So it's important to start with this. What are you interested in before you dive into your next question, which is how you can learn more about the issues you care about. So once you're interested in an issue, there's always so much information floating around. A good place to start is to do a little research and find out for yourself who's involved in these issues and how can you get involved, what progress is already being made, and how you can be most effective. So I put the Clarion Ledger and the Boston Globe here, representing both the Jackson, Mississippi paper, but also the Boston paper where I am right now. I start off every morning reading the Globe front to back and understanding where we are in the day. What are the current events going on? What's affecting which issue? It's important to find out where things stand, to figure out, where is momentum, or what are people paying attention to right now? And you might think they should be paying attention to different things, but it's good to get a sense of where we are today. In doing that research, you'll also understand which elected officials might affect your issue. It's also important to know who is representing you. And there are many people. You might just think about your members of Congress, but it is far broader than that. So I gave a couple of examples, the most direct examples. This is not even the full list of who is representing me. So starting at the top, you have someone like President Joe Biden, who's representing the entire country, including me. And then I have my members of Congress, Senators Markey and Warren, and then my U.S. Representative, Ayanna Pressley. On the state level, statewide, Governor Baker represents me, and then my state Senator Lydia Edwards and my state Representative Aaron Muklowitz. On a city level, I'm represented by the mayor, Michelle Wu, and my city councilor, Ed Flynn. Now, even beyond this, there are school committee members, there are state auditors, treasurers, a whole array of folks who represent you everywhere from the very local level all the way through state and nationwide. It's important to remember who these folks are because they're the ones that are influencing the issues that you might be interested in, but from different levels. So let's say, for example, you're interested in the war in Ukraine, and you think the United States should be approaching it a bit differently. Okay, well, who should you talk to? Well, someone like your city councilor or your town manager may not influence the war because that's not within their purview. They might be able to keep your priority in mind, but there's really not much they can do beyond that. However, somebody like President Joe Biden is empowered to do much more. Congress as well is empowered to do much more when they decide how much funding they want to allocate to the military or to international aid. And those would be the better audience for what you're requesting. Even between the president, your senator, and your representative, the president, who represents the entire country, may not have the same capacity as your US congressperson or your representative to respond and to take into account your opinion. Somebody like Representative Ayanna Pressley, who represents parts of a smaller part of Massachusetts versus President Joe Biden, Representative Ayanna Pressley will be much better positioned to respond and to incorporate my opinion as her constituent. On the other hand, if you're talking about something like the potholes on your street or in your neighborhood, somebody like the city councilor or your state representative and state senator would be much better prepared to respond immediately and to take corrective action than President Joe Biden. President Joe Biden or your US senator or congressperson may say to themselves, okay, we'll keep that in mind, should put more money in infrastructure. Well, that doesn't help me right now when my tire got busted 4 times because the pothole's been sitting there for 6 months. Let me call my city councilor or my state representative or senator or even the mayor to say, hey, can you fill this pothole and make sure the roads are filled with a different type of concrete that will make for less frequent potholes. In addition to your elected officials, there's also organizations that are often working or different groups of volunteers that are working on particular issues. So the next question that you need to be asking yourself is who is already working on this issue and how can I get involved with them? So a couple of suggested questions. What organization could you look to for guidance? Is your religious organization doing work around this issue? Do you have friends or family who are interested in the same issues? As a singular person, sometimes it can feel overwhelming to try and get involved. There's a lot of people who are already involved. They might know more than you, and that is all okay. So sometimes the most accessible point is to get involved by tapping into an organization who's already doing the work, and they can help guide you in learning more or what the most effective advocacy is, and then you can contribute with your own skill set. So let's take me, for example. When I moved to Boston, I wasn't really sure how to get involved. I was interested in doing more work around ensuring people's rights, their First Amendment rights, when they protest. So I signed up and got involved with the National Lawyers Guild. They do trainings on a regular basis about know your rights and about how to be a legal observer. So when folks are protesting, if there's interactions with the police and with citizens about ensuring that everyone's rights are protected and there's an observer there to ensure that their civil rights are protected. Had I gone about this on my own and restarted a whole organization or tried to learn all of this information by myself, it would have taken a very long time. Instead, I did a couple of hours of training and then just got volunteering, going out at protests, doing some legal observing, and then also doing Know Your Rights trainings for others. It made things much easier. And then based on what I learned from that organization, I could build onto it and expand my network of folks who are involved and make friends who had similar interests, which makes it easier to stay involved. And then the last question, so now you know what you're interested in. You've done a little research. You know your elected officials, you know some organizations at play that you might be able to participate with. The most important question, though, is how do you want to get involved? There's so many options here. So some questions that you might want to ask yourself: what is the most sustainable way to get involved? What do you enjoy doing? Those play together. It's really helpful for organizations or for candidates if you don't just volunteer once, but you volunteer on a regular basis. Not everyone can volunteer every day or even every week, but are you ready to volunteer maybe once a month? Or maybe you can't volunteer, so it has to be a one-time thing. And what does it look like to do a one-time thing? What do you feel comfortable doing? Some folks are going to feel comfortable doing the most extreme. They're going to feel comfortable protesting, engaging in civil disobedience. There are other folks that will not feel comfortable doing that, and they'd like to make phone calls or anonymously make a donation. And that's all possible and all within the spectrum of active participation in politics. You might even think about running for office, and that's, the most involved way you can get in the door. And then finally, how can you be the most impactful? An important question to ask yourself is, who are you? What expertise do you have? And what impact can you have in this moment? So say you're going to volunteer one time only. Okay, what is the best way to do that? Are you really good at knocking on doors or making phone calls and getting people to have a conversation with you? Or do you have a lot of financial resources so you can make a significant one-time donation? Everybody will have a different perspective that they're willing to bring, but it's all important to think about. And then, like I said, there's just a number of ways to get involved. So you can volunteer on a campaign, make phone calls, knock on doors, talk to folks, hand out flyers, hand out signs. That's pretty easy. You just go to a candidate's website and they will have options to volunteer, trust me. You could also work as a poll worker. States and cities often hire poll workers. So even if you don't feel strongly about a particular candidate, but you do feel strongly about people getting out to vote, you can work as a poll worker and make sure people have access to the ballot box. You can also volunteer for an organization that works on issues you care about. So this is what I mentioned earlier with National Lawyers Guild. Being able to volunteer with them gave me a great picture of what organizations are around in Boston and in Massachusetts more generally, and got me connected to a network. So it is a good idea. But, sometimes there might be an issue that you're really interested in, and there's not an organization yet. So this might not be an option. It just depends on what you're interested in. You can email your elected officials or call them. This one I recommend on any issue, big or small. It is important to have your elected officials aware of things you care about and why you care about them. It helps people set their priorities, and it helps make sure your elected officials are accountable to the general population. So don't ever think to yourself, hey, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to write an email. It's very easy. Just say who you are, where you live, and what your perspective is. It doesn't have to be fancy. It can be brief. We get one-sentence emails all the time, and we take in those into account just the same as we do a formal letter from an organization. So don't be afraid to email your elected officials, but know who they are and what issues they might influence, as I referenced in one of the questions that we discussed earlier. Then you could also meet with elected officials or organizations to offer your expertise. So say you are a physician and you have a unique perspective, for example, on how hospitals operate or how laws and regulations impact your ability to run a private practice. This is something that you could send an email to your elected officials, local or statewide, or your congressperson, and say, hey, I'd like to meet with you just to talk about my experience and offer myself as a resource to you. This can often be a really effective way to build trust with an elected official and start to build influence on a particular issue. And finally, one other thing you could do is donate to an organization or candidate that you care about. especially as we go into some bigger campaign season with 2022 happening right now. You're probably going to get a lot of interest from candidates about donating to their campaigns. So be on the lookout for that if that's something you're willing and capable of doing. So that takes care of all the questions that we had. But I just wanted to finish off and say the best way to get involved is just to get involved. None of this is perfect. Don't think too hard about it. One thing that's nice about getting involved in politics is everyone's always looking for volunteers. They're always looking for someone who wants to participate. So all you got to do is ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid that your question's too dumb. It never is. It's important to stay humble and ready to learn, and people will respond positively to that. So that's it for my presentation today. I hope you all gained a lot from this, and thank you very much. I hope you'll go out and get involved.
Thank you so much, Tara. Now we have the next slide presentation by Dr. Akaraju Sharma ji. Can we have his slides?
Am I ready to go?
Yeah, Dr. Sharma, please go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening. Namaskaram for everybody. My presentation is a very simple presentation. It starts with the slide. It is self-explanatory. We all build so many temples and mandirs and all that. Beyond building the building, what else can you do? I sent the slides to Sukritji. At the end of the presentation, those who want a copy might well have it. Can we move to the next slide, please? I have been very closely involved with the Bharatiya Temple in Chalfont, Pennsylvania. It was built in 2004. I had begun to chair the Health and Human Services Committee, and it led one to the other, a number of very productive programs, including regular every 90 days, a blood cross drive for the last 10, 12 years, or 11 years. So that is where my roots in Pennsylvania lay. By the way, I live in suburban Philadelphia, so you know where to look. You know where to locate it. This is a view of the temple. The next slide, please. Here, this contains a lot of information, but in a nutshell, back in 1965, when the Seller-Holt Act came around, became the law, there was a massive immigration from South Asians, most often IT people. Somehow by happenstance, the majority of them happened to be Telugus. Consequently, whatever is happening around in the beginning had a Telugu smell to it, in the sense they were getting together and getting organized. This slide provides you a number of information items, including after building the temple, we not only perform weddings and birthdays and so forth, and also Shraddhanjali, which we could not do before, and we could do it per se, and also we have reached beyond to have this Shraddhanjali, for example, as a community-oriented thing. So those people who cannot do it can come and join and so forth. And so this is a slide with details, and it tells you what we have done in the diaspora. And so these are all published, and my publications are all available for anybody through two channels. One, www.researchgate.net or www.academia.edu. Next slide, kindly, please. when you are at the temple, when you're at the temple, you often get questions in a number of subjects. Look, I gave you a select example of, we get questions in Telugu, we get questions in Tamil, and we get questions in Kannada, and so forth, just to tell you that if you happen to chair the Health and Human Services, you recruit people who can help you with. People will come down with a lot of questions. So not only building the temple for your social worship, spiritual needs, temples have a role. The role is how to reach out to people in their own languages. I just gave you a type case just to get a drift of what is going on. I am sure a lot of temples are doing, and I request the next slide, please. Now, if some of you are relatively new to this subject, you often wonder where the Hindu temples in diaspora USA started. It started in 1976. That's the very first temple. What happened was Dr. Alagappan Chettiar, who was a UN employee, Dr. C.N. Narasimhan, who as a diplomat and also UN employee, started building the first temple. What did they do? They purchased outright this dilapidated church, which is in Queens. I have a picture of it. And that temple has had originally been rendered into a Hindu mandir. And now if you go to that area where the Ganesha temple in New York and Queens is, that whole huge block is all our Hindu-oriented presentation. What I am presenting to you is how we got started. That is the very first temple in USA. Then came the other one. There was one in upstate New York by the IBM employees. Then 1977, we got the next temple, the third one in Pittsburgh, and so forth. And so things have evolved nicely. So this is only a clue to the timeline where the temple started, from where we are now moving forward. Kindly next slide, please. What type of questions do you get? This is fairly straightforward, non-explanatory. You see a position, some people bring their parents and grandparents and whatever, and they can't speak English. Can somebody help? So it pays a lot to have within your own temple. I am sure a lot of you are doing this within a professional health and human services setup similar. Get hold of your friends who can help you with a variety of languages, including we have had participants requesting information in Tulu, T-U-L-U. If some of you know what Tulu is one language in India that has no written script. It is oral, and people speak and work in Tulu language. That if you turn around and ask what is going on with them, they live in more or less in Mysore, Karnataka area. Those that are adjacent to that area, say, for example, in Maharashtra, they speak Maharashtrian-based Tulu. Those that are living in Mysore speak Kannada-based Tulu. Therefore, it's an oral. You talk and you hear, but there is no written script. So questions come in all languages. Be prepared, and we have been. Move forward, please. One more. What we have done is we have done a number of things in that order, as I have just told you before. What we did was, when they came back to us with a request for medications, they got the medicines from India, they ran out of them and all that. Now you can get, this is some time ago. Now Dr. Google might help you, but besides Dr. Google, in India, those that are familiar with the American medical system, we have a physician's desk reference. There is one that is existent in India. What I have managed to do during one of my trips to India, managed to purchase and bring a copy of it. If you were looking for it online, you have this URL I have provided here. That's it, the physician's desk reference in India. Move forward, please. That's a picture of the PDR, and that's the URL for the PDR. So when you get a copy of the slides, you can log on to it and get to it. Therefore, if somebody comes from India with a strange name of medication you don't know, 99% the chances are very good that you will get the chemical name. That's how I work with. Once I get the chemical name, I know the American equivalent being in the pits in medicine from 1983. So the local names I know, but the chemicals names are common, but the Indian names are so different. It's hard, but there is a way to get around it. Here is a clue to do it. And all the services were rendered at our temple who sought help pro bono, no cost. Next slide, please. And again, at the temple, others may well have done it. We get unusual requests. For example, we had an elderly gentleman who developed cancer of the esophagus, and therefore all that he desired was he wanted to have Gita sessions, sit in the group Gita when it is rendered in Gujarati. Likewise, we had a husband and wife. The husband is the sole breadwinner. He had a motor vehicle accident and he passed away. And the mom has no English and comes to us and got guidance. And we were able to get that kid guidance till the kid graduated from high school. So these are things all of you are familiar. And so I'm just presenting it to you so that you have some idea what we have done. Move forward, please. One of the areas where I have been involved from 1991 even to date is how we can get help for people who develop blood cancers. Don't get carried away. We don't treat. We find a way, at least, to help people to get a way to get a gift of life in a sense, as an individual living in, as an NRI, as an OCI, as an overseas person, how you can help and under the unfortunate circumstances, if you yourself get a blood cancer or something of that order, where to find the help. And here is a clue, here is a picture, it's blood cancer. Majority of blood cancers can be cured. And we have done that. And I am proud to say, with the assistance of the Telugu Association of North America, 1991, they gave me the umbrella to get it started. And the rest of it is history. And Pujya Swami Dayananda, I did not provide that slide, from Sailersburg, was the one who blessed me and said, you will succeed. Giving a gift of life is the greatest thing you can do. We have worked very hard. My wife and my family, my kids, we put almost 40,000 in the US. And so that's the database in US, and it probably is much bigger. Move forward, please. Here is a nice picture. You can see people from India can help. People from Canada can help. People from USA can help. And that is a gift of life. I will come to it a little bit later. And if you want to get more information on it, you have the URL I have provided at the bottom. That will help you immensely. Move forward. Blood cancers are treatable. I have already mentioned to you, we were able to do it with the umbrella of the Telugu Association of North America. You see the URL. What I have done in the last 3 or 4 years is a more recent occurrence that they have set up the same thing in India. And that organization doing it is called datri.org. This audience will quite understand that word comes from Sanskrit of data, D-A-T-A, gift. You're asking for a gift. They are set up in India. They have now branches all over. And all that they do is to recruit people by taking oral swabs and pass it on and put it into the database. So here you have the information, how and where to go to be participant in the gift of life. You as a person donating your life to a new individual. Elsewhere, I have published another article that was published in the BSNA last journal that under the title Miracles Happen, and that was published just quite recently. The beauty of that article in 2 words two sentences, is that here is Acharya Chandrakant, who is a Kannada Brahmin. He donates his HLA stem cells, and all of a sudden he matches to a 10-year-old Muslim girl. Can you believe it? It's a miracle. Consequently, I belong to the school that people killing each other for religious reasons, there has no place in life. And that article is in the BSNA. It was published this past year. I just got a copy of it. Thank you, Sanjay Pandey and team. And so here you have the information to reach what it is and where to reach and how to go about it. And you can do it on your own. Move forward. Move forward, please. Now, this past July, within this year, Datri has this crowd, this slide is crowded. I apologize because I couldn't simplify it to make some sense. When you read it on your own, then it need not be Western Union English, so it is crowded, but in short order, in the month of July, they were able to, Datri in India, were able to give the gifts of life to 1,000 people. They crossed the deadline. Isn't that amazing? So 1,000 people who would have normally not succeeded or would have had a fatal outcome are all alive and doing well. And so this slide is crowded. I apologize. But on the whole, the contents, when you read, it tells you what to do, how to do, and where to go about doing it, and so forth. So please, when you get the slide, please read it. And if you have any questions, do reach me. I'll be delighted to answer you. Move forward. Here is a picture, our Sanatana Dharma. On the left side, on our Sanatana Dharma. What am I saying in that crowded passage is that in many instances in India, we follow traditional marriage patterns, and that is usually, but not always, the marriage is matrilateral cross cousin, that you are there, person X, you have your maternal uncle or maternal aunt, you are a boy and you marry a girl with your maternal uncle or aunt's daughter. So that pattern has persisted for a very, very long time. And so that in anthropology, in which I have an advanced degree and taught that subject for many years, matrilateral cross-cousin marriage is very common. And those of you who are familiar with India, if you know, in Kerala, the government and the whole nuts and bolts of the family is run by the matrilateral system. So you go to a Malayali house, in traditional Hindu Malayali house, the boss of the house is not the man, the mom is the boss of the house, and that is the matrilateral cross-cousin marriage. And the same thing existed in some parts of it in northern India, in tribal country, but in Kerala, the Malayalis that predominantly have the matrilateral cross-cousin marriage. What am I saying on the left side is that the marriage patterns being what it is, what is important is you should develop and expand the database in India. Why? Because we in US are approximately 4.3 million Indians, of which probably 60% are Hindu, and we marry, and then if unfortunately we develop a cancer of the blood, then you are going to look for a data to get you over the difficult time. The odds are very good that you will find one within your own extended family. That's what I have done in this slide to show you that the whole country is wrapped up in relationship. So there is no way you can say, I won't do it and I don't want to do it. We live for each other, and giving a gift of life is the best thing you can do. Move forward, please. Here is one. Leukemias can be helped. www.3, go and register. On the left-hand side, while it is crowded, what I'm asking you, all of you who are listening to this presentation, please urge your eligible family members in India to go get yourself oral swab and enter it into the pool and make yourself a potential gift of life givers. And unfortunately, I should have to say, if the shoe falls in your foot, you want to be looking for somebody where you can get. I think this is probably the last slide, but I want to add one or two more points. In USA, you can do it very easily. Reach www.b-d-match, and that is National Marrow Donor Program. The center for it is in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and a branch of it is in Washington, D.C. People under 50, they would sample you free, and they will send you the swab to your home. You mark all the details that they want and mail it back. People over 50, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. What you will have to pay a fee. If my memory serves me correct, I can stand corrected. I think you pay one time $100 fee. You can take it off as a medical deduction, but however, that goes into the database. I think this is the last slide. If there's one more, I don't think so. So that's what you do. Then the point I want to tell you is that the database of the HLA cells to help you save a gift, give a gift of life, or save a life, or give or do the needful, or what you need to do is to enter, and whatever is entered into the in the worldwide network that's in Minneapolis and Washington, D.C. It's accessible for everybody. And the last point that it went into the earlier slide, they have also found out that we can treat sickle cell anemia by altering the genetic structure. There have been 2 successful cases that have been done in South Carolina. Why am I mentioning that? Is that sickle cell anemia and thalassemia are fairly common in those countries where we have had malaria. What it does is with sickle cell, it gives you protection against malaria. But the other side of it is the red blood cells with people with sickle cell anemia, unless looking like a biconcave disc, they are like a little sickle that you cut. Therefore, when there is an oxygen shortage in your system, they clog up the system. Fortunately, it is treatable. I am almost at the end of my presentation. This presentation, I'm giving it to you. I'm sharing it with you so that we can all join together and increase the probabilities of providing a gift of life. This is a semi-medical presentation. It has been simplified to present all of you in understandable terms. If I've been technical, you have my email on the thing. Please kindly reach me. I look forward to hearing from you if you have any questions. You can request Sukrit and Sanjay ji to share my PowerPack presentation, and I'm very grateful for spending time with you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Akaraju ji. It was really very informative in presentation. And before we move to the next session, I would like to thank all the IT people, including Sukrit, Ratnaji, Natasha, Rakesh, Pratyush, everybody running a whole IT, technical issues so far, not much, but we are doing very well. But thank you again for all the IT people. Okay, now let's move on to the next session, led by Dr. Salil Tiwari ji, and that panel includes Dr. Hitesh Dubey, Dr. Chintu Sharma, and Dr. Sopan Dubey. It's about health and medicine. Salil ji, please.
Hello, thank you, Pandit ji. Can everyone hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, hello, namaste, and welcome to the presentation on healthcare and medicine. I'm Salil Tiwari, the moderator. I want to thank Dr. Pandey, Dr. Shukla, Dr. Pathak, Dr. Mishra, Dr. Mukherjee, and all the officers of BSNA for their hard work in hosting this annual event. Our panel consists of Dr. Chintu Sharma, Dr. Swapn Dubey, and Dr. Hitesh Dubey, and myself. Each shall give a brief presentation followed by question and answer. We have only 1 hour, so we really need to get started.
So the first one up is Dr. Chintu Sharma ji. He's in Iceland and he's having to fight the Vikings, so he has to leave. So we're going to have him talk first. He was born in Los Angeles. He graduated from Berkeley with a bachelor's degree. He had his MD from University of Iowa, and then he did MedPeds at LA County USC, and he's in administrative hospital medicine. His topic is COVID on the Battlefront, Hospital Medicine in a Changing World. Welcome, Dr. Sharma.
Hello, everyone. Hello, friends and family and everyone abroad. I know Shrikant Mishra somewhere, one of my old mentors. I'm just waving. Love you, man. First of all, before I get into everything, can everyone hear me okay as well? Sound check. Excellent. Dr. Chintu Sharma, I'm a East Coast guy at the current time, live in Maryland. Grew up on the West Coast. I'm sure Salil will share email addresses and stuff. You can get a hold of me afterwards if you have any questions. But because of the time difference, I know it's really late for me. It's early for you guys. I'm going to get cracking. I wanted to go over kind of my storyline. What I want to go over. I don't have a presentation. There's not going to be a PowerPoint associated with this. But I wanted to share experience because one of the beautiful things about life is having an ability to sit across and talk to people everywhere and to share moments in time that were not only unique, but they were, how can we say it? They were heavy. They had a gravity about them. And I wanted to couch it in one of the core principles of what it means to be Brahmin. We all have different areas we will follow to become better people. But the one that, and the core principle that kind of guided and has guided a lot of us through life is karma yoga. And that is the ability to take your work to a different level, to achieve things not only for yourself, but others. The presentation we heard from before was an example of that. And as a member of this community and society, it is up to us to not only espouse those beliefs, but to share moments in time where that really mattered and where that made a difference. And so flashback, we're going back in time to March 2020. Not only March 2020, but there are moments in time that, you know, can take us back further. At that time, I was the hospital director in a small, well, not a small hospital. I think it's a medium-sized hospital, Anne Arundel Medical Center out in Annapolis, Maryland. It's our capital city, and it has a lot of very unique challenges and folks. And flash forward to the 18th of that month when the first COVID patient arrives. At that time, there was no protocol. There was no knowledge what to do. There was a patient sitting in our, at that time, communicable disease unit, which is our observation unit. My PA is seeing that patient that day. And we're trying to figure out, in the matter of minutes, what should we do to not only safeguard the patient, but everyone on staff. You know, when you take on the helm of a ship, every single person underneath you is affected by your actions and your thoughts. And in a moment's time, we not only have to sit there and come up with ideas and ways to deal with this, we have to move all the resources we can in a hospital, which many people would believe would be a limber institution. But just like any other corporation or company is not. And so here I am sitting there. We're looking at the one person stuck in the isolation room, looking at what do we have, what do we need to build? And this is where you have to flash forward to what's beautiful about now. We have the ability to talk to folks all across the country. So my friends back at LA County, all the way to New York, we can flash forward and put together all sorts of ideas and share what we're doing. And so in a matter of 30 minutes, we're not only figuring out what to do, but we're putting together protocols. Towards the end of that month, we're not only meeting, we're creating order sets and ways to go forward. But the thing is, you know, as a Brahmin, you're sitting there kind of thinking, is what I'm doing right? Did I protect everyone? Did everyone get through this okay? And now come shortages. So now there are things outside of my control that are going to affect me for the next couple of months. Do we have gloves? Have you ever had to ask that question? Do we have toilet paper? In the hospital, we're asking, do I have gloves? Do I have gowns? Do I have enough N95 masks for my team? Do the nurses have enough? Are we going to be able to go in there and take care of this person? What happens when people die? Are people going to be able to visit? And throughout those times, you face challenges head on, and you do the best you can. So protocols, procedure, this is all day to day. But there are going to be good moments and bad moments through these challenges. As we're sharing these internal blogs we created across the country, who knew that politics would play a role in medicine, right? We had no clue that shortages would curtail our ability to perform. We had no clue what we were dealing with and how severe the illness could be. All we knew is we had to make the best of what we had. And that is kind of, it's our destiny. You know, you sit there with knowledge and power. A couple, lectures ago, someone mentioned something that was brilliant. He said, as Brahmins, we're keepers of knowledge. We're the ones who have to administer it. And we should administer it in business. We shouldn't be afraid of that. Well, in medicine, the same held true. So after building up a whole program of stuff, it's a day-to-day strain of just maintaining that takes a toll on our soul. 5 weeks of daily meetings, 5 weeks of working on making sure we had supplies, 5 weeks of training everyone to ration what we had when we've never done that before. And then at the same time, having our own internal blogs across the country get infiltrated by politics. I didn't think politics should ever play a role in medicine, but we're going to see that happen more and more with time. The main thing I wanted to just go over is when we go through these moments, it's very important to consider everyone around you and to work as hard as you can. I don't want to go through too many details. Some of them are still raw. They're people that we did, lose. They're people that we wanted to save, we couldn't. But from the forefront to here, if you were to ask, would I ever do this again? The answer is yes. Because as a Brahmin, we stand for the challenges and we stand for the mission. And our mission is to make this world a better place, to do the best we can to those around us. So that's all I wanted to go over, Salil. I was going to open up to questions later. The forefront of medicine and the thing that was revolutionary about what we saw, this is a matter of perspective. We were able to move resources around faster than any other place on Earth. We were able to get vaccines quicker than every other place on Earth. We were able to move science faster because every hospital and everyone that worked participated in a study, whether you knew it or not. And all those studies were run behind the scenes by the folks at the NIH. While my friends at the FDA were working on figuring out what resources and tests we could use safely. And all this stuff was happening simultaneously at a speed, which it's breathtaking. So from the perspective of someone who just saw history happen, and what I want to share with those young ones out there is as long as you keep your head up and do the right thing, you're going to see amazing things happen. And we did. And so that's it. I wanted to thank everyone for your time. Medicine is a beautiful thing. And, for you young guys out there that are on this, I want you to remember, no matter what obstacles you face, as a community, we build tools. And our belief system, our dharma, our karma, all that stuff gives you the ability to stand and do things no one else can, especially when the fire is hot and you have to deal with it. So yes, we fought off Vikings. Salil, the other day I hiked up to a volcano, so I did get to see lava spew out. It made me think of Shiva. And the internal power of where we come from and what we do.
Well, believe it or not, we have a lot in common with the Vikings.
We do. I mean, their principles were simple, though.
Okay, so can you stay for a little while for the question and answers at the end, or what do you want to do?
What I'll do is I'll share my email address in the feed.
That'll be perfect. Okay.
And then whoever has questions, feel free to reach out. I can act as a resource for young guys who want to push on ahead. We got lots of stuff we can do. So
great. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Next up is Dr. Swapnil Dubey. Dr. Dubey and I go back at least a year when he helped me get this presentation last year. Dr. Dubey was born in India, and at age 7, he moved to the United States. He graduated from UT Austin with an undergraduate degree. He did his MD from UT San Antonio, emergency room medicine residency from sunny Stony Brook. He did an executive MBA from UT Austin, and so anyway, and emergency room medicine in Houston is what he does. He has been doing since 1999. He's in healthcare leadership and multiple healthcare entrepreneurship, just to pay for his MBA that he did. So I present to you Dr. Dubey with his topic being international travel in this COVID world. And one other thing, Dr. Dubey has 2 children, a 16-year-old son and a 12-year-old daughter. Well, we look forward to hearing from you, Dr. Dubey. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Salil. And after listening to Chintu, I've never been more proud to be a Brahmin. Wow, he hyped that up pretty good. And also with him leaving, the bad news is that I've passed on to the older side of the group. As I looked at the audience, I was thinking about what they see as doctors and what we were representing. And despite all his wonderful hair, Hitesh has just pushed me over to the older side, so that sucks. But anyway, it's really good to be here. I'm going to try this share screen thing. All right, cool. And all right, I always have to give a few props to my parents. In other words, they're the ones who told me you will be doing a speech today, and I said, okay. Satish and Anara Dubey and Dr. Keshav Shukla, who's always supported me in my Brahmin endeavors. All right, so I got a couple of quotes, a Desi one and a non-Desi one. And as we talk about international travel, the overwhelming message I have is to do what you need to do to enjoy your life. Whether you're a senior citizen or even young Hitesh over there, you can, we just don't know how much time we have left, right? So the point I think that any of the doctors or any of the leaders in this thing will tell you is to enjoy every day to the fullest. So Oscar Wilde said, to live is the rarest thing in the world. Most people just exist. I've certainly been guilty of that, unfortunately, for too long of my life, but I've seen the light, and so I wanted to share that with people. And then our own Mr. Nehru G, life is like a game of cards. The hand you are dealt with is determinism. The way you play it is free will. In other words, we, as much as some of our folks like to just complain about the cards we're dealt, it's what you do with them that really matters. And so in the idea of COVID, and every day when you look up or you watch the news or you read the paper or even your medical journals, the advice given by the so-called experts is changing. And, you know, a common question I hear from my parents and other Indian people in the senior group is, hey, beta, can I go to India or China or, you know, whatever, Europe? So more commonly India. And the thing is, when you start reading, you feel like this guy, because you have no idea what is safe, what isn't. And so in regards to the advice that we hear, we want to make sure that first we have to acknowledge that there's conflicting information everywhere you look. And whether you're on Twitter or Facebook, everyone is an expert. The less someone knows, the more they seem qualified as an expert in their own mind. Also, the group mentality is important, because if you are the only one wearing a mask and following all these rules and everyone else in your family, including your kids and your parents, are just doing whatever they want, it really doesn't matter that you don't go anywhere. They're bringing it home to you. And so at the end of the day, just to be knowledgeable about what your risks are, some of those risks are at home. And so there's no need to overly do it if you're going to, you know, assimilate with people who aren't. It's the mean of the risk that matters. And knowing your place in the demographics, Salil and I were talking earlier today, and my understanding always when I speak to this group is that I'm really speaking to my parents' generation and the seniors in the group. And that is because whether you're in India or here, most of the people that are younger either have their own thing or they're not going to take advice from this group. But nevertheless, it's really nice to understand from Salil that our demographics of the audience is changing, and it's nice to welcome newer, younger people, even though that means they're pushing me and him, Salil, towards the older guys. All right. As you can see, that has really annoyed me. Vaccine, to vaccinate or not to vaccinate? Yes, if you are one of the few people that are still not vaccinated, please, please, please go get vaccinated. The booster is the more common question that's actually of importance. Infectious disease experts around the world are starting to themselves question whether we need a booster or not. And well, you could say for them it might be a controversial question, but I believe that in our senior citizen population, they're a little bit older, they have more medical comorbidities, and they also have more limitation in regards to their physical activity and exercise. I would certainly say each of these issues is very individual and personalized, but especially in light of this topic about traveling internationally or potentially endemic areas, I would certainly strongly consider having your booster up to date. It's always important to check with your doctor, and it's relative to when your last COVID is. Like, in other words, I just had COVID about 4 weeks ago, but it would not be recommended that I went and got vaccinated the following week. There's all timing and logic to all this. So it's always important to check with your doctor on these things. This is always interesting because as much controversy as we've had, and as Chintu earlier said, at one point we were stealing masks from each other. So, if my dad and I were talking about this because admittedly, I don't know about what some of the social protocols are in India because I'm pretty much only familiar with the States here. And here, a lot of people don't really wear masks anymore. We certainly all wear them in our clinical settings, but it's almost to just to follow a rule, kind of like when they tell you not to use cell phones in the hospital. That's nonsense, but we just keep doing it because people tell us to. So when your doctor's using a cell phone and not wearing a mask, it probably doesn't behoove you. It doesn't really matter in front of the patient. But that being said, masks are important. They've played an extremely important role. But if like my dad was saying, if you're in a very busy marketplace, it's kind of common sense that you're going to wear a mask even if you step out, even if you stand out. However, when you go back home to your family and the other 18 members, this we're talking about in India, and the other 18 members in the household have also been to various markets without a mask, does it really matter that you wore the mask earlier and everybody's sitting at dinner together? No. So again, that goes back to our original point of, family unit decisions and those kind of things. And at the end of the day, to my parents and to your parents and my friends, I say, if you're going to travel from the US to India, wear a mask. If you're going to travel from India to US, wear a mask. It's always important, at least for individualized risk in changing circumstances. The odds of getting COVID and dying on a plane are much lower than driving around, but somehow it just makes sense because the close compartment and exposure to people that you typically wouldn't. So the answer is maybe, but on a day-to-day basis, but in the light of international travel and the landscape, I would say yes. This is the idea of when I was 4 years old and begging my mom, can I go play? Well, now it's the reverse way, and then we have lots of people that just want to travel. They want to live their lives. Some people may not have 10 more years and some people have. So, can I go? Can I go to India? Or if I'm in India, can I go there? Or whatever it is. Each person is unique in their risk scenario. And so I don't speak in regards to giving advice to your family or to your loved ones, but this is just sort of to try to put the conversation into perspective. Speak to your loved ones. Some people, again, going back to the family unit decision making is if each person has their own financial, emotional risk profile, that this is not a universal advice. And then this is where I would typically make fun of my mother, but you remember, communicate with your doctor, get your advice where it matters. Your neighbors, uncle, sisters, cousin heard something about a story that doesn't really matter, in fact, even listening to the news, as was mentioned in one of the comments, This is the first time in history where politics and science are sort of so intertwined that even various different experts that have credentials have different biases and based on their own agendas. So, and the other final thing to remember about this is if my father was talking about travel at the end of the year, and we were talking about it, and that advice that I was given, if somebody else was present during that time and they went and took that advice and used it for themselves, you have to remember that when we made that decision in March, a lot of things may happen between March and November. It's always important to update your information, consult with your physician, and be aware of various different endemic changes during the time. So the time that you actually travel is the factors that one should take into account, not when the decision was made. One of the most common questions in healthcare today is, hey, and I've gotten calls about this almost weekly. Hey, can you prescribe me some Paxlovid so when I leave, and if I get it, I'll just take it right away. My friend's friend told me it worked great for them and their doctor did it. Why won't you? I get that a lot. Why can't you do it? My friend's doctor did it. Well, each person, I have used Paxlovid. I strongly recommend it for certain patient populations. There is a specific side effect profile, but most importantly, there's a lot of drug-drug interactions, especially for people with cardiac disease and various neurodisorders. The drug-drug interactions is probably the most limiting thing about Paxlovid. In a scenario where there's limited positive result from the Paxlovid, one really has to weigh into account holding their antiarrhythmic or anticoagulation, heart and brain meds, so they can take the Paxlovid. You're doing more harm than good. Again, this is why it's really important not to worry about what your neighbor's friend did, but rather to individualize your care to your scenario. The timing is also important. It's a little bit of different than what the indications say, but anywhere from 3 to 7 days within onset of symptoms, not when you're tested or when the test came back 3 days later. The timing is really important from when you started first having symptoms, which, having had COVID myself, sometimes is not that clear to us. So taking it on your own and making all these decisions is really for those that are well-versed in the decision-making process and not necessarily just a good idea to go get your doctor to give you Paxlovid and go free willy. It's really important to understand what it is to take this medication. And for those that don't know, in theory, this medication, if you start it in time between when the symptoms start and when you figure it out, then it can make the potential COVID from becoming a really bad disease in the small percentage of population, and it can keep your symptoms at a minimum and keep you healthy and not die from it. And then there's this 1% rule. In small 1% of the population that take the Paxlovid, they stay positive for a little while, they get better, and about 10 to 14 days after the initial thing, or usually about 7 to 10 days after the resolution of symptoms, they get it again and they convert back to positive. It does not mean that it didn't work or that you didn't get COVID or you have it again. All it means is that it's still shedding virus and it's just a lab phenomenon that doesn't really change that much. Testing is a very common area of confusion for healthcare experts themselves and for people. Home tests are accurate. Some people think, oh, it's better because it's free, it might not work. The ones that we have been given through tremendous efforts by, it sounds like those like Chintu and a bunch of people, are extremely accurate and very useful, especially during travel. If you're going, take some tests with you, and you can use this to help coordinate your timing. You can't change your result, but you can certainly change the timing of your planning. Confirming test requirements are important. Airlines and certain visa people in different countries may not take your test result at home as accurate, depending on how well you followed it and things. So oftentimes be aware that even though your test at home is negative, you may need to prove it by an official test with proper paperwork. I'm trying to hurry. I know I'm on my time limit here. Antigen versus PCR. Some airlines require PCR testing, and you have to be very careful when you plan your trip in that most places the PCR testing takes 2 to 3 days. A few people actually offer rapid PCR testing, and especially in international travel, many of the airlines do require PCR testing. So you have to know that in advance so you can plan your testing appropriately. keeping it while you travel is important. And then also how you interpret your results is important if you're going to make decisions, which again is why I don't like when people randomly get their doctor to give them medications and figure it out themselves. Because like if you're reshedding like that small 1% population with Paxlovid, it's important not to go and do a bunch of medical things, but know why your test is negative and positive, knowing that the antigen in a small percentage of people test positive for 3 months. And we've seen this happen. That doesn't mean you skip work for 3 months or any of those things. It just means that some people's positive test stays positive longer. All right. These are my 2 kids. And that picture is of a man jumping up and enjoying his life. Thank you. And sorry if I went over.
Oh, no, that was perfect. Thank you very much. Dr. Hitesh Dubey, you're up next about the subject of urology. And I wanted to be sure that it was urology, not neurology.
You are correct. I'll save the latter for you.
Well, you know, I actually got called in when I was a resident to put in a Foley catheter, and it was a mistake. They thought they called the urologist, and after I put it in, I said, "Why am I doing this?" Then they told me. So there it is. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. All right, let me share my screen here. All right, can everyone see my screen? Good. All right. Well, like I've already been introduced, I'm Dr. Dubey. I am currently a urology resident finishing up training, year 5 of 5. I just wanted to discuss a little bit about prostate cancer screening. As a urologist, I'm just a plumber, so I don't have much to add with regards to COVID or COVID protocols, and I'll save that for more smart people. Just kind of a brief overview of prostate cancer. It's the most common cancer found in men. About 1 in 8 will be diagnosed in their lifetimes, and it's commonly diagnosed after the age of 65. Screening typically will start with the primary care physician, but sometimes that overlaps with us. And once you start heading down the route of treatment, it's important to talk with a urologist about this, and sometimes we rope in different types of cancer doctors in this as well. Screening for prostate cancer, we generally recommend this for everyone from the age of 55 to 70. It's a little more nuanced if you're under the age of 55, if you have had multiple family members with other types of cancers, not just prostate, but also prostate cancer on your father's side. And if you're over the age of 70 and you think you will live for more than 10 years, then we will discuss screening and treatment if it comes to that. Screening is done by checking PSAs and examining in the clinic. So this is something you should come in to see your urologist for. PSA is a protein made by the prostate gland. It circulates in the blood. Normally, we expect it to be less than 4, but as you age, it will rise a little bit. But there are other benign causes of elevation in PSA, which, again, you can talk to your doctor about. So once you get diagnosed with an elevation in PSA, what you should do is go and speak with a urologist. It can be, like I mentioned, it can be related to prostate cancer. It can also be related to benign elevations, such as a condition called BPH, which I'll touch on in a second. But after speaking with your urologist, typically the next things you want to discuss are possibly repeating a PSA if you think it was one of these benign sources that caused the rise. But typically, we'll start considering doing a prostate biopsy if we are worried in how high it is and based on your history. And typically in the past, this was done with just an ultrasound. It was a transrectal ultrasound probe or a transperineal. So 2 different options there. But in the past few years, we've started using adjunct imaging techniques. We get an pre-biopsy prostate MRI. Sometimes we have issues with insurance companies approving it beforehand. But what that allows us to do is target the biopsy to areas of suspicion a little better. The MRI cannot diagnose the cancer, but it can identify areas of suspicion, And with some overlaying technology and software, we are able to use ultrasound technology with the overlaid MRI to guide the biopsy course. Then if you are diagnosed with prostate cancer, there's some adjunct adjunct modalities that we utilize in further determining what kind of treatment is best for you. In the past, that could include a CT and bone scan, particularly if you're in the intermediate or higher risk for prostate cancer. But an exciting technology we're using now is PET scans, which will tell us how it tells us how far the disease has spread and if it's just prostate localized, and it's a little better than just the bone scan. And there are some adjunct genomic tests, but the data is kind of variable on depending on which test you use, how useful it is. And just touching briefly on BPH, this tends to be more common in people of our ancestry rather than prostate cancer, just from an epidemiologic standpoint. BPH is just benign enlargement in the prostate. It can coexist with prostate cancer. That's important to know, but not everyone who has BPH has prostate cancer. But the problem with this is the prostate can enlarge over time, or it can impinge on the outflow tract of the bladder, so the path of urine to exit. And as Dr. Tiwari mentioned, and I'm sure Dr. Dubey sees very frequently, you get a lot of men who can't urinate. That's kind of the end stage of this condition. But before that happens, you will develop lower urinary tract symptoms, which are most commonly, some of these are urgency, having to urinate all the time, having to urinate frequently, both in the daytime and the nighttime, not feeling like you're emptying or you're dribbling urine. The important thing to know about this is if you are having these symptoms, you should go and talk to your primary care doctor about them at the very least. Chronically, these symptoms arise from straining to urinate, and over time this can disrupt the normal behavior of your bladder to eventually where you can't urinate anymore. So it's important to address these early on. There's different options available, whether they're medical or surgical. Typically patients start medical because they're least invasive. But at some point in some men, the medical options don't work anymore, and you'll notice progression of symptoms again. And those men are candidates for surgical intervention, or if you just don't want to take medications anymore, you can have surgery. That's just a brief overview of the prostate gland. Urologists take care more than just men and more than just the prostate gland, but I figured it was appropriate for today. So thanks for listening. Here's my email address, and I'm open up for questions as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was great. I'm going to move ahead with my talk and finish it up, and then we can have questions at the end if that's okay with everyone. Let's see. How am I going to? Can you all see anything?
Yes, we can see it.
Give me a thumbs up. All right, my talk is on dementia. So, disclaimers. All right, none of this is my original scientific work, and this presentation doesn't constitute any medical, social, legal, or political advice, okay? My biggest disclosure is that I was trained in neurology when I was a senior medical student by Dr. Shrikant Mishra. So I'm gonna let you keep the remarks to yourself, but he was a great professor. We're going to look at this a bit differently. So the objective is really to create interest in science. So it's for the general people out there, and we'll answer the questions of where, what, and how. So where, obviously it's in the brain, but no one talks about why do we have a brain? That's really an interesting question, I think. Well, to answer this question, we have to open up a scientific toolbox, and we have to look at the time frame as to how things came to be that we have a brain. Well, this is the scientific toolbox. All of our knowledge that we have about the physical world is under the field of physics. A small portion of the physics that has to do with electrons is covered by chemistry, and a small piece of chemistry that has to do with carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen is covered by biology, and so on up the ladder. I just wanted you to be aware of this. The other thing is you need to know some sort of a temporal framework. So this is kind of busy, so let me make it simple. Suppose the universe was only 24 hours old, okay? At the Big Bang, within the second, hydrogen and helium was formed. And then it took about 1 hour for carbon and oxygen to appear because it had to be cooked inside the star. And this repeated about 3 times through the sun. And we had third generation star, which is our sun. And as the Earth, one of its planets, cooled down, the carbon and oxygen was enough on the planets to get the chemicals started to have life. And that occurred at 16 hours after the origin. And then these bacteria came along and pumped the atmosphere with oxygen. They allowed us to have lots of energy. And then 1 hour before the end of the day, in the Cambrian explosion, we have what is called the nervous system, which then evolved into the human brain. So here's another interesting thing. The composition of the universe and our biological bodies are very similar. So if you look at the most frequent by number to least frequent in the universe, it's the same order as for living things. Helium and neon don't participate because they're not part of, they don't make molecules. Now, life, I just want you to understand, is just a special case of chemistry. And it's a process. There's nothing you can grasp and put in a bottle. It's a process. It's a dynamic organization of interacting chemicals within a body. And the body responds by adapting to the surrounding, and the species responds by evolving over time because the environment changes. And during this game, energy is used for growth, maintenance, and reproduction. That's basically the key. Now, here's what you need to see the big picture. Light hits the plants, they make oxygen and glucose. Mitochondria uses the oxygen and glucose to get energy. So basically, energy comes here from the light, and then we eat the plants, and round does the cycle go. Now, there are also some animals that eat other animals, and once you started having animals that needed to eat something, that's why we started to evolve this nervous system. Because what do we have to do now? We have to identify our internal state. We can't just sit there like a plant and have samosas dropping like photons on our bodies. So we have to actually feel hunger. We have to identify food from non-food, and we have to move ourselves in a three-dimensional world to be able to pursue food, avoid becoming food, and pursue our sexual partner for reproduction. So everything that's out there and inside us has to be mapped in a representational way. It's all inside this black box within our skulls. And so the 5 senses, the things, as we think we represent it, and the feelings, we represent it all inside our heads. So everything you see and feel, it seems so real, but it's really a representation. That's the part that I really want to emphasize here. Now, we understand the brain, we understand how it got here. Now let's see what happens in dementia. There's a decline in the function. So look at this cat. It has sustained attention. It's trying to get its prey. This is one of the cognitive capabilities of the nervous system. The antelope or the deer is trying to inhibit distraction so it can run away. The speed of information processing, as you can see this game unfolding in front of you. And then there's cognitive flexibility. If the scenario changes, the whole game will change instantly. Multiple simultaneous things are being attended to as this chase takes place. There's pattern recognition. The cat has to recognize food, and the prey has to recognize predator to avoid them. Now, we humans have some unique, interesting things. We have language. We can categorize our world. We also have memory that goes a little bit beyond what normally animals learn. And so we divide memory as implicit memory, like learning how to ride a bicycle. Nobody can talk you into it. You actually have to do it. And then we have explicit memory, memory that can be given to the next person by simply talking. So working memory is a short-term memory for phone number. A long-term memory is 2 kinds, episodic, like 9/11. You remember exactly where you were. You remember whether you were standing or sitting when it happened. So it's place and time is ingrained in your mind. Semantic memory is like words. You don't really remember the word when did you first acquire that information. So those are two different kinds of memories. Now, dementia is gradual. So there are other things that can interfere with brain function, like stroke, tumor, infection, seizure disorder, drugs and alcohol, blood glucose change. But we are talking about a process that's gradual, so we exclude those. And then within the realm of dementia, there are many different kinds of dementia. Alzheimer's disease is the most common type of dementia. The typical form is. There are different kinds of dementia. You can have small strokes that can accumulate. You can have dementia in which instead of memory being the first problem, you actually have movement problems, hallucinations, and other things. And then you can have frontotemporal dementia. These are just, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I just want to tell you that dementia is a whole host of diseases, okay? Even in Alzheimer's disease, they can be split into typical and atypical forms. The atypical form is rare. The typical form, which starts out with memory, is actually the most common, but it can present as a problem with speaking rather than memory first, or a problem with behavior, or a problem with controlling your motor function. So now, the typical age of Alzheimer's disease, the typical risk factors are age, female sex, and family history. There's nothing you can do about these three things, okay? But midlife hypertension, diabetes at any time during the life, cardiovascular disease, stroke, and head injury, these are things that you can control, so you should keep that in mind. Now, how does this occur? Well, these are 16 different problems that occur with Alzheimer's disease, but the hallmark of it is this amyloid plaques and tau proteins, and these are the two main things, and I just want to touch on those. The others are also found in Alzheimer's disease, but when we diagnose them pathologically, those are the two things we're looking for. Okay, so let's look at tau protein. This is a normal neuron. It's got a structural, it's got microtubules that keeps it intact. The tau protein helps reinforce the microtubules so the structure is maintained. And when there's an abnormality with the tau protein, they undergo problems with microtubule fragments, and it ends up being these flame-shaped ghost cells, okay? So these are intracellular tau proteins that you will see. Now, the other process is amyloid plaques that occur in this disease, and these are best explained by this amyloid cascade hypothesis. There's a normal protein that goes transmembrane from inside the cell to outside the cell. It's processed by two sequential enzymes, and this green piece, when it breaks off, it has a tendency to stick together. And that's what forms the plaque extracellularly. And that interferes with cell-to-cell communication, and this disrupts our cognitive thinking. Now, look at this Alzheimer's disease and all the things that can go wrong, which I've pointed to earlier. And we only touched on this one and that one, the tau protein and amyloid. So it's a very complicated thing, and we're still working really hard to try to fix this problem. So what can you do to reduce your risk? Well, you can do exercise. Keep yourself running like these animals. You keep yourself educated and constantly learn new things. Sleep well at night. Try to do everything possible. Lower the temperature early in the night so you can go to sleep. And diet. So this is an unsaturated fat diet. So diet also helps reduce your risk. Now, the big picture, what have I told you? I've told you that the composition of the universe, only 5% of the universe is what we're aware of as far as the physical universe goes. Brains came into existence very recently, and brains are there to solve three problems: how to get energy, how to survive, and how to procreate. And it's because the animals have to actually feed here, and we don't have direct photons energizing us. That's why we have brains. And dementia is a complicated process of gradual cognitive decline. So here's how I'd like to end it. I'm thankful to the sun. It is the source of our energy. Thank you. So we are here for panel discussion. Any, if y'all have questions you want to direct it to the panelists, I'm here to pass it along. You can either type it up here or you can ask us. We'll hang around for a little while.
Good afternoon. This is Natasha. So how much does our genes play a role, like for Alzheimer's or dementia or other diseases?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? I'm having a little problem hearing you.
I wanted to know how much our family history. So if we have a history of cancer, or how much does that play a role in?
Okay, so family history works like this. The more number of people that you have that have dementia in the family, like you have 4 grandparents, if everybody has dementia, then chances are pretty high that you'll have dementia. If only 2 of them have it, chances are low. Now, those are just chances. And you can also do this thing called ApoE protein. You can get markers for it. And ApoE4, if you have 2 copies of that, your risk is 10 times. But I really wouldn't recommend going and getting it, because people will go there and get it and find out they've got the gene, and then they'll get depressed, and now you'll have to see a psychiatrist. Look, just run, eat properly, sleep well, keep your weight down, and just remember that scenario I showed you, the cat chasing the, just run and go to college, take courses, you know, do things, get involved in stuff. Do everything to keep your mind working all the time. That's all we can do right now. Now, there, you know, those amyloids that I told you about, the amyloid protein, we've got immune therapy for it, but you know, it really is not working very well right now. The drug is fairly safe, but it doesn't really seem to. Problem is, this chemical process occurs 10 to 15 years before you actually start getting the symptoms. Okay, it's like my gray hair, you know, it started a long time ago. I still have hair, but it started a long time ago. I started losing the pigment, and my body's not making that anymore. Okay, in the brain, the transmitter function starts to diminish, and the problem is that we just have not found a way to fix it right now. So the best thing you can do is reduce your risk factors for high blood pressure. If you're diabetic, keep your sugar low, and those sort of things. Pay attention to that first. Okay, I hope I've answered that question.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This was a fantastic discussion, Salil. Can you hear me?
Are Guruji, of course. Namaste-stu.
Ashirwad, Ashirwad. Salil, and
I didn't know you were up there. You would have made me nervous if you were
just
listening up there.
I was just listening to you. I'm here to learn. We had a program this morning about yoga and Ayurveda. And so anyway, Salil and Chintu, they both are very close to me. Salil was been with me many years ago, and Chintu became, you know, came when I came to Los Angeles to USC, and Chintu did pediatric and adult at USC. So they were great, and they have done good presentation. Sopan and Hitesh Dubey, you guys did great. So overall, it's a lot of stuff has been going through. Now we talked about, you know, looks like Chintu is gone, but our place, Los Angeles, LA County, and the county system is the highest number in a place on West Coast with COVID. They hasn't gone away. Now, one important thing which you guys need to, I'm just going to point out, the COVID causes every type of nervous system and peripheral nervous system problem, when we have reviewed it, starting from the brain, stroke, cardiac problem, and so on, and seizures. But one of the things which I just heard, that if you take the COVID booster, now it happened to me. That's why I had 2 regular one, and then I had a booster one, and then last I got the booster in March. I was going to a meeting. Now in May, I developed shingles. I have already gotten the Shingrix done 2020. But I developed and I looked at what could have caused. But it was shingles, not very painful, but it did happen that, I did have a C5-6 roots, well, the whole area. So that's what kind of, I'm just giving you some information. It's given there somewhat, I had to dig it out. So what could have happened. So that's what I felt that, you guys should be aware of it. But otherwise.
Shingles is a well-known concept that can come from any sort of stress on your immune system. And vaccines, in theory, are amplifying your immune response to whatever the insult is. And so it's not unique to COVID vaccine, or even if you have a COVID virus, it could predispose you to shingles. But you bring up a great point that it's something that I meant to say that I also forgot is, we had medicine and a lot of this knowledge before COVID ever came along. And COVID's been around a long time before, 2019, 20, whatever. But the point is, like, if you're going back to my talk, if you're going to go travel, you still need to think about all the other measures we used to take before. And shingles has been there for a long time before. Overall, the incidence of shingles hasn't changed that dramatically, but it is well known that a percent of the population consistently does get shingles from that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Quick thing that I never had COVID, by the way. I may have been tested 100 times, but here in India, everywhere. I didn't ever had both, like the PCR as well as, never developed COVID. So, but I got the shingles. But the good thing about it was that it was not I have a patient, which was so painful, the shingles. I didn't have any, I just had a rash. And it went on, but no real pain. So I just want you guys to know this knowledge. Pass it on. Okay, I see Sen Pathakji there. He wants to say something.
Your mic is off, sir. You gotta turn on your mic.
So Pathakji, your mic is.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed the presentation, but I want to tell you my experience, what Dr. Mishra just said, that I took 2 vaccines, 1 booster, and after booster, I had developed severe pain in this finger, severe pain. I thought I am old enough to develop arthritis, but it was not arthritis, severe pain, and without any treatment, now it has gone down. But I have developed swelling in the leg. It is not because I'm sitting. And this happened not only to me, 4 or 5 colleagues of mine in MD Anderson. So I dug into the literature. I found out there are more than dozens papers published now that people have side effect of this booster and vaccine. And side effects are quite different. It differs from individual to individual. Some people have no effect at all. One thing. Second thing, I wanted to bring to attention to Dr. Hitesh Dubey about prostate. As you know, prostate is male specific. Recent data has demonstrated that people who are having more than 1 Y chromosome, in majority of metaphases, they have only 1 Y chromosome, but those who accumulate Y chromosome in some cells, those individuals are predisposed for prostate cancer. And this we have already demonstrated in human, not only in human, also in mouse. So this is coming up very fast, and our clinic is going to take care of this. 2 weeks ago, in Science, the paper came that loss of Y chromosome in some metaphases of older individuals actually predisposing them to heart disease, fibrosis in liver, in kidney also. These are some new informations coming up. I just wanted to bring to your attention.
Sopanji, a question for you. What would you advise now? Let's say I'm giving you my own example. I've gotten double boosters. I'm doing well, always have been negative. Now, there is a lot of stuff which is coming up that you can get another booster or you can get vaccination again. And so what would you, I have to travel. I'm going to, like India, and I have to get a meeting there in November. So what would you advise? Anybody?
I advise you buy me a free ticket to come with you to help you out during that trip.
Come on in. Come on in.
So I answered this question for my own father, and as you know, as a well-renowned physician, that this advice is individual, and I don't know your past medical history or your immune status other than your shingles. But that being said, this is more philosophical, but viruses over time the goal of a virus is to become less deadly and more virulent. And I think all doctors for a rare opportunity can agree that over the course of time, the deadliness or lethal nature of COVID has gone down since our first experience. However, the virulence has gone up. So chances today versus, let's say, 2.5 years ago is you're much more likely to get the virus. And I don't, despite your 100 tests, it's amazing that you're negative still, that I've never had it, especially if you're seeing patients. The second thing to remember is, so again, the booster is a very unique issue for each patient. I keep doing that. I'm sure there are some lawyers on here, so I'm making sure I'm careful. But it's a very unique advice. But I generally have decided personally, and for my family members, that we are not going to get any more boosters unless you are predisposed to specific disease with immune issues, because at this point, it's much less likely to kill you. And the goal of the boosters and the vaccines was not to keep you from getting it or even to keep you from spreading it. It was to keep you from dying from it, which is less likely now. However, for my own father, who's going to India later this year, my advice was to go ahead and booster up now in anticipation of whatever new changes are going to happen, which you can't react to at that time. But if for those that are sticking around here, I say, as time goes on, the booster becomes less and less necessary. That's not necessarily backed with any specific study for it, but more of just the history of viruses in general.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to second that. And I think I want to reiterate one thing. So when a lethal virus appears in a population, as the virus kills the host, the virus is buried as well. And that's the whole point here. It's the game of life, okay? And if you can just survive multiple cycles over time, this should just become a common cold. It's just that we don't know how long it'll be when it becomes like as non-lethal as a common cold. So that's just a natural history of any kind of an infectious disease that occurs. And I just wanted to emphasize that we forget to think about that. And we've had pandemics before in the past prior to the time of having vaccines and stuff. And I'm certainly very happy that vaccines are available, but that's a very, very good point, that the future looks bright is what I have to say.
Thank you, guys.
No more booster. I have stopped taking. I took just one.
Same.
I don't know. I'm still.
I have a question for Dr. Salib.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you fine.
Mahendra Mishra.
Hello.
I had 2 vaccine shots, then boosters. 4 months back, on my right foot, on the upper part, below the 3rd finger, I had pulsing pain every 3 seconds. Couldn't sleep 2 nights. And went to Mayo Clinic, where my son is a doctor. They examined and they said, okay, for 1 week, they put me on a painkiller regime. Every 3-hour alternate Advil and Tylenol. And they took X-ray and all that. And they said, we don't know what it is. If it comes back, then we will have to investigate. So it was not an easy problem for them, because they said you bold us this time. We don't know what to do right now. Did you hear any such a reaction from the vaccine, any such case?
I'm going to pass that on to Dr. Dubey.
The guy with the nice hair.
Let me say, It can cause peripheral neuropathy, it has been shown. So why is a focal peripheral neuropathy? Like what Pathakji said, you got in his finger.
Yes.
And he's talking about his leg.
Yes.
So it could be very much like having a focal, just like why did I get, like shingles on C5-6?
Exactly.
It's again affecting the peripheral nerve roots. Everything is affected by COVID vaccine.
It's a pulsing pain severe every 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and won't stop.
Did they do any other test on you, Mahendra Bhaiya? Did they do?
No, they did not. They said they looked around and they said, come back if it comes again. The orthopedic said, this is my number. You don't have to go through normal. Call me and then we will
We
invest.
can write it up, both of you guys. I can you send me the info. If you have done the EMG or other test was a negative, it may be worth. I'm
My
sure
question was, either of you have heard such a case? That was my question.
Yes, lots of various peripheral neuropathies have been noted.
Okay.
Oftentimes, like other two neurology docs were saying, sometimes it has to do with your certain types of vitamin deficiencies and things like that, or areas of stress on specific nerve roots, or in fact, even the pathways. But it is probably one of the more common side effects, vascular and neuropathic inflammation.
Sure.
So next time I should go for further checkup because now I'm scared.
Are you still hurting?
It's not hurting, but in the sense
Then
that
don't worry.
If it's not hurting, forget about it.
Don't go Mahendra Bhai.
Yeah, that's
I've
right.
been vascular too, in addition to peripheral nerve, whether you do it because you have a swelling. So you could have a vascular issue with the COVID and the vaccinations are known, very well described. But don't worry about right now. You come here when you're in trouble.
Right.
Agreed. Follow up with Dr. Misra.
Yeah.
Yes.
it's safe to travel from Pennsylvania to LA. Thank you.
I have a quick question that I think a lot of the our specific Indian population asks about. You were talking about dementia, and if we get generalized to Alzheimer's dementia or cognitive decline, what's the role of caffeine? Is it actually helpful? Is it detrimental? What is the role for caffeine?
I think my personal answer is that caffeine is protective, and it's protective through it actually works at multiple levels. First of all, if you so here's what I have to say about caffeine. If you're going to drink coffee, drink it in the morning. Don't drink your coffee after 3 o'clock. Don't let caffeine interfere with your sleep. If caffeine enhances your cognitive capability, which it does because it causes arousal, or if it wakes you up and gives you a boost of energy, it's actually very good. So I would recommend continuing to drink your coffee. Just don't add sugar to it. Don't put milk in there, just black coffee. and I'm all for coffee, but I did not include coffee in the diet that I presented because the main thing you need to make sure is that it does not interfere with your sleep. Okay.
So it has been shown, it has been published, like
yes.
I put in the chat that's for my mother who bothers my dad and I.
So I would suggest that I don't drink coffee. I drink 1 cup of tea in the morning, but that's it, no more.
Yeah, as I said, the question is the caffeine, and thank you for pointing
I think
out.
the main thing is keep moving and keep getting lots and lots of degrees. Go to college, take classes, challenge your brain, keep reading.
Salil ji, there's a quick question from the chat from Dr. Jagdish Shukla ji is about what is the advice on exercise, diet, mental activity? Any details or sources? What type of exercise is better? Is problem solving better than memorization? What about sugar and processed food?
Okay, so the most important thing is to exercise. So what kind of exercise? Get up in the morning and keep walking and don't stop until it's time to go to bed. That's the best kind of exercise you can do. That's what we're actually designed for. We're designed to constantly move. As far as mental activities, the data that I'm aware of shows that mental activity has to be new. They have to be novel. So don't keep repeatedly doing the same thing over and over again. And it has to be something of interest, something that you like and something that you enjoy. And if you enjoy memorizing poetry, that's wonderful. Keep memorizing poetry, but go to college, take classes, get a second degree. You know, like Dr. Dubé did. He got a master's, you know, after his doctorate. And as far as diet goes, you know, the main thing about the diet is to keep your weight down. And if you exercise and eat a good diet, the kind of diet I showed you, you can look it up. It's called a Mediterranean diet. And that's really what most papers say that you should be eating. Okay.
Yes.
Did that answer your question?
I think yes. Yeah. Thank you.
But in Mediterranean, is it more kind of, you know, non-veg?
Okay. So here, that's a great question. So here's the thing. Get rid of the word more. That's the problem. Okay. We are so overfed in our society right now. We're actually suffering from caloric overload. Okay. There's no such thing as more. And yes, it does have non-vegetarian food. We're designed to, so something the size of the palm of your hand should be all the meat, and most of that is supposed to be seafood. So that's what, and you can look this up on the internet. You can get a Mediterranean diet list and eat that stuff. So
can I add one thing, Salil?
Yes,
I think
sir.
it's really important for our people. You know, when you said go to college, I think that is an excellent point. But for a lot of our people, you know, that's a big like, But the other things you guys can do, because we're on Zoom and we have people from India and all over the world on this one meeting, is use the same technology to go teach somebody something. People from underserved areas in the villages and wherever it is, you can use that same brain power and the same stimulation to go teach some kids some basic math or algebra or whatever chemistry you want to teach. And that will perform the same function and also pass on your knowledge. So Salil, I really think that concept of using your brain can be so powerful, and yet, as somebody mentioned earlier, do good for the world.
I think that's an excellent point, because when you are engaged in teaching, you have to learn the material very well yourself, number one. Number two, you're interacting with another human being, which is a face-to-face thing. And there's a lot to be said for face-to-face interaction. I mean, that's what we're designed for. We're social animals, basically.
The other thing you could do, you can do meditation. It has been shown again. Everything exercise, which Salil pointed out, but meditation, doing, you know, like mind body, that has been shown, and we have published that. Actually, it's published in the Annals of Indian Academy of Neurology about the use of yoga in Alzheimer's disease and dementia and other. So all those stuff.
All right, I think it's a great panel discussion and great information from Dr. Salilji. Thank you so much, Sopan Dubé, Hitesh, and Chintu Sharma. Also, I take this opportunity to say congratulations to Hitesh. He's a new father. I saw he's holding his baby. How many? 2 months old?
Yeah.
4 months old. Thank you.
4 months. Yes. I learned from Sandeep. Anyway, congratulations and thank you, everybody. And now we have the next program. Sushil Pandit is here. So we are going to listen to him.
Great.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Salil.
I'll be here to.
Yes. Salilji, thank you.
Okay, good evening, Sushil ji.
Namaskar.
Namaskar, namaskar.
Namaskar to everyone.
नमस्ते नमस्ते सुशील
सभी ऑडियंस को पहले बता दूं कि सुशील जी यूके से अभी थोड़ी देर पहले न्यूयॉर्क पहुंचे हैं, इसलिए इनका प्रोग्राम रीस्केड्यूल किया गया। पहले मॉर्निंग में स्पीच देने वाले थे, अब इस टाइम दे रहे हैं। तो इनके विषय में लेट मी पुट इट ऑफिशियल It is my great pleasure to welcome Sri Sushil Panditji at this joint convention of BSNA and GBC. Sushil Panditji is an esteemed activist and consultant to communication industry for a long time. He is a graduate of JNU, you all know. He is a prominent Kashmiri leader and an effective speaker, soft-spoken, humble personality, and an intellectual, well-informed on Indian history and Hinduism. He always emphasizes the need to confront the issues prevailing across India and provides keen insights into how Bharat as a nation can be stronger. He usually addresses the challenges persisting in the country and stresses on the necessity of finding solutions to the same. As most of us might have witnessed, his presentations are exceptionally effective, either in physical presentation or in any TV debates that we usually watch on the most televisions. Supporting his arguments with proper reasoning and decorum. He is a strong supporter to Kashmiri causes, providing important inputs to the, for example, Kashmir files. He is well traveled across India and overseas, including Europe and North America. Personally, I gave a call to Sushilji before my summer trip to India, and he graciously agreed to address our convention. Though I have met him in Houston a few years ago before COVID-19, as a follow-up, I had pleasure to meet him again at his residence in New Delhi with my younger brother, who is retired now as Principal Chief Commissioner of Income Tax, Delhi. I thank you, Sushilji, for offering us Kashmiri tea during our conversations. Really a great, memorable occasion. Not only here in Houston, we have a couple of Kashmiri families. When we interact, like Pathakji knows, then we always drink Kashmiri tea. So we are very proud of you and your accomplishments. Please welcome Sushilji with big applause. Now I give the floor to Sushilji for his keynote speech. Thank you, Sushilji. Thanks.
Dr. Shukla, I am extremely grateful for this honor. I am extremely thankful for such a generous introduction. I have benefited from your affection and admiration and encouragement in the past as well. And I find this my privilege to address all of you on this issue of what Brahmins can do today in the context of the society, though I feel I am entirely inadequate to be talking about these issues, to this highly knowledgeable and profound audience who are far more experienced and aware in these matters. And also because I feel what I'm going to share with you, personally, I have not necessarily succeeded in living up to those ideals. And therefore, I say this, I address you on this issue with a sense of guilt. Because as I thought about the issue, I realized even more that to live up to our identity as Brahmins, we need to do a lot more. And it will start with understanding as to what it means to be a Brahmin. I had long before heard a shloka which says, Janmana jayate shudraha sanskarat vijja uchyate. I found that this shlok was in the Skanda Purana, in the Nagar Kand, chapter 239, which very emphatically states that by birth we are all Shudra. Everyone is born Shudra by birth. It is the acculturation, it is the sanskar, it is the learning, teaching, experiences that mold us into a Dvija or a Brahmana. We need to look inwards as to how differentiated are we in our upbringing and the values we practice to claim the Brahmanhood that we so proudly like to be, like to claim. Another very interesting shlok which nails a popular misconception that by being born into a family of Brahmins, does one become a Brahmin, is the one in chapter 4, the 13th shlok of Bhagavad Gita, which says, Chatur Varna Maya Srishta, Guna Karma Vibhagasha, Tasya Kartaram Apimam, Vidhi Akartaram Avyayam. Which means the 4 Varnas were created by me, Bhagavan. Sri Krishna says himself that these 4 Varnas I created, and I created them basis the guna and karma, the innate qualities that we have, and how we do our karma. What is our conduct? Karma. What is our conduct? The qualities we have, inherent, innate qualities, and the conduct we have, karma. Not out of birth. He doesn't say out of kula. He doesn't say out of gotra. He doesn't say out of vansha. Those words are not mentioned. Of course, the other 2 lines are about that I did this as a kartar, one who does everything. And yet, I, in this creation, do not do anything. I just witness. Vidhi kartaram avyayam. Those 2 lines, as in the matter of who's a Brahmin, is not relevant. Those 2 lines are not relevant, but to respect the shloka, I have read the entire shloka for you. Now, this opens up an entire question: who's a Brahmin? Who do we call a Brahmin? Is being Brahmin about rituals? And there is an elaborate set of rituals we need to do about Sandhya Vandanam, about Yajna, about Karma Kand, about puja archana, about abhisheka, all those rituals. But then anybody can do those rituals. Any and everybody can do those rituals. There is no varjana. If you follow the proper vidhi, if you give it proper reverence and respect, there is no prohibition on doing the rituals. A lot of non-Brahmins are known to have conducted rituals in our history. In the old books and shastras that we study. Is it about what you do as karma? You might find this a little contradictory to the shloka of Gita, that it is about the guna karma vibhagsha. And here only karma is picked up, karma, and not along with guna. So it is not really a contradiction. So the karma that may qualify someone to be a Brahmin is again possible to be done by everyone. Karma is not restricted to any particular kind of people. Within the 4 varnas, anybody can do that karma. Is it about knowledge? What you know, what you carry in your head, knowledge of shastras, knowledge of Vijnana, knowledge of Jnana, knowledge of Veda, knowledge of Upanishads, knowledge of Puranas, knowledge of Brahman Granthas, knowledge of Shatadarshanas, knowledge of various other dimensions of knowledge, be it Vyakarana, be it Vastu, be it Khagol, be it Ganit. I'm afraid not. Because again, this knowledge is not restricted. Anyone can acquire. So mere having knowledge doesn't qualify anyone to be a Brahmin. Is it about jati? Very often we confuse it with the word caste. The caste word is not from our vocabulary. It's a Portuguese word. But jati is a word from within our lexicon, within our tradition. And jati is different from varna. In varnashram parampara, there are 4 ashrams and 4 varnas. The 4 varnas, of course, are Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. And 4 ashramas are Brahmacharya, Grahastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyas. But jati, we have numerous and various. And jati is about vocation, is about a certain way of earning one's livelihood. And we have different jatis. So is it about jati? I'm afraid not. In different contexts, same jati sometimes is part of Brahmana Varna, sometimes part of Vaishya Varna. Even in the present day context, different jatis form the list of OBCs in some places and out of OBCs in some places. So belonging to a certain vocation and earning your livelihood out of that vocation also does not make you a Brahmin. And is it about your body? I come to the issue of birth. I'm afraid certainly not. Sri Krishna Prabhu in Gita has very clearly rejected that idea. So what is it that our Shastras say that make someone a Brahmin? One who is free of Dvaita. Now, what is Dvaita? Which is dualism, which is making a distinction, bhed karna, bhed bhav karna. In Ishavasya Upanishad, the very first shloka, Ishavasyam idam sarvam yat kinchit jagatyam jagatena tyaktena bhunjitaha magradha kasya vidhanam. The very foundational doctrine of our dharma is that there is divine that permeates in everything that we see as part of creation and we can't see, which is beyond our capacity to witness, to experience, because the capacity of our knowledge resources, our indriyas, is limited. Our senses is limited. So things that we can experience and see and know, and things that are beyond, everything, yat kinchit jagatyam jagat, every speck is permeated by divine. So you do not distinguish, you do not divide. You see everything as manifestation of that divine. So one who's free of dualism, who doesn't see things or people or matters as dualism, as two different entities, and therefore discriminates between the two. Then one who's free of shadavikar. We have often heard of kama, krodha, moha, lobh, mad, matsar, mad or ahankar and matsar. Kama, desires, krodha, anger, lobh, greed, moha, as in love or some kind of attachment. Ahankar, ego. Matsar, irsha. The one who is free of these vikaras, which means is not moved by, these are sense related and then modes of actions. Whatever we do, if these things that we do are driven by any of these 6 impulses, then these become vikars or certain kind of perversions. A Brahmin is someone who rises above them. That is what our Shastras say. Which means he is stable. He is unmoved by any of these impulses. He is dispassionate. He is sthit pragya is the word. He is nispraha. He witnesses, unmoved by these impulses. So if I delve deep into Shastras, it has been a wonderful opportunity for me, and I have simply skimmed the surface in order to preface what I'm going to say in terms of what our Shastras say. What has been told to us in authoritative sources of our venerable and worshipped texts that have been handed down to us civilizationally by our ancestors. So if I were to look at, exemplify it, and there are examples. For example, a Brahmin, how does he behave in material poverty? If he lacks, if he is deprived of even things which are necessary for his existence, which are existential necessities, A Brahmin is like Sudama, simple and straight. He is not moved by utter deprivation, utter poverty of material resources. In the times of existential calamity, when there is a huge threat facing dharma, facing humanity, facing the society, a Brahmin is epitome of generosity and sacrifice, like Dadhichi. That is the gold standard. Or when there is a clamor for good things and people are running away from poison, which is surely going to harm, nobody wants to touch. A Brahmin is like Shankara, who becomes a shield and takes care of that poison. Hala hala. So a Brahmin is supposed to adhere to a standard which is that high. It's such a humbling thought, where civilizationally, culturally, a Brahmin is placed in his conduct, in his pursuit of knowledge, and from that knowledge, wisdom. And what does he use this wisdom for? For the larger good, for the society. He is indeed like a father to the children. Never deprive the children, even at the cost of his own deprivation. Never let the children be hurt, even while becoming a shield and taking that hurt upon himself, that accident or that risk upon himself. So this is where Brahmins have been put. And if you look at various smritis, whether it is Manusmriti or Yagyavalkya Smriti, in different nitis, even Acharya Vishnugupta, better known as Chanakya, they say for the same crime, a Brahmin should be punished at least 6 to 8 times more. In different smritis, it is different figure for the same crime. Why? Because a Brahmin is expected to conduct himself better. And there are 2 reasons why he should conduct himself better. A, because he has the knowledge, he is aware, he has the wisdom. Those who are ignorant can still be probably treated leniently. But those who commit a crime or a mistake in awareness, in knowledge, cannot be forgiven. And 2, because someone who's known as a Brahmin is automatically worth emulating by the society. And therefore, if such a person commits a mistake or a crime, it is far more dangerous for the society than someone else who is not known as a Brahmin and therefore not readily to be emulated. Therefore, responsibility on Brahmins to conduct themselves better is far higher, even in our smritis, even in our laws, even in our jurisprudence. So that is where Brahmins are posited. And I saw in this day and age, the chapter 4, verse shloka 13 of Bhagavad Gita being practiced. When I went to Indonesia some 12 years back, I must share this personal experience with you. Bali, of course, is more than 90% Hindu. But larger population of Hindus lives in Java, though they are much smaller fraction in the proportion of population. Java is more than 10 crore population. In Bali, the temples don't have Vigraha. In Java, they do. And I found a very fascinating practice there. Brahmins are in the temples, but they cannot enter the Garbhagriha. They stand at the threshold of the Garbhagriha. They offer mantras, they chant from there, but they do not enter, they are prohibited from entering the Garbhagriha. So when devotees come and they come with the offerings, a Brahmin takes the offerings to the threshold. And from that threshold, the offering is taken by a Shudra. And Shudra alone has the right and privilege of entering a Garbhagriha. Why? Because Shudra's privilege it is to do seva. It is Shudra's privilege. So it is a Shudra who ensures the deity, the Vigraha, goes to Shayan. He is the one who does the Abhishek. He is the one who does the Shringar. He is the one who does the Bhog. He is the one who does all the seva of the Vigraha. And Brahmin can only go up to the threshold and chant shlokas. And it isn't that a Brahmin doesn't ever enter the Garbhagriha. He does. Because after all, the one who has been worshipping the Vigraha from a distance also feels the urge to serve the Lord. So, whenever he is ready and he decides to transcend from being a Brahmin to being a Shudra, he stands in a queue and he tells the people ahead of him, the Shudras ahead of him, to give him a chance at the end of his lifetime to serve the Lord as a Shudra. So he has to move out of his Varna as a Brahmin, get into the Varna of a Shudra to be able to. This tells me that the Avagaman within Varnas was not as ossified and restricted as we have made it today. Indeed, we have the example of Vishwamitra, who was a Kshatriya. Yet he went to Raja Dashrath and asked for his Kshatriya Kumars, Dashrath Kumars, in order to annihilate Rakshasas. And when Raja Dashrath tells Vishwamitra that you yourself are a Kshatriya, you yourself are so capable of vanquishing these Danavas, these Rakshasas. You don't need anybody's help. Your parakram as Kshatriya is so well known. And he tells Dashratha, but I have laid down my arms. And today I am only doing Adhyan and Tapash. I have become a Brahmin. And only a Kshatriya has the right to punish. So I have come to seek help. So Vishwamitra, despite being born in a Kshatriya kull, could move from his Kshatriya Varna to Brahmin Varna. And in Indonesia, indeed, a Brahmin moves from Brahmin Varna to Shudra in order to have the right to serve the Lord at the fag end of his life. These are sterling examples that force us to reflect as to why we have allowed these distortions to come up. Probably because the patronage of society dried up. Probably because the entire fine balance of guna, karma vibhagasha, which was visualized in our shastras, got upset. Probably some vested interest crept in. A Brahmin was never supposed to accumulate. The Siddhanta of aparigraha, not to keep even an iota more than what was necessary for him for that day. He couldn't even store the food for next day. Food, an essential thing like food, and he had to go and beg. He could not work for it and earn it as a wage. Imagine what tough conditions were imposed on Brahmins. And Brahmins happily, our ancestors happily served the society, lived the example, and hence were considered devatas. They were kept in the same category as gods, because gods were never seen. A Brahmin you could see day in and day out working selflessly in order to acquire knowledge, disseminate that knowledge without charging a single pie, without discrimination across to entire society. And hence they were revered. Grihasthas were told that your rasoi, what you cook as food, without sharing with a Brahman or a Brahmachari is pap, is papa karma. And therefore Grahanis, housewives, would wait at the door for the Rishikumars, Brahmins or Brahmacharis to come beg for the Gurukula. Only then they would partake of that food. That was the harmony we had. There was no shame in asking for it from the society. And there was absolutely no restriction, no, should I say, sense of ego in saying that I give and therefore I deserve. I have a right. No. That was a duty, that was a responsibility. So being Brahmin is a responsibility. It's not a privilege. Being a Brahmin is a responsibility. Today, we may not be able to, as individuals, live by those austere standards, but we can certainly bring this word responsibility top of our minds throughout our everyday conduct. And what are those responsibilities? We have responsibility to the society, responsibility to the nation, responsibility to the body of knowledge handed down to us down the ages, preserving those knowledge systems, propagating those knowledge systems, propagating those values without expecting anything in return, to the extent we can. Otherwise, we have no right to be pretending as Brahmins. Only once we are able to do it, probably we would rekindle the glory that Brahmins were held up in the ages gone by. We still can't expect that to happen, because expecting anything in return is in itself papa. We have to do without expectations. But if we really want to rekindle that respect our ancestors earned by the sheer dint of their effort, we need to start emulating them, even in parts, even in fractions, even begin to, in our small little humble ways. We would probably begin to look at this responsibility with a different set of eyes. And believe you me, it is needed. It is needed that we know what our Shastras say. It is needed that we know what our civilizational values are. It is needed that we know what our knowledge traditions were. And if this society, this civilization, these values have to survive, the responsibility is on Brahmins, because values, a Brahmin is the custodian of those values. Otherwise, we have no right to call ourselves Brahmins. Brahmin is the guide, is the beacon, is the decision maker, is the policy layer. You know, it was a very fine balance, as I mentioned. A Brahmin could only decide, not implement. The power of implementation was never with the Brahmin. The power of implementation was with the Kshatriya. He had the Rajdand. Brahmin had the Dharmadand. His authority was to discriminate between right and wrong, apply his viveka out of his wisdom acquired out of knowledge. So he laid down what was right, what was wrong. He laid down the policy. But implementation of that policy, the power, the authority to execute was with the Kshatriya. But Kshatriya did not have the right to lay down the policy. That was the job of the Brahmin. So look at the balance and the, what you call, mutual dependence. Now comes the Vaishya. Vaishya had the responsibility of generating resources, generating wealth. Chanakya says, Dharmasya moolam artham. Dharma is unsustainable without the resources, artha. And generating resources was the preserve of Vaishya. But Vaishya neither had the authority to lay down the policy, decide what is right or wrong, nor had the authority to execute. The Rajdanda and Dharmadanda both were away from him. But he provided to both the Brahmin and to the system, to the Rajya, artha, resources, basis which both ran. The Vyavastha cannot run without artha. Dharma cannot run without artha. And the fourth, the Shudra, which is Guna Karma Vibhagasha, to serve, to work. The physical work, the manual work, was the preserve, the privilege of Shudra. And he had to be rewarded for it. He had to be paid the wages for it. In Manusmriti, they say, those who cook your food, they were Shudras incidentally. Those who cook the food have the first right on that cooked food. And therefore, they will be fed first from whatever is cooked. And by any chance, due to any emergency, if the food is already served to others and not to those who have cooked, then they will not eat the leftovers. Fresh food will be cooked for them. Such was the respect for the Shudra. Again, Manu Maharaj says, a woman carrying a child and a man carrying load on his head have a right of way even if the king is coming. A king has to step aside for both. Such were the sensitivities in our laws, social laws, tracing to Yagyavalkya Smriti and Manusmriti. So I cannot even imagine such verses extrapolated in these Smritis which say that a Shudra must have melted whatever zinc poured into the ears if by some accident he gets to hear Shastras or Vedas. I don't think anybody could be as crude. Last prophet Manu Maharaj. The Vedas themselves say that save us from the undeserving. Kupatra se bachaiye. Even today, the world says nuclear technology is not to be trusted in everybody's hands. Today's democratic world, believing in equality, has a nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Gyan, Vigyan must be in those hands where it is safe and is used for common good, because it is a double-edged sword. it can be misused and abused. So we need to look at it in proper perspective. We need to look at our division of work, our Varnashram Vyavastha, out of knowledge and not for polemical work. And I think I've already stretched far beyond the time allotted to me. I didn't want to be pedantic and academic in these matters by just quoting shlokas, shastras, and written
you have
down.
still time. You have still time.
Would you like some question answers to happen as opposed to just simply me speaking all the while?
It can be.
Yes,
So-
I think there is one question posed by Abhay. I think he has something. Ratna, can you mention that? Abhay, are you there? You can ask directly. Abhay?
Can you read the chat?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, I'll read it out to you.
Yes, please.
You have beautifully defined who is a Brahmin and how they are balanced in any situation. Their responsibility towards society is huge. I would ask a few questions on behalf of millennials and others. 1, where does a curious person begin studies? Hold on. Studies. Hold on.
Studies and practices.
There you go.
Where do you begin your studies and practices?
Okay, hold on. It's a big chat. Okay, where does a curious person begin studies and practices to somehow catch up? That's one question. Then, is Neel Mata Puran available in English and Hindi? Second question. Third question, we had chatted many years ago about how Kanchi Mat Pandits are, hold on, it's a big question, are reteaching KPs on how to perform Kashmiri Shaiv Sandhya Vandanam. How has that been going? I'm aimed to kickstart a similar project for Shukla Yajurvedas of Madhyandini Recension. Okay, one question. Lots of questions in that one.
Okay, so these 3 questions from one source or all of them? Or
Abhay
different
Shankar.
sources? Sorry?
One source.
One
One
source.
source. In the
One
chat,
source,
yeah.
Abhay Dubey.
Okay. Abhayji, thank you for these questions. First of all, when you say where to start, actually we are spoiled for choice. We have multiple sources of knowledge. Bhagavad Gita is a brilliant source to start with. It is, in fact, the distilled essence of Vedas, Vedantas, and Upanishads. In one text, 600 shlokas, 18 chapters, you have almost an entire body of literature compressed, entire wisdom presented to you on a platter. So you start with Bhagavad Gita, and if it whets your appetite, you get into Vedas and Upanishads. I would urge you, I mean, please don't take it otherwise. Puranas are derived, and these are Vedas and Upanishads made easy, kind of DIY texts with lot of stories, allegorical stories, and if you pride yourself being very rational and very scientific, you will get mired in a lot of questions. How could this happen and that happen? So for someone who's inquisitive and very rational, Puranas should be probably later. Your second question was Nilmat Puran. Yes, Nilmat Puran is available in English, translated by Dr. Ved Kumari Ghai. It is also available in Hindi, and it is readily available in India. I have my copy both in English and in Hindi. 3, Kashmiri Hindus being taught by Kanchi Mat on our
This one is about Shaiv Sandhya Vandanam.
Shaiv Sandhya Vandanam. Okay. Sandhya Vandanam is one of the entire gamut of rituals we are supposed to carry out. You see, we have something called Graha Sutras. All Brahmins have Graha Sutras that tell them how to carry out the rituals, various rituals in different sanskaras. Our Graha Sutra is Logakshi Graha Sutra. And within that, there are two shakhas, Apastambha Shakha and Kathak Shakha. We are the Palaks of Kathak Shakha. About 14 years back, perhaps, yes, more than 14 years back, the then Swamigal, Swami Jayendra Saraswati, once asked me this question, what are your Graha Sutras? I think I was really, that day, wanted to simply disappear because I didn't know. And I was embarrassed to admit to him that I didn't know. He says, who in your community knows? I immediately started calling. Very few people knew. Till I found a gentleman called Kashinath Handu, who was about 103 or 104 at that time. He was the only person who knew and who practiced. Swami Jayendra Saraswati immediately sent 4 people to him. They sat at his feet, took down everything, and Kashinath Handu was as if waiting for them to come. As soon as he downloaded, he didn't survive more than a few months after that. And Kanchi Math published that entire compendium. And meanwhile, one of the devotees of Kanchi Math, who was the practitioner of Apastambha Shakha, his name was Chandrasekhar Verma or Raghavendra Verma, I'm forgetting the name, lived in Bangalore, an engineer, was given the task of practicing Kathak Shakha as well. Till such time, the revival happens in our community of the Graha Sutra Palana. So this is in brief, a long answer to your short question as to what is Kanchi Math doing to revive Sandhya Vandanam. It's not just Sandhya Vandanam, entire body of rituals, everyday rituals and sanskara related rituals and their practice, whatever. Yeah. I hope the other questions are not as difficult, please.
Sushilji, thank you very much for what you have done and everything you continue to do. I'm Salil Tiwari. I have a question for you, which I'm almost embarrassed to ask you after you have presented such a lofty presentation, but I'll go ahead and ask it anyway. Suppose you had a time machine, sir, and you were able to go back in history. What would you have done differently in Kashmir to prevent the plight of what happened with all the genocide? I know what the subject you have just discussed is so lofty that this almost seems to be out of context, but if you choose not to answer it, I understand. It's entirely up to you, but I had always wanted to hear you and personally be able to ask you this question. I've always wondered about this. What could we have done differently as a society to prevent the 8 genocides that occurred in our history?
So I was just going to ask you, how far back, Tiwari-ji, would you like me to travel? 600 years,
well,
1,000 years,
1,000,
30 years, or 8 years, or even 3 years when 370 was repealed?
Well,
because we have consistently committed blunders at different points in time, without exception. In the independent India, all 13 prime ministers have committed, 14 prime ministers have committed blunders, big blunders, and blunders continue to happen. I mean, you can write a thesis about it and you may still not be a comprehensive account of what all we shouldn't do. In fact, it's a case study in what not to do to annihilate yourself and subject your successive generations to a genocide. It's a tragic story. I mean, you might perhaps need a couple of hours from me to trace this right from 14th century with the advent of an Islamic ruler as to why, in the first place, we Kashmiri Hindus unanimously, the elite, the social political elite, chose him, gave him the Raj Tilak, did the mantrochar and sat him down on the throne. Islam did not come winning a war in Kashmir. Islam very insidiously came as refuge seeker, wormed its way into the royal court, and then through palace intrigue got onto the throne. So from that point onwards, to mistakes committed within the society, within the social elite, and what is unpardonable, those days we could still say that we were living under a hostile rule. We were living under declared enemies of our civilization and culture. We were living in conditions where our kingdoms were disparate and quarreling with each other, busy trying to expand territory or show down each other. We didn't have one unified army. We didn't have any constitution. We didn't have a system of courts as we have now. We didn't have the Human Rights Declaration of United Nations. But what have we done after we've achieved all this? We are a united country. In 1990, we were 900 million population. We had 1.5 million standing army. We were a nuclear power. We had Supreme Court, more than 24 high courts, and an entire big lower judiciary. We had police, we have paramilitary forces, we had an elected prime minister, we had 800 member parliaments, for God's sake, and we had a vibrant press. What did we do to prevent a genocide in 1990? Nothing. We just sat and watched. So it's a painful answer, and it involves everyone without exception. All prime ministers, all governments, all parties, all coalitions, all political formations. None is blameless in this. First and foremost, our biggest blunder is our inability to spot the enemy when we see one. Our insistence on deluding ourselves with strange political formulations and theorizing about winning hearts and minds, refusal to learn from the past, and presuming that we have some divine right, we are destiny's child, and we have some great ability to do what previous prime ministers could not do. So, we are delusional at the very highest level, even today. When we see a calamity knocking at the doors, we come out with idiotic formulations like everybody living in this country is Hindu. All 130 crore are Hindu. We have a common DNA. That they haven't changed their ancestors, they have only changed their way of worship. For God's sake, can anyone change his ancestors? You are crediting the enemy with something that he couldn't even do even if they attempted. There is no way you can change your ancestors. But if you want to abuse them, if you want to humiliate them, and you see them do that. So at the very highest level, either we are inadequate, incompetent, or we have been subverted. We are willing accomplices to our own destruction. That is the bottom line.
Thank you.
So, Sushil ji, one more question from Mahendra Mishra ji. He's asking that since there are no Kshatriyas in society to protect Brahmins, why we do not learn to protect ourselves as our rishis did to protect Dharma?
Yes, why not? You must ask this question to yourself, and I must ask this question to myself. All of us. Apad kale maryada na jayate is a sutra. No matter which varna, which dharma, which duty you have chosen for yourself, what role you have chosen for yourself in society. But when the calamity strikes, all maryada has to be kept aside and calamity has to be fought for the sake of preservation of dharma.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Surji, question for you. What would you suggest the people, whether you want to call them, Brahmin, whatever the way they are using it, how to protect them with the things what is happening? Here we don't have problem, but there are people, those who are poor, they are doing puja and whatnot. They don't have anything to eat. Where this all those different divisions which has taken place after the India's independence, you got those who are big knowledgeable individuals. They're not poor, but they're still considered scheduled caste and tribe, and they are using it. But the poor Brahmins, even those who are rich, that's okay, but poor Brahmins, they don't have any way to do this because they are not protected. And this has happened since 1947. What would you suggest? What should we do in India?
First of all, I would call them poor. They are poor. And poverty sees no varna, no caste. They may have been born in Brahman Kula. They may carry a surname like Sharma, Pandit, Mishra, Shukla, but they are primarily poor. And poverty sees no identity. Poverty hits people with equal intensity. Deprivation gives equal amount of pain to every human being, to every jiva. It is incidental that they are poor while they are the custodians of rituals in a temple. Okay? So we need to ponder over how to sustain, at what level of priority is a ritual in a temple today when the person who's doing it doesn't know the meaning of it, and those he is doing for also have absolutely no idea. We are in huge ignorance. Sometimes we just do it ad nauseum for strange reasons. We need to reinvent today ourselves. There is a school of thought which says if the spirituality and practice of religion is at the cost of some extremely precious natural resources, if it is done harming the nature, the surroundings, or wasting the resources, we must pay attention to that wastage. We must see whether there is better use or not. If you remember, there was, we have Shata Darshana in Hindu religion. Vedanta is one, Yoga is second, Sankhya is third, Nyaya is fourth, Mimamsa is fifth, Vaisheshika is sixth. When Adi Shankar went to Mandan Mishra was a great Mimamsa. He was into rituals. And Adi Shankara was pure Vedanti. He was into knowledge. And he challenged Mandan Mishra on the reasonableness or logic of rituals vis-a-vis acquiring his wisdom, knowledge, Vedanta, philosophical underpinnings. And he defeated him. And one of the conditions of that Shastart was whoever loses will join the other. And Mandan Mishra became Sureshwaracharya and the first Shankaracharya of Sharda Peeth in Sringeri. Today, unless we are very clear about what these rituals are all about, what is their validity, what is their importance, I'm not, kindly don't misunderstand me for decrying or criticizing rituals. No, but when you decide to undertake some ritual, get to the bottom of it, understand it in its entirety, see what it will do for us, and then do it. Even as a tradition, a ritual needs to be preserved. I completely agree. But without knowing about it, if we just mechanically, as robots, do it, it is unfair to the ritual itself. We need a much bigger, comprehensive policy. And yes, anyone poor, deprived of food, deprived of basic existential resources to carry on a life and look after a family, must be supported. There are a lot of Brahmins, a lot of Veda Pathshalas where young boys are learning to chant Vedas in a certain manner. We have a certain raga, a certain system of Veda Ghosha. We will lose this tradition. We will lose this entire, manner of preserving Veda through Shruti and Smriti if we do not create a new generation of Veda Pathis. So there is a very clear reason there. It's not just mechanical preservation. And we must provide for those who give up other options in life. Today, most of these pursuits are left to those who have absolutely no other options in life, the rejects of society, the deprived in the society, the least intelligent and the least ambitious in society seem to be heading there. And that, in my view, is an insult to this tradition. We need to offer our best if we think that these traditions are valuable. There is a certain degree of hypocrisy involved here. I'm sorry if I have hurt anyone with my answer, but I hope you are able to connect with my concern here. Thank you.
Very nice.
So thank you, Sushilji. Thank you very much for very inspiring presentation and also taking number of questions and to your best ability, try to answer them. Now I would invite Salilji. I must add here that when we had convention in San Diego, so I, Sanjay Pandey or Salilji were just talking about our keynote speakers. Salilji offered that why not you invite Sushil Panditji? Okay, because and at the time I realized that he might have seen you on the televisions, okay, or anywhere that I don't know. So it was a thought. Now Salilji is going to give vote of thanks to you. Salilji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for coming here. Thank you for participating in this event. And thank you for everything that you do. We're very much honored and we're very much indebted to you for all the things that you do. Thank you. And thank you for taking my crude questions.
So I'm grateful for this enormously humbling opportunity and this great honor to be in conversation with such luminaries. I see most of those who have seen on the screen older and far more accomplished than me. I'm truly, truly grateful for these words of encouragement. It gives me a lot of energy and reason to carry on in my own small, humble way, whatever I am able to. Thank you again, all of you, sir. Namaskar.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now,
Thank you.
Sushilji, how long are you going to stay in New York?
I am right now in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Yeah, it took me 4 hours to drive from JFK to here. And I'm here tomorrow and day after on 16th, I'm likely to leave for Boston.
Okay.
And
No,
on
so-
18th, I will leave for San Francisco.
Okay, so we'll talk to you later.
Thank you so
very
much.
much.
Okay.
And
Thank
thanks
you.
for
Thank
your
you,
time.
sir. Thank
Have
you.
a safe trip.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Namaste, namaste.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Great talk.
Okay.
Okay, Sanjay ji.
Yes. So this was
थोड़ा
like
सा ये टायरिंग हो जा रहा है थोड़ा सा हम लोग 10 मिनट का
yeah, we can take
Break
note.
करो थोड़ा सा.
Yeah, take a 10
म्यूजिक
minute break. Please come by. We have lot more cultural program. 10 minute break.
म्यूजिक चला दीजिए कुछ
Yeah, Sukrit, you have music. Please, let it go.
Sure. Let us.
Yeah, let's
play
10 minute
something
break. But
with some
please come by
instrumental.
and also tell me people have worked very hard in the cultural.
भाई थोड़ा चाय हो जाए ना ये
Yeah. Have coffee.
नींद आ रही है
Something snack.
ठीक है फिर 10 मिनट बाद आते हैं फिर
Yes, please. Yes.
हाँ तो कुछ चला दो सुकृत की म्यूजिक चला दो कुछ
I am.
It's 4:15. How about 4:15?
okay.
West Coast time 4:15 and 6:15. Texas time. ये 15 मिनट बस 15 मिनट ठीक है.
हाँ 15 मिनट.
Okay. Thank you. See you soon.
Okay. Let's
Great talk.
Let's hear some music.
For just $67, you can make as many videos as you want, and you never need to pick up a camera or use any
Skip this is anybody else. ले आओ थोड़ा ले आओ बच्चा कहाँ है तू ये जो दूध पिया उसका कहाँ है बच्चा
अनम्यूट करो अपने को हेलो
ये केशव जी वो रुद्रांश का पहले प्ले करें
हाँ हाँ सिर्फ बोला कर दो उसका पहले प्ले कर दीजिए
चैप्टर में रुद्रांश का है वंदे मातरम तो उसको पहले प्ले कर दो उसके बाद यू कम बैक टू द अदर उसी ऑर्डर में फिर चले आओ
अच्छा मिशिगन चैप्टर का इसके बाद आएगा पहले वंदे मातरम होगा
नहीं मिशिगन का ना बहुत से है उसमें तो हम लोग पहले वंदे मातरम करते हैं
जी जी
ठीक है बस एक है
बस
just 2 मिनट का है
जी जी चलेगा नहीं कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है बिल्कुल
उसके बाद मिशिगन का आ जाएगा सब फिर वी कैन गो बैक टू ह्यूस्टन अगेन
जी 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 बिल्कुल
संजय जी का मैं आपको भेजा था ना तो उसका इंट्रो
क्या चीज
रुद्रांश का इंट्रो में भेजा था आपको ना
हाँ उसमें है ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर में है वो
हाँ ठीक है तो हाँ तो उसको सुकृत इंट्रोड्यूस कर देगा लगा देगा बाबू शुरू में
हाँ सुकृत ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर में रुद्रांश पाठक का है वायलिन पहले वो प्ले कर दो उसके बाद कम बैक टू मिशिगन चैप्टर के
हम तो शिव जी भी ज्वाइन करेंगे साहब
हाँ
ओके ओके रुद्रांश पाठक राइट
हाँ
yeah
When you get to some new walnuts, I would love walnuts and eat them from your table, and you take your own name.
या शिव पाठक जी है ज्वाइन Yeah, Shiv Pathak ji hai.
Ladies and gentlemen, my distinguished guests and all the dignitaries for the BSNA and the GBC annual convention, it is time.
तो संजय जी शिव जी को बोल दीजिए इंट्रोड्यूस कर दें
शिव जी आप हैं वहां पर शिव जी
शिव
पाठक जी आप रुद्रांश को इंट्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं
Okay, so it is time for our cultural program, but before we start the cultural program on a chapter wise basis, we are going to first play a patriotic song in commemorance of the 75th anniversary of India's Independence Day. So with that in mind, would request Mr. Shiv Pathak ji to introduce
So,
the
Sukrit,
performer.
could you start in 3 minutes, 6:20?
Okay.
Mine times. Your will be 4:20, right? 3 minutes,
Or
2-3 minutes.
Keshav ji can introduce maybe. Do you want to? Keshav ji?
No, no, मैं कह रहा हूँ after start in 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. ठीक है. All right. We have a.
No, no, material हम तुम्हारे पास तो introduce कर देना तो.
Yeah, you can start.
या तो आप यहाँ से ज्ञानेश जी या किसी कोई और जानता है तो इंट्रोड्यूस कर दे.
नहीं नहीं ठीक है, कोई जनरल में से चला जाएगा, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कोई भी कर दे.
All right. We have a very nice cultural program lineup from every chapter, and including one actually narratives and one presentation of a talk by one of the youths here to project our community 50 years or 100 years from now. So with that in mind, so we are going to start our cultural program in a few minutes, in a 1 minute time. So let's start with the Bande Mataram, one of the most patriotic song in India that has been echoed through the skies and the oceans of the India since the time of the 1857, the first freedom struggle in India. Written by the Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. This has been the heart and soul of the India's freedom struggle. We are going to remember that on this eve of this 75th anniversary of India's Independence Day. I would request Mr. Shri Pathak ji to introduce the performer. Mr. Shri Pathak ji. All right. Ganesh ji.
I think one of you, Ganesh ji, can you introduce him? You have his material, right?
Mr. Ganesh Gadij, could you please unmute yourself and introduce the performer? Ganesh ji? I guess you're, yeah. Okay, all right.
Rudransh is the younger son of Shiv Pathak, and Rudransh is the 10th graders and is passionate about the music and chess. He wants to pursue a career in computer engineering, and he is one of the top ranked class and player in the Texas. And in the this program is dedicating to Independence Day and celebration of Amrit Mahotsav. So he is presenting the Vande Mataram by Rudransh Pathak on violin. Thank you. Thank you, Rudrash. Wonderful performance on the celebration of the Amrit Mahotsav. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganeshji, and thank you, Rudransh, for your exceptional performance. We'll go back to our Michigan chapter. And at this time, I'd like to request the MC from the Michigan chapter, Mrs. Supriya Sharma.
ओके, आप तो बहुत बहुत गुड इवनिंग, नमस्ते, और मैं आप सबकी बहुत आभारी हूँ कि मुझे आपने ये अवसर प्रदान किया आज के कार्यक्रम में प्रस्तुति देने के लिए। और बहुत ही सुंदर वायलिन की परफॉर्मेंस हुई है अभी। बहुत ही अच्छा टैलेंट है हर जगह से ब्राह्मण समाज में। और मैं मिशिगन चैप्टर को प्रस्तुत करती हूँ यहाँ पर। सबसे पहले हम प्रस्तुत करेंगे रुद्राष्टकम। नीलांशी उपाध्याय ने ये प्रस्तुति दी है। यह उपाध्याय अर्चना उपाध्याय की गुड़िया है और ये बहुत ही अच्छी नृत्यांगना है और ये भरतनाट्यम सीखती हैं। ये 2nd ग्रेड में पढ़ती हैं और अपने एजुकेशन में भी ये बहुत ही एक्सीलेंट है, बहुत ही अच्छी विद्यार्थी है। तो आइए हम रुद्राष्टकम से शुरुआत करते हैं। प्लीज।
आदरं मधुरं वदनं मधुरं नयनं मधुरं हसितं मधुरं हृदयं मधुरं गमनं मधुरं मधुराधिपतिरखिलं मधुरं 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 Preno madhura, preno madhura, pani madhura, padav madhura, nrityam madhuram, sakhyam madhuram, madhuradhipati rakhilam madhuram, 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 madhuram. Geetam madhuram, geetam madhuram, suktam madhuram, suktam madhuram, rupam madhuram, tilakam madhuram, madhuradhipati rakhilam madhuram, madhuram, madhuram. Akhilam madhuram, 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 akhilam madhuram, rupa madhura, yashti madhura, srishti madhura, jaridam madhuram, varidam madhuram, madhuradhipate rakhilam akhilam madhuram, 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 akhilam madhuram.
बहुत ही सुंदर प्रस्तुति यहाँ पर हमारी एक बहुत अच्छी गुड़िया ने दी। और अब हम आगे बढ़ेंगे तो मैं यहाँ पर विराज रविज मिश्रा इनको प्रस्तुत करना चाहती हूँ। ये बहुत ही अच्छे भांगड़ा डांसर हैं और विजय मिश्रा जो कि मिशिगन चैप्टर के प्रेसिडेंट हैं, उनके सुपुत्र हैं रजनी मिश्रा और विजय मिश्रा के। और आइए इनका हम बहुत ही सुंदर भांगड़ा नृत्य की प्रस्तुति देखते हैं। आइए। बहुत ही लाजवाब बाकमाल प्रस्तुति दी गई है रविच के द्वारा और बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद बेटे इतना अच्छा डांस करने के लिए। अब हम अगली प्रस्तुति देखेंगे विराज मिश्रा की जो कि रविच के ही बड़े भाई हैं और विजय मिश्रा और रजनी मिश्रा के बड़े सुपुत्र हैं और बहुत ही अच्छा बाकमाल गाते हैं ये हमारे मिशिगन में बहुत ही फेमस सिंगर हैं, बहुत ही अच्छा कैरियोके गाते हैं। तो आइए अब हम इनकी मधुर आवाज के साथ खो जाते हैं। तो मैं स्वागत करती हूँ विराज मिश्रा का, प्लीज।
पूछो कभी तो कैफियत पूछो तुम्हारे बिन दीवाने का क्या हाल है। दिल मेरा देखो ना मेरी हैसियत पूछो, तेरे बिन एक दिन जैसे 100 साल है। अंजाम है तय मेरा, होना तुम्हें है मेरा, जितनी भी हो दूरियां फिलहाल है। ये दूरियां फिलहाल है। हो खैरियत पूछो कभी तो कैफियत पूछो, तुम्हारे बिन दीवाने का क्या हाल है। दिल मेरा देखो ना मेरी हैसियत पूछो, तेरे बिन एक दिन जैसे 100 साल है। तुम्हारी तस्वीर के सहारे मौसम कहीं गुजारे, मौसमी ना समझो पर इश्क को हमारे, नजरों के सामने मैं आता नहीं तुम्हारे, मगर रहते हो हर पल मंजर में तुम हमारे। गर इश्क से है मिला फिर दर्द से क्या गिला, इस दर्द में जिंदगी खुशहाल है। ये दूरियां फिलहाल है। हो खैरियत पूछो कभी तो कैफियत पूछो, तुम्हारे बिन दीवाने का क्या हाल है। दिल मेरा देखो ना मेरी हैसियत पूछो, तेरे बिन एक दिन जैसे 100 साल है। अंजाम है तय मेरा, होना तुम्हें है मेरा, जितनी भी हो दूरियां फिलहाल है। ये दूरियां फिलहाल है।
बहुत ही खूबसूरत गायकी हमारे विराज मिश्रा के द्वारा, बहुत सुंदर गाते हैं ये। और अब हम आगे बढ़ेंगे हमारी एक बहुत ही प्यारी बेटी अपर्णा शर्मा के साथ। बताना चाहूंगी कि अपर्णा शर्मा मिस मिशिगन में फर्स्ट रनर अप रही हैं। इन्होंने रॉस बिजनेस स्कूल से अपनी पढ़ाई करी है और एक बहुत ही योग्य लड़की हैं, और इन्होंने मिस मिशिगन में जो प्रस्तुति दी थी उसी को ये आप सबके सामने रखना चाहती हैं। तो आइए हम इनकी बहुत सुंदर प्रस्तुति का मजा लेते हैं। ये बहुत बाकमाल डांस करती हैं। तो आइए नैनो वाले ने के साथ हम इनका डांस देखते हैं। आइए।
नैनो वाले ने छेड़ा मन का प्याला, छलकाई मधुशाला, मेरा चैन रैन नैन अपने साथ ले गया। नैनो वाले ने नैनो वाले ने नैनो वाले ने छेड़ा मन का प्याला, छलकाई मधुशाला, मेरा चैन रैन नैन अपने साथ ले गया। पग पग डोलूं रे डगमग से मैं चलती हूँ जगमग रोसी जलती तेरे नैनों के कैसी मदिरा थर थर कांपूं रे तेरे तीर से चिपटी चंदन की नाग से लिपटी मैं बेहोश तू नशा ऐसी मोह की दशा मेरा चैन रैन नैन अपने साथ ले गया नैनों वाले ने छेड़ा मन का प्याला झलकाई मधुशाला मेरा चैन रैन नैन अपने साथ ले गया
बहुत ही खूबसूरत प्रस्तुति अपर्णा शर्मा के द्वारा और हम देख रहे हैं कि हमारे सभी जो यहाँ का यूथ है वो कितना टैलेंटेड है और ये सभी बहुत उत्साहित थे इस कार्यक्रम में पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए। तो बहुत ही अच्छा नृत्य प्रस्तुत किया गया अपर्णा के द्वारा। अब एक आखिरी और अंतिम प्रस्तुति है मेरे द्वारा। मेरा नाम है सुप्रिया शर्मा और मैंने एक पहाड़ी गाने पर नृत्य किया है। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आप लोगों को पसंद आएगा। मेरे द्वारा ये प्रस्तुति देखिए। है और ये जो गाना मैं प्रस्तुत करने जा रही हूँ ये देहरादून हमारे उत्तराखंड का एक बहुत ही प्यारा गाना है। तो मैं इस पर डांस की प्रस्तुति देना चाहती हूँ। धन्यवाद।
हो लाल चुन्नी कुर्ती यो तेरी काली त्वे देखी सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बजारा बजूची पूरी थल की बजारा तो काने बाली यो बिंदुली का पाली देखी वे सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बजारा बजूची सिटी थल की बजारा बजा दे खुटों की पायल तू छमा छम छमा छम छमा छम कमय हुडू की यो ढोल दमादम 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 आजा 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 ओ मेरी लाली मनोला ओ दिवाली ऊंची यो पूरी थल की बाजार ऊंची यो पूरी थल की बाजार ओ लाल चुन्नी कुर्ती यो तेरी काली वे देखी सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा बजूची सिटी थल की बाजारा मैं मेरी धड़कन का मैं यो मेरो दिल मेरो दिल मेरो दिल घुमोल मैं ते को मुनशार तू मैं को मिल सुन ले सुन ले सुन ले ओ मेरी लाली तू फूल मैं छुडाली ऊंची ये पूरी थल की बाजारा ऊंची ये पूरी थल की बाजारा हो लाल चुन्नी कुर्ती यो तेरी काली वे देखी सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा ओ काने बाली ओ बिंदुली का पाली देखी बेसिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा बजूची सिटी थल की बाजारा हो लाल चुन्नी कुर्ती यो तेरी काली वे देखी सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा ओ काने बाली ओ बिंदुली का पाली देखी वे सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा बजूची सिटी थल की बाजारा
जी आप सब लोग के लिए बहुत ही मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि आपने मिशिगन चैप्टर को आपके अनुमति दी कि हमारी तरफ से इतना टैलेंट प्रस्तुत किया जाए और मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ कि हमने बहुत अच्छा समय आपके साथ व्यतीत किया। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
आप लोग बने रहिए सुप्रिया जी, और भी प्रोग्राम अच्छे अच्छे हैं आगे।
जी जी बिल्कुल रहेंगे, क्यों नहीं रहेंगे, हर जगह से बहुत ही सुंदर टैलेंट।
हाँ अभी तो
Supriya ji, thank you very much.
थैंक यू, यस थैंक यू सो
I
मच।
just want to say a couple of things about Supriya ji. Supriya ji actually connected with BSNA in 2017 जब हम लोग का convention हो रहा था, and since then she has been so active, arranging so many programs. And Supriya ji and Shubham ji, her husband, they are very active. And thanks for all your hard work, Supriya ji. We look forward to seeing your participation further.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Uncle ji.
Thank you, Supriya. Thank you so much.
जी,
Wonderful
जी।
host. Very wonderful
जी।
host. Very nice.
जी भैया, आप लोगों से सीख
Excellent
रही हूँ।
presentation.
आप लोगों से ही सीख रही हूँ, और अगर कहीं भूल चूक हुई है, कहीं गलती हुई है, तो आप सब मुझे क्षमा करें।
ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है?
So
Excellent.
for the people who may not be introduced with Vijay ji is now the president of Michigan chapter.
Congratulations.
And Vijay ji has been doing excellent job. We have so many activities planned in Michigan. I mean, you can't believe it. So
yes,
we are really excited chapter. We have hundreds of family actually now, literally. So we look forward to working with our national committee. And
Ajay ji, it's very exciting years ahead, huh?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Awesome, Ajay ji. Thank you.
मेरी छोटी सी गुड़िया है, वो आप सब लोगों को हाय करना चाहती है।
नमस्ते।
हाय करो।
हेलो।
हाय।
नमस्ते।
और ये मेरे हस्बैंड, शुभम 2 मिनट। ये है मेरे हस्बैंड।
Excellent couple.
Thank you so much.
बहुत अच्छा।
Thank you, Shubham. Thank you, Supriya.
बोलो नमस्ते, जय जय करो, जय जय करो। जय जय।
बेटा।
कितनी बड़ी है? How old is she?
14 months, 14
Oh my God, exactly like my granddaughter. इधर लास्ट इधर 14 महीने की वो भी जून में हुई थी ना, कितने 8 जून 14 क्या जुलाई।
अच्छा।
ये से नमस्ते नमस्ते से नमस्ते से
नमस्ते प्यारे हो।
देख रही है।
That's amazing.
चलिए
ठीक है जी। हाँ, बहुत प्यारी हो तुम।
बच्चे हैं।
चलिए
ओके, थैंक यू
थैंक यू
जी, हम बने रहेंगे, बिल्कुल देखेंगे आगे।
अभी एक्चुअली एक इंडिया का बहुत बढ़िया वो डांस लास्ट में है, वो थोड़ा आपके यहाँ लेट होगा, बट आई इंकरेज यू टू स्टिक अराउंड।
अच्छा, अरे वाह, इंडिया से ज्वाइन किए हैं हमें किसी ने?
नहीं है, वो रिकॉर्डेड है, वो लक्ष्मू महाराज, उनके बहुत अच्छे डांस है वो, आप देखेंगे अभी, इफ यू स्टिक अराउंड। यस
जी जरूर, हम बने रहेंगे, बिल्कुल।
ओके सुकृत, नेक्स्ट वन प्लीज। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Michigan chapter. Thank you, Supriya ji, Ajay ji, Vijay ji, for the exceptional performance. And at this time, I'd like to request Houston chapter to come and present the show. For us, I would request Mr. Ganesh Dadhich to act.
Thank you, Sukrit ji. नमस्कार, मैं आप सबका BSNA GBC मेंबर्स का ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर और ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर के सब मेंबर्स की तरफ से आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं। हमेशा की तरह इस बार भी हमारी काफी धमाकेदार परफॉर्मेंस है ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर की तरफ से, और आप सब लोगों को बहुत पसंद आएगा। सब परफॉर्मेंस में काफी मेहनत की इसके लिए। तो अब मैं शुरुआत करता हूँ। हमारे एक राजस्थानी मांड है जिसमें लोगों को इनवाइट किया जाता है, केसरिया बालम। उसकी 2 लाइनें मैं आप सबके सामने प्रस्तुत करूंगा, उसके बाद हमारे परफॉर्मेंस स्टार्ट करते हैं। केसरिया बालम आओ नी, पधारो मारे देश रे, पधारो मारे देश। पिया प्यारी ढोला आओ नी, पधारो मारे देश। ओ साजन साजन मैं करूं, साजन ये जड़ी, लिख लिख मारे चूड़ली, मैं वाचूं घड़ी घड़ी। पिया प्यारी ढोला आओ नी, पधारो मारे देश रे, पधारो मारे देश। केसरिया बालम आओ नी, पधारो मारे देश। इसी तरह से मैं आप सबको इनवाइट करता हूँ ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर परफॉर्मेंस के लिए।
ज्ञानेश यादव छुपे रुस्तम निकले, इतना बढ़िया गाते हैं।
थैंक यू सर।
ज्ञानेश जी बढ़िया।
तो अभी हमारी फर्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस जो है इस इवनिंग की, हमारे ह्यूस्टन की आन बान शान श्रीमती कुसुम शर्मा जी, जिनके बारे में सब लोग को पता है उनकी परफॉर्मेंस, और वो काफी टैलेंटेड है और वो पहली परफॉर्मेंस कर रही हैं अपनी 2 डॉटर के साथ में, तानिया और आशीष शर्मा उनके साथ में, और शी इज फ्रॉम द श्री नटराज स्कूल ऑफ द डांस। पूरा ह्यूस्टन कम्युनिटी, टेक्सास कम्युनिटी उनको काफी उनके परफॉर्मेंस से परिचित है। तो वो सबसे पहले गणेश जी के लिए प्रेजेंटिंग क्लासिकल डांस ऑन द गणपति जगवंदन के साथ में वो गणेश जी की वंदना उनका डांस है, और गुरु शिष्या का एक कॉम्बिनेशन आपको देखने को मिलेगा, क्योंकि वो अपनी डॉटर्स के साथ में और उनकी गुरु भी है। तो सबसे पहला उनका परफॉर्मेंस शुरुआत करते हैं गणपति वंदना से।
गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मजगाराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुवाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतकाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीततन्त्राय गूढगुल्पाय ग्रन्थपन्ताय गोजयप्रदाय गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रवेशाय गदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे गीतचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वकृते गायकाधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयमते गौरीतनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेश्वराय गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोत्रजत्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
बहुत सुंदर भाई।
ज्ञानेश जी अपने को अनम्यूट करिए।
गणेश जी म्यूट है।
Thank you so much, Kusumji. A big round of applause for the excellent performance from the three brilliant artists, Kusumji, Tanya, and Ashish Sharma. And we all very proud of her contribution to the art of dancing. Thank you. Thank you, Kusumji. Now we are moving on our next performance from Aditya Mishra. She is going to be performing on the violin. Aditya is 13-year-old and studies in grade 8. She is the daughter of Manish ji and Vinita Mishra ji. Aditya plays violin for her school orchestra and loves singing and the painting.
I'll be playing King's Court by Susan Day. Now I'll be playing the song Ye Sham Mastani. Thank you.
बहुत सुंदर.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the beautiful performance, Aditya. It was a wonderful performance. And हमारे ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर में यंग टैलेंटेड हैं और सब इतनी मेहनत करते हैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस तैयार करने के लिए. बहुत कम समय में वो सिर्फ अभी इंडिया से आई थी और बहुत कम टाइम में मैंने मनीष जी को बोला कि हमें एक परफॉर्मेंस चाहिए और उन्होंने तैयार करके दी। थैंक यू सो मच मनीष जी, आपने इतना सपोर्ट किया, उसके लिए धन्यवाद। अब हमारे लिए नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस जो है is again the brilliant classical dance by जानकी पाठक. She is the daughter of Shri Brij Pathak ji and वो महिषासुर मर्दनी के ऊपर क्लासिकल डांस प्रस्तुत कर रही है. प्लीज वेलकम जानकी पाठक.
गो जानकी. तो मेरी छात्रा है.
गिरिनन्दिनि नन्दित मेदिनि विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दनुते गिरिवर विन्ध्य शिरोधिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुनुते भगवति हेशिति कण्ठ कुटुम्बिनि भूरि कुटुम्बिनि भूरि कृते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते जगदम्ब मदम्ब कदम्ब वन प्रियवासिनि आसरते शिखरि शिरोमणि तुङ्ग हिमालय शृङ्ग निजालय मध्यगते मधु मधुरे मधु कैटभगञ्जिनि कैटभगञ्जिनि रासरते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते
बहुत सुंदर.
Very nice, very nice.
That was amazing. Amazing performance. Thank you Janki for the beautiful performance. And एक और हमारे young talented हमारे ह्यूस्टन से हैं, तो thank you so much जानकी. अब नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस के लिए मैं इनवाइट करता हूं हमारे BSNA के न्यूएस्ट मेंबर हैं श्री हितेश शर्मा जी. इनकी टैलेंट की डिस्कवरी इस साल हमारे होली मिलन समारोह में हुई थी और हितेश जी इज गोइंग टू बी सिंग अ ब्यूटीफुल बॉलीवुड सॉन्ग. हितेश शर्मा जी.
मैं पल दो पल का शायर, पल दो पल मेरी कहानी है, पल दो पल मेरी हंसी है, पल दो पल मेरी जवानी है. मैं पल दो पल का शायर, पल दो पल मेरी कहानी है, पल दो पल मेरी हंसी है, पल दो पल मेरी जवानी है. मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ. मुझसे पहले कितने शायर आए और आकर चले गए, भर कर लौट गए, कुछ नगमे गा कर चले गए. वो भी एक पल का किस्सा थे, मैं भी एक पल का किस्सा हूँ. कल तुमसे जुदा हो जाऊंगा, वो आज तुम्हारा हिस्सा हूँ. मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ, पल दो पल मेरी कहानी है, पल दो पल मेरी हंसी है, पल दो पल मेरी जवानी है. मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ। कल और आएंगे नगमों की खिलती कलियां चुनने वाले, मुझसे बेहतर कहने वाले, तुमसे बेहतर सुनने वाले। कल कोई मुझको याद करे, क्यों कोई मुझको याद करे, मशरूफ ज़माना मेरे लिए क्यों वक्त अपना बर्बाद करे। मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ, पल दो पल मेरी कहानी है, पल दो पल मेरी हंसी है, पल दो पल मेरी जवानी है। मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ, पल दो पल मेरी कहानी है, पल दो पल मेरी हंसी है, पल दो पल मेरी जवानी है। मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ।
Big round of applause for Hitesh. Wonderful singing, wonderful, and showcasing of your singing talent. Thank you so much. तो अब हम हमारे नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस के लिए मूव कर रहे हैं आगे। होप आपको ये ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर का जो ह्यूस्टन टेक्सास चैप्टर का ये रंगारंग प्रोग्राम काफी पसंद आ रहा होगा। थैंक यू। अभी नेक्स्ट जो है, ईश्वर सत्य है, सत्य ही शिव है, शिव ही सुंदर है। ये प्रस्तुति लेके आ रही हैं अभी हमारी अगेन टैलेंटेड कुसुम शर्मा जी, नटराज स्कूल ऑफ डांस, एंड अभी वो सोलो परफॉर्मेंस लेके आ रही हैं सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम के ऊपर। उनका नृत्य प्रस्तुति है। प्लीज बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज श्री कुसुम शर्मा जी।
Brought to you by the Kalakriti Performing Arts.
जीवन जाग जागर है, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सुंदरम।
Again, wonderful performance by
Awesome.
Kusum
No
ji
language.
and her hard work and the dedication. Kusum ji, thank you so much. आप हमारे वास्तव में ह्यूस्टन और टेक्सास चैप्टर की आन बान शान है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं. थैंक यू सो मच आपके हार्ड वर्क के लिए. अब मैं आगे के लिए परफॉर्मेंस करता हूं. हमारे लास्ट परफॉर्मेंस है और एंड जो परफॉर्मेंस है हमारे ह्यूस्टन की स्वर कोकिला जिन्हें कहा जाता है, चेतना उपाध्याय जी. उनकी आवाज इतनी मधुर है कि मतलब हमेशा कानों में मधुरता घोलती रहती हैं और इसीलिए उन्हें स्वर कोकिला कहा गया है हमारे ह्यूस्टन की. तो चेतना जी को मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूँ और वो 2 सॉन्ग परफॉर्म करेंगी. शिव जी का भजन और शी इज गोइंग टू लाइव परफॉर्म. सो वेलकम टू चेतना उपाध्याय.
Namaste everyone at BSNA. Now I think I should have given recording. It would have been better. तो श्रावण महीना चल रहा है तो मैंने सोचा कि शिव जी का बहुत सुंदर भजन मैंने प्रिपेयर किया था during this month. So I would like everyone to hear because quite a few of us are from Banaras and we all pray to Lord Shiva. तो मैं ये भजन प्रस्तुत करने जा रही हूँ. ओम नमः शिवाय शंभो. ओम नमः शिवाय. ओम नमः शिवाय शंभो. ओम नमः शिवाय. शिव कैलाशों के वासी धौली धारों के राजा शंकर संकट हरना. शंकर संकट हरना. तेरे कैलाशों का अंत न पाया. तेरे कैलाशों का अंत न पाया. अंत बेअंत तेरी माया. ओ भोले बाबा अंत बेअंत तेरी माया. शिव कैलाशों के वासी धौली धारों के राजा शंकर संकट हरना. तेरा था डेरा भोले चार दिशा में. तेरा था डेरा भोले चार दिशा में. धरती अंबर ये जग तेरा. ओ भोले बाबा चंदा सूरज और मैं तेरा. शिव कैलाशों के वासी धौली धारों के राजा शंकर संकट हरना. बेल की पतियां भांग धतूरा. बेल की पतियां भांग धतूरा. शिव जी के मन को लुभाया. शंकर संकट हरना।
Wonderful, wonderful, Chetna ji. Thank you so much.
So now I think I decided on a lok geet from time hai Ganesh.
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल टाइम है, आप कंटिन्यू, आप चिंता मत कीजिए।
Okay, okay, ठीक है। So
सब मजे कर रहे हैं और सबको बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, तो सब टाइम देंगे आप उसका।
thank you so much. So my mother is from Azamgarh, तो वो काफी सूफी चीजों में इंटरेस्टेड रहती हैं। So my mother said, "Okay, why don't you sing this Sufi kind of?" Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, take it.
तो ये मैं this is something very beautiful. तो मम्मी काफी उर्दू में हैं, she is very involved. उन्होंने कहा कि try to sing this. I will try. I just learned it in the morning. जिंदगी से बड़ी सजा ही नहीं, और क्या जुर्म है पता ही नहीं, इतने हिस्सों में बट गया हूँ मैं, मेरे हिस्से में कुछ बचा ही नहीं, जिंदगी से बड़ी सजा ही नहीं, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिलाए के, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिलाए के, नैना मिलाए के मुझसे नैना मिलाए के, प्रेम भटी का मधवा पिलाए के, प्रेम भटी का मधवा पिलाए के, मतवारी कर ली नीरे मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिला के, बलि बलि जाओ, बलि बलि जाओ, बलि बलि जाओ, तोरे रंग रेजवा, बलि बलि जाओ, बलि बलि जाओ, बलि बलि जाओ, तोरे रंग रेजवा, अपनी सी रंग दी रे मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिला के, खुसरो निजाम के बल बल जई है, खुसरो निजाम के बल बल जई है, मोहे सुहागन की नीरे मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, जिंदगी से बड़ी सजा ही नहीं, और क्या जुर्म है पता ही नहीं। Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chetna ji. It's wonderful, wonderful.
You're
मजा आ गया।
Awesome, awesome, Chetna ji.
Excellent, excellent, very nice.
Very, very good.
यहाँ
मतलब
बहुत लोग
आज
बना
बहुत
रखे
बढ़िया।
हैं,
प्रोग्राम बहुत ही ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर में 4 चांद लग गए। सब लोगों को बड़ा आनंद आ रहा होगा, आई होप।
बहुत सुंदर,
बढ़िया
fantastic,
बढ़िया,
चेतना जी।
very very nice.
Indeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you for arranging. Thank you, Gyanesh. Thank you, BSNA committee, and giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
BSNA is nothing without आप सब परफॉर्मर्स के बिना BSNA कुछ नहीं कर सकता। आप लोगों का सपोर्ट है, इसीलिए BSNA और हमारा
Yes.
चैप्टर है वो हमेशा बहुत अच्छा करता है। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much.
चेतना जी, मैं सेन पाठक बोल रहा हूँ। आपकी माता जी आजमगढ़ में कहाँ से आती हैं?
आजमगढ़ में कंधरापुर।
अरे बाप, हम भी आजमगढ़ के हैं भाई, उनको हमारा सादर प्रणाम बोलिएगा।
जरूर। I think it was very much dominated by Muslim community Azamgarh. तो मम्मी काफी उर्दू से, मनीष she is more into उर्दू। तो
आजमगढ़ बस जान लीजिए, उनको
तो
मेरा
बस,
प्रणाम बोलिएगा।
जरूर अंकल, थैंक यू।
ऐसी बिटिया को दिया उन्होंने, हम लोग वेरी प्राउड ऑफ यू, वेरी प्राउड ऑफ यू।
थैंक यू, मैं मम्मी से बताऊंगी।
जरूर, प्लीज।
प्रणाम अंकल, प्रणाम।
चेतना जी, आपका जो इको है मैंने एनेबल करके रखा था, बाद में आपको रिकॉर्डिंग का पार्ट भेज देता हूँ, आप सुनिएगा।
कोई बात नहीं।
अरुण प्रकाश बोल रहा हूँ, बहुत सुंदर गायो बंधु।
थैंक यू अंकल।
मजा आ गया यार, क्या गाई हो तुम यार।
चला बनारस का नाक रख देनी।
और का ये तो वही अरे तो और का ना, हम तो सुनली ना, बहुत सुंदर।
तुम्हारे के हवाला करनी बनी।
हाँ, भोजपुरी बोली ला अंकल हम तो।
उनको हम चिढ़ा रहे हैं।
अच्छा ठीक।
भोजपुरी का चिढ़ावा बहुत दूसर टाइप का हो रहा है।
मदवा जवन को हाथों का तो सुना दे।
अरे और का हम
बस करा भोजपुरी, बस करा भाई, आगे प्रोग्राम चलावा।
आगे प्रोग्राम, मिश्रा जी का प्रोग्राम होगा
आगे प्रोग्राम।
सॉरी पाठक जी, सॉरी।
बस now in the last I would like to invite Houston chapter president Shri Shyam Sharma ji for vote of thanks। मैं उनको इनवाइट करता हूँ।
Thanks, Ganesh ji. Welcome everybody in our annual convention, and appreciate everybody participating. Houston chapter ने सही में जो है वो बहुत ही बढ़िया बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस दिया है, तो मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूँ। सबको जो है वो आई एम सो थैंकफुल टू यू एंड थैंकफुल टू ज्ञानेश जी, जिन्होंने जो है वो ये एक बहुत बड़ा बीड़ा उठाया कल्चरल प्रोग्राम को कोऑर्डिनेट करने का, और ये पूरे प्रोग्राम को जो है वो पूरे सिरे से जो है वो ऑर्गेनाइज करने का, प्लस ऑल द वॉलंटियर्स, सुकृत जी और जो भी मतलब जो है पीछे से जिन्होंने सपोर्ट किया। आई ऑलवेज एडमायर आवर फाउंडर्स केशव शुक्ला जी, सैन पाठक जी, और भी बहुत जो हमारे वरिष्ठ गण हैं जो कि BSNA के अंदर इतने टाइम से जिन्होंने इस टॉर्च को जो है अभी तक जला के रखा है, और बहुत ही अच्छा जो है वो एक संस्कृति, अपना जो कल्चर है, रिलीजन है, उस सबको जो है वो इतना आगे बढ़ाया है। आज के जो प्रोग्राम के बारे में, नाउ इट प्रूव्स दैट ह्यूस्टन हैज लॉट ऑफ गुड टैलेंट। जहाँ तक जो है परफॉर्मेंस का सवाल है, कुसुम जी, चेतना जी और यंग यूथ ने भी काफी आगे बढ़ के हिस्सा लिया। सो आई एम रियली थैंकफुल एंड प्राउड ऑफ एवरीबॉडी, एंड आई अप्रिशिएट देयर पार्टिसिपेशन एंड their dedication, and hope that like we continue like this. There were some new talent also which came out, and that is great. We always encourage new participation, and thank you so much from the whole Houston chapter. Word of thanks. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you Shyam ji. Thank you Shyam ji. और आप लोगों की इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए कि श्याम जी की अभी कुछ दिन पहले सर्जरी हुई थी हार्ट की, तो इसलिए ये बिहाइंड द सीन थे अभी तक, हाँ, मगर हम लोगों ने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आके आज स्क्रीन पे ज्वाइन करें. So thank you, Shyam ji.
Thank you, Shukla ji. And I think BSNA has given a very good support and really appreciate it. It's like a family. एक परिवार की तरह है. और ये अब तो जो है वो GBC के कारण से पूरे जो है वो एक ग्लोबल लेवल पे जो है एक परिवार जुड़ गया है. तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि हमारा कल्चर और हमारा जो ब्राह्मणिक वैल्यूज है वो इतना आगे ले जा रहे हैं हम लोग. इवन आज जो स्पीकर्स थे और जो डिस्कशंस हुए थे वो भी बहुत ही मतलब वैल्यूएबल थे. तो आई थिंक वी शुड कीप डूइंग मोर एंड मोर ऑफ दिस काइंड प्रोग्राम्स. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू श्याम जी. थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू श्याम जी. थैंक यू सो मच. और आप सबका मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर की तरफ से. और जो हमारे परफॉर्मेंस और पार्टिसिपेंट थे उन्होंने जो वंडरफुल परफॉर्मेंस दी. और मैं अब आगे सुकृत जी को हैंड ओवर करता हूँ आगे के चैप्टर के परफॉर्मेंस के लिए. थैंक यू सो मच फ्रॉम ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर. मैं ज्ञानेश सतीश.
ज्ञानेश जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. योर डेडिकेशन really really appreciated. Okay, thank you so much, Ganesh ji. Okay, thank you. Sukrit, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ganesh ji, and thank you, Shyam Shukla ji. Thank you very much, and for presenting the very exceptional program from your Houston chapter. At this time, I would like to request our next chapter, but I would like to first ask whether our San Diego chapter is ready to go ahead, or we need.
We're ready to go ahead.
All right. So at this time, I'd like to invite our San Diego chapter to present the cultural program, and it will be emceed by Ratna Chatlani. So Ratna ji, over to you.
Namaste, everybody. Thank you for letting us give our presentation to everybody. I just want to say it's an awesome presentation by Houston, by Michigan. All the chapters amazing. So let's continue. I'm just going to step right into it. The first item we have is by Induja Shukla. Her nickname is Pihu. She's 11 years old, daughter of Himanshu and Preeti Shukla, and she'll be doing it. She'll be reciting the Ish Chintan. And Sukriti will share the file.
Namaste everyone, I'm Induja Shukla from San Diego, and today I'll be performing Ish Chintan. Om Bhurvuvasvaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo no na Prachodayat. Om Satchidanandrupaya Namostu Paratmatmane Jyotirmaya Swarupaya Vishwamangalya Mutaye Prakati Panchabhutani Karaloka Sahasvata Ishatkalishta Sarveshan Sara Kurvantu Mangalam Ratna Karatautapadam Himalaya Tiritinim Brahmaraja Shiratnatyam Vande Bharat Matavam Om Ishavassimidam Sarvam Yattinchab Jaratyanjarat Tena Tattena Punjita Makarakasya Svitvanam Om Sankachatvam Sandadvatvam Sambho Manansi Jatan Deva Bhagam Yata Purve Sanjanana Upasate Samano Mantra Samiti Samani Samanam Manasaha Chittamesha Samanam Mana Avimantyayeva Samane Navo Havisha Jahomi Samane Va Akutihi Samanaditayani Vaha Samanamastu Vo Munoho Yitavasya Sahasati Asato Masat Gamayat Tamaso Ma Jurte Gamayat Miktyo Ma Amritam Gamayat Om Purnamida Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Natvaham Kamaye Rajam Nasvargam Vai Punarbhavam Kamaye Dukkataptana Prani Namati Nashanam Jiyare Yavadadana सात्वतारं ततोरिकम् इत्येषा प्रार्थनास्माकं भगवन् परिपूयताम् ॐ सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः धन्यवाद
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That was
Great.
awesome. That was awesome, Induja. Wow, she did an awesome
Yeah.
job enunciating all those hard Sanskrit words. And that was perfect for Independence Day coming up. The next item we have is by Ekansh Thakur. This is a piano recital, and it's based on a composition by Louis Gobert. So we're going west now. It's called By the Seaside, Opera 63, number 7, called Strieberg. So again, it's Ekansh Thakur on piano.
Beautiful.
Wow, that was awesome, Akansh. My goodness, that was super
Beautiful.
amazing. So many
Beautiful.
different
Beautiful.
pieces, so
Wow.
much song. Love
Oh.
the texture in your notes. Amazing. Keep
Beautiful.
it up. Keep practicing.
Yes, we
Okay.
gave very short time
Sure.
for Kans to play.
Yeah, that was awesome. And they're a new family that joined BSNA Talker family. So welcome to our San Diego
Wonderful.
organization. Okay, the next one up is a Bollywood dance by Suti Pandey. The name is Wahi To Meri Sweetheart Hai. And Suti has been doing performances every year pretty much for us, every time we have BSNA conventions, you know, and she started at a young age, and now every year I can see she gets better and better. Now I just saw her dance just before this, and I could see her hand movements are beautiful, her leg movements are beautiful. So you'll see it right now. So Stuti, she's going to be on up next.
Ready.
शाही जोड़ा पहन के आई जो बंधन के वही तो मेरी स्वीट हार्ट है शर्माई सी बगल में जो बैठी है दुल्हन के वही तो मेरी स्वीट हार्ट है शाही जोड़ा पहन के आई जो बंधन के वही तो मेरी स्वीट हार्ट है शर्माई सी बगल में जो बैठी है दुल्हन के वही तो मेरी स्वीट हार्ट है
Thank you, Stuti.
Oh,
All right,
brilliant.
next up,
Beautiful.
thank you. Next one up is we have Lalan Mishra. He's a BSNA Life member. And before we begin his pieces, he'll be playing the flute. There's three pieces by him. I just wanted to give a little plug for Daisy and Lalan. They've started this brand new initiative. They want to encourage just going to read a few words. They're inaugurating a new program to promote the rich and vibrant aspects of Sanatan Dharma in our next generation. There's a broad range of topics to focus on. Some of the things they suggested was volunteering and sustainable development, such as community outreach. Also, there's going to be essays, video logs you can do, artwork, Sanskrit shloks. They want to focus on integrating Sanatan Dharma culture in daily life. So as an incentive to the younger generation, they do have a cash award. So there's going to be different categories, and there will be a cash award for each of the different categories. So we'll be sending more information once we learn more information. There's a committee that's formed, and Daisy and Lalan will be telling us more information. We'll pass it along with you guys, but I just wanted to let you know that we're really happy that, you know, they're supporting, they're doing the most that they can to support the youth, and they want to encourage the youth to learn more about Sanatan Dharma, and they're trying to promote all this. So now Lalanji will be playing flute, and Zikri, please start the first piece. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Jai Jayati Jai Raghuvansha Natham. Flute
Yeah.
by Lalan.
Good, brilliant. Beautiful.
That's number 5. And the last piece is called Gray Ornam Illai, again by Lalanji. Flute. Thank you so much, Lalanji. That was beautiful. The next item we have is a Kajri Bhojpuri Geet by Archana, my older sister, and myself. So when we were younger, we used to listen to Mrs. Urmila Shukla. This is back in the 70s or 80s. She came from India and she sang a number of songs. And this is from one of her songs from her back in her days. It's called Kahwa Se Aawe Rama Kari Re Badariya, Archana and Ratna.
Wow, 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 wow.
काली रे बदरिया कहाँ से आवे रामा काली रे बदरिया गोइया कहाँ वासे गोइया कहाँ वासे आवे हरियरियाना गोइया कहाँ वासे आवे हरियरियाना पूरब से आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया पूरब से आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया पूरब से आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया गोइया पश्चिम से हो गोइया पश्चिम से आवे हरियरियाना हो गोइया पश्चिम से आवे हरियरियाना काले के आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया काले के आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया काले के आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया गोइया काले के आवे हरियरियाना गोइया काले के आवे हरियरियाना नीर लेके आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया नीर लेके आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया नीर लेके आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया गोइया धीर लेके गोइया धीर लेके आवे हरियरियाना गोइया धीर लेके आवे हरियरियाना काकर आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया काकर आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया काकर आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया गोइया काकर आवे हरियरियाना गोइया काकर आवे हरियरियाना धरती जुड़ावे रामा कारी रे बदरिया धरती जुड़ावे रामा कारी रे बदरिया धरती जुड़ावे रामा कारी रे बदरिया गोइया हियरा जुड़ावे हरियरियाना गोइया हियरा जुड़ावे हरियरियाना गोइया हियरा जुड़ावे हरियरियाना गोइया हियरा जुड़ावे हरियरियाना
बहुत अच्छा
बहुत बढ़िया बहुत
Thank
बढ़िया
you, thank you.
Beautiful.
I just forgot to mention my
Beautiful.
dad was playing keyboard on that, so thank you, Dad.
Awesome.
Good.
Wonderful,
Very
Ratna.
good.
हम आया हूँ
Awesome.
दुबे जी कहाँ
है नीचे बैठे हैं सुन रहे हैं वो डैड YouTube पे देख रहे हैं.
Okay.
So the last item is a East meets West. It's a fusion of East song and a West song. And this is by our Respect San Diego band. It's made up of, people from Canada, all over San Diego. So it's kind of like, all over the place. So they've had to coordinate all their, recordings and audio and video, coordinate all that. So we were, everything is good. I'm just going to mention, thank you to all the members. We'll start off with John Chatlani. He's playing guitar. Then we have Abhay Shankar Dubey, who's on tabla. Then we have Varun Chaturvedi, vocal. And then we have Rahul Pandey, who's on maraca. And then we have Nitin Chatlani on piano. Just want to thank Varun Chaturvedi for assembling the whole audio, streaming it together. And also Nitin Chatlani for doing the video portion of it. So again, this one is Respect, our local San Diego band. Last item from San Diego.
Uh, so,
Is it not?
Basmaji,
Yeah.
is this this is a recording, right, or live?
Yeah. It's a recording and a video.
Recording and a video. Oh.
Yeah. If you just
It
click
should
on
be
it.
the same folder, San Diego last
It's
one.
the
I think.
last one.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have any name. I think they uploaded just shortly.
It just says
Oh,
8
that's
dash
why I
respect.
did not have it, because I don't have it. So yes.
Oh, okay. It's the last one, 8 dash respect.mp4.
Oh.
Do you want me to get it?
No, I'm going there. I can
Okay.
see. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's that. Thanks. Yeah, it was a last minute upload.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
Just a moment. Just give me like 1 minute to
Sure.
get it ready, because I didn't
No
have
problem.
it ready.
Yeah, Nitin uploaded that last file. It just took him forever. It's a lot of content in there. I'm hoping it works.
Yes.
Save best for last. I hope so.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have kept it ready and prepared it to play.
All right.
So the moment we are waiting for.
Thanks.
We found each other. I helped you out of a broken place. You gave me comfort. Falling for you was my mistake. Put you on top. Claimed you so proud and openly. When times were rough, I made sure I held you close to me. Call out my name, call out my name when I kiss you so gently. Why won't you wait? Why won't you wait till I fall out of love? Yeah. I put you on top, claimed you so proud and openly. When times were rough, I made sure I held you close to me. ना जाने कोई कैसी है ये जिंदगानी हमारी अधूरी कहानी ना जाने कोई कैसी है ये जिंदगानी हमारी अधूरी कहानी भीगी भीगी सी है रातें भीगी भीगी यादें भीगी भीगी बातें भीगी भीगी आंखों में कैसी नमी है सपनों का साया पलकों पे आया पल में हंसाया पल में रुलाया फिर भी ये कैसी गमी है
Wow, awesome. You guys did it.
That was great.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, those guys are awesome. Thank
Wow,
you,
thank you.
all of them.
Naveen, John, Nitin, Ratna, Abhay, Rahul, and who else?
Abhay.
Abhay, yeah, I told Abhay. Yeah. All teamwork. Barun, yes. Oh, great performance. It's improving every year.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody again. Thank you to the Shukla family, Thakur family, Pandey family, Sati Pandey, and then Daisy and Lalan Mishra, and then of course Chaturvedis, the Pandays, Dubey family, and I think I got everybody. So thank you to the whole San Diego chapter. Thank you for your support.
And
I'll pass it on to the next chapter.
I want to add that on behalf of BSNA GBC, we dedicate this program to Dr. Ilas Dubedi.
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna make sure you heard it.
Okay, thank you, Keshavji. Yes, it's great. So far, it's amazing.
Yeah, just like in San Diego, they had the same team or it was a different team?
It was the same team. It was the same team.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Ratna.
you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Amazing. Okay, Sukrit, next is
Yes.
LA chapter. Sukrit, take over.
Yes. So, just a moment. Momentarily. All right. Thank you to all. Thank you to the Michigan chapter. Thank you to the Houston chapter, and many thanks to also San Diego chapter for the great show that you just presented. In our LA chapter, normally every year we try to present some good cultural program. Of course, this year we have I was away for the most of the part in the last 2 months back in India. So Sanjay ji actually was coordinating with LA chapter our people for the cultural program. So some of them actually were able to participate, but others they are most of them could not, but they were because some are away, some are out of the country during this time, and some are in some other places because of the Independence Day programs, or some of it is committed somewhere. But we have also some good program put together. That is a contribution of the LA chapter as usual every year. Let me start our program with our tribute to the Lord Ganesha. So that will be presented by a young member of our chapter, Sujas. Sujas Mukherjee is my son and is a student of 8th grade, is a middle school. And Sujas likes to be a rocket scientist in the future, and he aspires to be a rocket engineer. But he likes cheesecake, and also he likes very much to take part in the cultural events, and that is why he'll be presenting two of his program today. All right, so there is a program by Sujas that we are going to see the Ganesh Bandhana.
Is Sujosh Mukherjee. I am the son of Dr. Sukrit and Jaisha Mukherjee, and today I will be reciting the Ganesh mantra. Om Vakratunda Mahakaya Sajagoti Samaprabha Avdignam Ome Deva Sarvaka Jashu Sarveda Durashaitani Namane Yapate Tashudevatit Vijarambe Pivahecha Vavashe Nagami Dada Sangrami Sarvaka Jashu Vignatasya Najate. The English meaning is, O Lord with a curved trunk, who has the magnificence of 1,000,000 suns, I pray to you, O Lord, to remove all the obstacles in my path, may that be war, marriage, entry, or exit. Namaskar.
Very
Thank
good.
you, Sujesh, for the Ganesh Vandana. Our next performer are two of our girls. They are Tisha and Parna. So Tisha and Parna Pandey, they are daughter of Dr. Ishita Pandey and the Hemant, Ishita Sharma and Dr. Hemant Pandey, who are a life member from LA chapter. So they are going to perform a patriotic song over the instrument. So Parna and Tisha. Here you go.
Beautiful. Very good.
Thank you, Ishita and Parna. What is the best way to start a celebration of a cultural program on this eve of the 75th Independence Day than with the national anthem? So that tune of the national anthem really inspired us. Let us look back into something more traditional, a folk dance originally come or originating originally from the state of West Bengal, and not only it is from the West Bengal, but written by the Nobel Prize winner, the Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore himself. So originally composed by Rabindranath Tagore, a folk song or folk dance will be now performed by Shreya. Shreya Mukherjee is a daughter of myself and Jayesha, my wife, Dharmpatni, and and Shreya is a student of the grade second grade, and Shreya loves painting a lot. Although she aspires to be a medical doctor when she grows up, and like his brother, like her brother, she loves cheesecake a lot. All right, so let us see the show for the folk dance by Shreya. So here goes Shreya. That was Shreya.
Very good.
Attempting to perform the folk dance as composed by Rabindranath Tagore. So our next artist will be again Sujash. We'll come back to Sujash, who is going to have a talk on the future for India and our community. So he has an outlook that he would like to express through these narratives of him. So Sujash narrative or Sujash talk is next. Here goes Sujash.
Hello, my name is Sujash Mukherjee. I am the son of Dr. Sukrit and Jaisha Mukherjee, who are life members of BSNA. And today I will be talking about the future of India. India is one of the most potentially powerful nations in the world. India has shown major development in recent years, particularly in economic, social, and military-related aspects. In 2015, India was stated to have a GDP growth rate of 5%, and has some of the youngest national populations in the world. India, though a developing nation, is prodigious in regards to its development. And I will now highlight the three primary factors relating to India's recognition as a superpower and the possible future of India. Firstly, India is one of the largest growing economies of the world. India is the second largest national food producer and has a GDP growth rate of 5 to 7%. Indian tourism plays a partial role in economic development and growth, constituting 6% of the economy. The economic infrastructure of India is also supported demographically and human workforce numbers. As the general workforce population within the country is expected to increase in time, India is, due to these factors, projected by 2030 to have the world's largest economy. Secondarily speaking, India is also very advanced in regards to its technology. Indian expenditure accounts for 10% of all expenditure in Asia, with a notable rise in food production by 34 million metric tons. India, in regards to technology, has also mutually cooperated with the US in matters relating to space travel and is one of the 9 countries globally to possess nuclear weapons. India in general has shown major technological development which may constitute its potential future position as a world superpower. On a tertiary note, the technically strongest aspect of India is the demographic. India has the second largest population globally and demographically, constituting approximately 17.4% of the world population. This is bolstered by India also possessing one of the youngest populations out of the world, as 50% of the Indian population are within their 20s, roughly. The high population count of India allows for more building constructions, more career opportunities, and a more powerful nation in general. India is a developing nation, regardless of how one may view it. It is not the most powerful nation, nor the most advanced. But it is excellent in its development, and it can be concluded that India will likely lead international institutions in the near future, that it has the potential to power global economic power and growth. The future of India as a superpower is achievable, and it is best to work towards that goal. India is a powerful nation, but the dream of India as a superpower is only plausible if people work towards that.
Murray Brennan. I wish to welcome you to MSK India. Our new facility in Chennai, India is a first of its kind. Not only
Yep. So that was Josh. Today also somehow coincides with the eve of the 75th anniversary of India's Independence Day, and that this weekend we are celebrating all around this all around the country, back in India and also here in the United States. And remembering that, we have the next song which will be performed by Jayesha Mukherjee, is my wife and also a life member of BSNA, and she's going to sing this patriotic song dedicated to our nation back home, and also its future prospect. So here is the song, Jayesha.
होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। होगी शांति चारों ओर, होगी शांति चारों ओर, होगी शांति चारों ओर एक दिन। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, होगी शांति चारों ओर एक दिन।
चलेंगे साथ साथ डाले हाथों में हाथ हम चलेंगे साथ साथ एक दिन हो मन में है विश्वास पूरा है विश्वास हम चलेंगे साथ साथ एक दिन नहीं डर किसी का आज नहीं भय किसी का आज नहीं डर किसी का आज के दिन हो मन में है विश्वास पूरा है विश्वास नहीं डर किसी का आज के दिन होंगे कामयाब हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन हो मन में है विश्वास पूरा है विश्वास हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन
Of course, हम होंगे कामयाब and हम हो रहे हैं as an Indian, far away from the country and also around the country. We should be successful in every way towards the superpower, towards the next superpower. All right. The next song will be a Bollywood music, and that is also by Jayesha. So the next piece is a Bollywood song by Jayesha. Let me just okay. Just a moment. I think I got this. All right. Sanjay ji, can you hear me now properly?
Yes, much better. Yes.
Much better, right? Because what happened is, the echo I introduced for the use our Houston chapter, Chetna ji, I did not remove that one, so I removed it now.
Okay,
so
good.
normally during talking it is a problem if we have that.
No, it's fantastic.
Okay. So now let's go for the Bollywood song. Okay. Okay. All right. So here was Jayesha with the Bollywood song.
एक दिन आप यूं हमको मिल जाएंगे फूल ही फूल राहों में खिल जाएंगे मैंने सोचा न था एक दिन आप यूं हमको मिल जाएंगे फूल ही फूल राहों में खिल जाएंगे मैंने सोचा न था
जिंदगी कितनी होगी हंसी छूने का आसमां गाएगी ये जमीन एक दिन जिंदगी कितनी होगी हंसी छूने
एक दिन आप यूं हमको मिल जाएंगे, फूल ही फूल राह में खिल जाएंगे, मैंने सोचा न था।
जगमगाती हुई जागती रात है या सितारों की बारात है। जगमगाती हुई जागती रात है या सितारों की बारात है।
एक दिन दिल की राहों में अपने लिए जल उठेंगे, मोहब्बत के इतने दिए मैंने सोचा न था।
एक दिन जिंदगी इतनी होगी हंसी, छूएगा आसमां गाएगी ये ज़मीं, मैंने सोचा
एक दिन आप यूं हमको मिल जाएंगे, फूल ही फूल राहों में खिल जाएंगे, मैंने सोचा न था। मैंने सोचा न था।
All right, thank you, Jaisha, for your performance. A Bollywood song, a piece presented by Jaisha, and the last, but not the least one, is one tabla orchestra. Every year, normally, I, as a member of the BSNA, and I normally try to present one, but this year, this orchestra was created by some of my friends together, and together we try to put together East meets West concept. That means the Western classical and the Eastern music together. So we try to bring together a concept, and that's how we try to pay our homage or Shraddhanjali to our organization, to our motherland, and to the great community, the Brahmin community that we belong to. So that is a cultural merging, or the merge of the culture between the Hindu and the Christian philosophy. And we have tried to put it together in a way using an orchestra of tabla. So let us hear it.
We stay in West, we cannot forget Mahatma Gandhi, so as in India. This is the song of Mahatma Gandhi, a spiritual song. So I'm playing that. If anybody knows this thing, if they will sing that with me, that'll be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for watching, and
fantastic.
thank you. I appreciate all of you watching this, and it is
बहुत
a
शानदार, बहुत शानदार सुकृत।
thank you, Sajid. It is just a small attempt from our LA chapter this year to present our part of the cultural show. If you have liked it, then we will be really feel appreciated. Thank you to all. And at this time, I would like to thank all of our chapter members who presented, mostly belonging to my family and also my extended family, who are, because all my chapter members are, I consider them like my extended family and family members. So thank you to Dr. Ishita Sharma and Dr. Hemant Pandey. I guess they're watching it over YouTube today. And thank you to Prerna and Trisha. Thank you to Shreya, and also thanks to Sujash and Jaisha for your performance. And at this time, I would like to request our next participants, which is the participant from India, to go ahead with presenting their cultural program.
Yes, Sukrit, thank you. Let me, there are two more programs left for today.
Yeah.
So the first one is by Shaili Tiwari. It's like a Kathak dance performance, Lucknow Gharana. Her guru is Pandit Om Prakash, who is a nephew of Pandit Birju Maharaj, Padma Vibhushan. And she is pursuing a master's in performing arts in BHU. So let's play the dance by Shaili Tiwari from Lucknow Gharana.
Sanjay ji, is that which chapter?
It's India, in that one.
Oh, India,
yes. Yes.
Sorry.
It's India folder.
Right.
If you can make like a full screen, that will be good.
Yeah, of course. All right. So all right. So here is Shaili. Let's experience.
प्रस्तुत है थाल उपज प्रस्तुत है
धा धा तकिन दिकिन धा 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 दिन तकिन दिकिन धा 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 तकिन दिकिन धा 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 तकिन दिकिन धा 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 2 3 धा 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 1 2 3 धा 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 प्रस्तुत है धाधा का धुआ लखनऊ घराने धा दे धा धा दे तकदिन दिन ता दे ता दे दे धा धा दे धा 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 दे धा धा दे नी दे धा धा नी धा दे धा दे दे धा 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 थों धा धा दी धा 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 दे थे का धा धा दी धा धी धा धी धा धा धी धा धा धी आ धी धा धा धी धा धा धी धा धी धा धी धा धी धी धा धी धा धी धा धी धी धा धी धा धी धा धी धाई दिन धा दे दे धा दिन प्रस्तुत है तोड़ा दिन तकदिन दिन ता दे दे ता दे दे दिन धा धा दे दे धा धा दे धा तक तक दे दे ता दे 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 ता दे 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 ता 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 थे या ता 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 कर 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 कहे ता धर कर कर कहे ता धर कर कर करा प्रस्तुत है परन लखनऊ घराने की दिन 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 धा 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 दिन तकदिन दिन ता दे दे ता दे दे दिन धा धा दिन धन लग धा कल कल धा धा दे 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 कल कल धा धा कल कल धा धा कल कल धा 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 धन लग धा कल कल धा धा दे 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 कल कल धा धा कल कल धा धा कल कल धा 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 धन लग धा कल कल धा धा दे 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 कल कल धा धा कल कल धा धा कल कल धा 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 दिन ना मधुले एक दो तीन एक दो तीन एक दो तीन पाँच एक दो तीन पाँच एक दो तीन पाँच सात आठ एक दो तीन एक दो तीन एक दो तीन पाँच एक दो तीन पाँच एक दो तीन पाँच सात आठ एक दो तीन एक दो तीन एक दो तीन पाँच एक दो तीन पाँच एक दो तीन पाँच सात आठ दिन दिन ना ना दिन दिन ना दिन दिन ना ना दिन 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 na na din din da da din din ta de ke din de da de ta ke 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 ta
प्रस्तुत है गत निकास लखनऊ घराने के अंदाज में। घूंघट और कृष्ण दोनों एक साथ है इस गतिका में।
Wow, so nice.
Very nice. Very nice.
So now we are going to have the last performance of the today. But before that, I would like to remind everybody tomorrow the program starts at 7:50 sharp. And there are more, exciting, programs we have. Singer Umar Lahari ji, Swami Mukundanand ji, Bipin ji, and Rajesh Mishra, Mahendra Mishra, Amit Bharadwaj, Mahendra Mishra sir. And then we have board meeting after that. So please join tomorrow at 7:50. Let's play the last program of today. Priyamda Tiwari ji, who doesn't need any introduction. She sent this video few days
आज
ago.
आज़ादी का 75वां वर्ष अमृत महोत्सव हम मना रहे हैं। हम लोग को आज़ादी मिली जब एकजुट हुए। अब का समय यही है कि हम भारतीयों को एकजुट होना है और अपने देश को सोने की चिड़िया बनाना है। इसका सही तरीका है अपने सनातन धर्म को अपनाएं और अपनी ज़िंदगी में उतारें और सबके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर अपने लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करें। तब तक चलते रहें जब तक मुझे लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति न हो। मैं चाहती हूँ कि अमेरिका और भारत दोनों सुपर पावर बने। दोनों ही मुझे बहुत प्यारे हैं। धन्यवाद।
that concludes the last piece of the cultural program for today. Sanjay ji, this time I require Sanjay ji and also Ganesh ji and Keshav ji.
Yes, I really thank you, Sukrit, and whole IT team, to Ratna, Natasha, Rakesh, and Ayush, Pratyush, everybody to help, as well as Nitin, to help with the IT team. And it has been amazing day today, actually. Every program was very, very fantastic.
Especially as usual, Natasha and her family has
Yes.
always been supportive of BSNA.
Yes.
And that's really great. I really appreciate them. I mean,
And then all other members, audience, everybody, without their support, we will not be able to do a lot of things.
Of course.
So I thank you, everybody, all the BSNA GBC members. And now maybe a few words by Ganesh ji and Keshav ji.
Thank you so much. First, I want to appreciate Sukrit ji for dedicating so much time and wonderful backhand. It's amazing. It's amazing work. So many days. As soon as you reach India, even you were in the India, you were trying to help. Start to help us for everything. So thank you so much. And Natasha ji, Ratna ji, and your all IT team. And what should I have to say about Sanjay Pandey ji? It's amazing. उनकी लीडरशिप में हमें जो एनर्जी मिलती है, पॉजिटिव एनर्जी के साथ में जो मतलब गाइडेंस करते हैं. थैंक यू सो मच. एंड
100%.
Yeah, thank you so much everyone who help in the backhand. पीछे की टीम जो भी काम कर रही है, कई को हम जानते नहीं है, फिर भी उन सबका मैं बहुत बहुत आभार करता हूं. और जो परफॉर्मर्स थे, परफॉर्मर्स को बहुत बहुत थैंक यू सो मच. उन्होंने इतने कम टाइम में सबने आगे आके हमें जो सपोर्ट किया है और इसी तरह उनका सपोर्ट बना रहे, मैं ये आशा करता हूं. एंड थैंक यू एवरीवन. एंड मैं अभी शुक्ला जी को आगे मैसेज के लिए आगे करता हूं.
Over to Shukla ji.
It was really wonderful. धन्यवाद सभी को. सुकृत, entire IT team, संजय जी, ज्ञानेश जी और जितने लोग भी पार्टिसिपेट किए हैं, श्रीकांत मिश्रा जी, पाठक जी, श्याम जी, सभी चैप्टर के जितने प्रेसिडेंट्स हैं, परफॉर्मर्स हैं, सभी के लिए हम लोगों की बेस्ट विशेष.
यस,
सभी को धन्यवाद. और अभी प्रोग्राम कंक्लूड नहीं हुआ है. प्रोग्राम कल कंक्लूड होगा विद द वोट ऑफ थैंक्स आफ्टर द जनरल बॉडी मीटिंग. So general body meeting may please join both BSNA and GBC, EC and board members and chapters, where we can discuss what next and how we can celebrate convention next year. Thank you all and thank you very much.
Yes, thank you everybody. Okay, namaste, pranam सबको.
Thank you.
बहुत बहुत अच्छा रहा, बहुत सुंदर रहा सुकृत जी और संजय जी और सारे केशव जी. बहुत
अरे असाधारण फाइनल क्लाइमैक्स तो प्रियंक दादा जी ने कर दिए. क्लाइमैक्स
बहुत अच्छा.
फैमिली हर वक्त हमारा क्लाइमैक्स के लिए है.
मिश्रा जी कहाँ हैं?
देश का याद आते तो सुभाष जी को, प्रियंक दादा जी को याद करते.
वंडरफुल परफॉर्मेंस प्रियंक दादा जी.
Yes.
भाई फुल ऑफ एनर्जी है. Full of energy.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
मिश्रा भी हैं. संजय जी,
I'm going to switch off the recording mode right now.
So Chris,
yeah, switch off the recording mode, please.
Girija Mishra is also from Trinidad here.
Yes, I see he is here.
Girija जी अपना वीडियो ऑन कर लीजिए. Just for a few seconds.
Yeah. So I'm going to switch off the recording right now. It is 7:03 p.m. Pacific time, 9:03 p.m. Central time, and 10:03 p.m. Eastern time, and 7:33 a.m. morning India time. The recording is being stopped here.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Sukrit.
Thank you so much.